People think Hitler's hatred for Jews was absolute and without exception. They think the SS was a perfectly pure Aryan organization. But he didn't apply his hatred for Jews evenly, and that contradiction is far more disturbing than most people realize. Hidden in the archives of the Third Reich is a terrifying reality. There were Jews that Hitler deemed valuable or that he owed personal debts to. His ideology was secondary to even his personal whims. Even at the height of the Holocaust, a single signature from Hitler could transform a condemned person into what officials chillingly labeled a noble Jew. It was a belief that threatened to tear the inner workings of the Reich apart. This is the story of the Jews that Hitler secretly protected. It started with a pain in the chest. Clara Hitler felt ashamed to complain, telling her doctor in hushed tones that the pain had kept her awake at night for weeks. She'd always been hardworking, but it had become too much. The test showed an extensive tumor of the breast. Clara's 18-year-old son Adolf rushed back from Vienna, where against his dead father's wishes, he'd been trying to become an artist. He slept in the spare room of Clara's modest apartment in Urfahr, a suburb of Linz, Austria, listening to his mother's agonizing groans in the night. She was dying, and he couldn't accept it. Adolf had always tried to protect her from Aloy, his short-tempered, authoritarian tyrant of a father. Prior to Aloy's premature death, Adolf had stuck up for Clara when Aloy, always drunk from the inns, had raised his fist to her. And now this woman he so deeply loved and admired, the woman who had spoiled him after losing 3 children to disease, was fading away before his eyes. He was helpless. Adolf waited on her hand and foot, hoping for a miracle that, if it happened, would surely come from the family's dedicated and trusted physician, Dr. Edward Bloch. Bloch witnessed for himself how much this young man adored his mother. Standing at her bedside, bringing her water, pushing food into her dry mouth, Adolf truly believed Clara could beat the disease. His hopes were resting on Bloch and the wonders of modern German medicine. But it wasn't to be. As Clara lay silent in the bed one afternoon, Bloch took Adolf aside. The operation had failed, the cancer had spread. Bloch later noted, his long, sallow face was contorted, tears flowed from his eyes. This woman, who had endured so much tragedy, so many beatings, such a loving and supportive woman, was too young to die. She was only 47. Adolf pleaded with Bloch to save her. Bloch rested his hands on Adolf's shoulder. He would try. His family had been good to him. Clara, the kids, were hard-working, honest people. There was a special treatment available, no guarantees, but without it, Clara wouldn't last long. It was worth a shot. Adolf waited nervously as Bloch went to his office and picked up a bottle of iodoform, a disinfectant used for its healing and antiseptic properties. It was believed that it could dissolve deadly tumors. Adolf watched as Bloch lathered some gauze with the chemical and packed it into the open wound still open from Clara's operation. She screamed out in pain as the chemical burned in her breast. In his heart, Bloch knew it wouldn't work. He was doing it for Adolf. He couldn't stand to see him so devastated. Bloch would later write, she bore her burden well, unflinching and uncomplaining, but it seemed to torture her son. An anguished grimace would come over him when he saw pain contract her face. But Adolf was filled with gratitude. He looked on as Bloch eased his mother's pain with another injection of morphine. She slowly wasted away, more concerned with what would happen to her children than dying. Rather than help, the caustic iodoform was not only excruciatingly painful, but it was completely ineffective. It was horrific for Adolf to witness what cancer did to his mom. In the years to come, when he grew into a savage political leader, he shouted into a microphone about the Jewish cancer. Was his dying mother's agony at the back of his mind? But Hitler didn't blame Dr. Bloch, that much is certain. After Clara passed away and Adolf fell into a deep depression, he would express his undying gratitude for what Dr. Bloch had done for his mother in her hour of need. Dr. Bloch, who was a Jew, a man who the Hitler family greatly respected, a man who was known to treat poor families like the Hitlers at any hour of the night, often not even charging them if money was hard to come by. Bloch was a hero to a boy who would go on to take the lives of 6 million people like him, Jews. An undying bond had been created, a contradiction of vast proportions that one day Bloch would have to contend with. It set up a collision between an old loyalty and a genocidal ideology. By the early 1920s, Hitler was already very politically active. He had failed as an artist. He'd been injured twice in World War I and lived in abject poverty. But he'd burst from humiliating obscurity to become a mouthpiece for the short-lived German Workers' Party. Alongside him every step of the way was his friend and associate, Emil Maurice. Maurice was so devoted to this man, he copied his clothes and wore a toothbrush mustache. Confidant, enforcer, loyal to the end. He would have done anything for Hitler. But Maurice was hiding a dangerous secret. He was a Jew. By blood, at least. That was undeniable. And yet, he had still become the supreme leader of the SA stormtroopers, chosen by Hitler to be his chauffeur and personal bodyguard. At the time, Hitler was leading the Nazi Party, transforming it into a burgeoning nationalist movement built around his intense speeches of promises of national rebirth. Maurice was still at Hitler's side in 1923 when Hitler launched a coup attempt to remove the corrupt, elite-infested German government of the Weimar Republic. He was still there in prison after the coup had failed, and Hitler had been convicted of high treason. Hitler dictated the start of his book Mein Kampf to him, later helping out when Rudolf Hess took over the writing as Hitler expressed his views on the Jew. Hitler's power grew and Maurice was there for every triumph. He stood beside Hitler as his radical speeches, once dismissed as the rantings of a fringe activist, started to resonate with the German public. Millions of ordinary people were left hungry, unemployed and hopeless after the Wall Street crash of 1929 shattered the economy. Meanwhile, the elites remained insulated from the suffering around them. Hitler promised a new beginning, a healthy Germany, strong again after the humiliation of World War I reparations. He swore the country would be free of the greedy, corrupt Jewish bankers who he claimed had destroyed the economy. The timing was perfect for the rise of a tyrant. By 1934, he had consolidated absolute power. He was now Germany's dictator, the Führer. And still at his side stood the same man who'd supported him from the very beginning. Few people in the world knew Hitler well, but Emil Maurice was one of them. Hitler trusted him with his life. But he was tainted. Emil knew that well. He'd helped Hitler write the book that stated it clearly. According to later SS investigations, his great-grandfather, Charles Maurice Schwarzenberger, had been a Jewish actor in Hamburg. It wasn't the kind of family history that could remain buried in a regime that went to great lengths to examine people's bloodlines. It made Maurice 1/8 Jewish. And this was problematic. For the Nazis, Jews were the bane of mankind, and they made sure the public understood. People saw it in the movies, posters, newspapers, and radio broadcasts. When Joseph Goebbels' propaganda campaigns portrayed all Jews as toxic, selfish, and cruel, they were always the villains, the thieves, the traitors, the abusers, parasitical and predatory. And Maurice was one of them. In terms of optics, if the German public found out, then it would look like a gaping contradiction. Maurice had already received the Blood Order, one of the Nazis' highest decorations. He and Hitler were almost fused at the flesh, blood brothers, yet his blood was supposedly contaminated. For some of Hitler's inner circle, that meant Maurice was contaminating Hitler and possibly the Third Reich. Hitler had preached to millions of people about the superiority of the so-called Aryan race and what he deemed as the abject inferiority of Jews. By this, he meant something innate and hereditary, not environmental or cultural, but purely a matter of genetics. He had been influenced by the pseudo-scientific racial theories and eugenics movements in parts of the USA and Britain during the early 20th century. It would turn out to be a deadly idea. All great cultures, he said, perished from blood poisoning. The Americans, whose eugenics programs he openly admired, had in his eyes weakened themselves through racial mixing and became a nation of mongrels. Yet, there he was, spreading those beliefs with a man at his side whose ancestry, by the Nazis' very own doctrine, was the worst kind, part Jew. History doesn't make it clear if Maurice completely hid this from Hitler or if he merely downplayed it. But for one of Hitler's top men, one of the most powerful men in all of Nazi Germany, it mattered. It mattered a lot. Heinrich Himmler, leader of the SS from 1929, would become one of the main architects of the Holocaust and enforcer of the Nazis' racial policies. He couldn't sit by and watch as Hitler spent much of his life next to a man whose not-too-distant ancestors had sullied the German Aryan race. Without question, Himmler made clear, Maurice is, according to his ancestral table, not of Aryan descent. He wasn't deemed an enemy of the state, but a blood-determined character. That meant Maurice could not be completely trusted. Himmler called him a security risk. Few other men in Germany knew the secrets of the Führer, and one of them was part Jewish. Himmler wanted Maurice gone, not harmed, but stripped of his position and influence. But Hitler couldn't discard a man that he knew for a fact would never go against him. Still, as Himmler reminded Hitler, the Nuremberg laws clearly stated if you couldn't prove Aryan ancestry back to the 1700s, you couldn't be SS. It was clear Maurice did not pass that test. For the populace, ancestry went back to 1800, but for SS men, 1750, long before Maurice's great-grandfather had trodden boards in his theater. Himmler was right, there was no getting around it. But was he also envious of a man Hitler put so much faith in? Maurice had co-founded the SS. He was listed as member number 2, only behind Hitler himself. Himmler wasn't even close at member number 168. Did he really have the right to demand Maurice be thrown to the side? It was a conundrum that refused to die, but in 1935 Hitler found a solution. In August of that year, he wrote a top-secret letter to Himmler. His loyal friend Maurice wasn't leaving the SS. Instead, he was becoming an honorary Aryan. He might be part Jewish, a Mischling, but soon he'd be the owner of a special certificate that would hide the Jew in his genetic makeup. A simple workaround, but one that exposed the sheer insanity of believing that bloodline defines a person's character. Loyalty, it seemed, trumped racial purity at the highest levels of the Nazi Party. Hitler's willingness to bend his own rules for his inner circle set a dangerous precedent, one that would expose the vast contradictions in the very foundations of Nazi ideology. Nazi Germany was already in the grips of a delirious anti-Semitism. Children learned about the greedy Jew with the hooked nose and the weak posture at the side of the fit, strong, and honest Aryan. They were actively applauded for scrawling Jude on the fronts of Jewish shops and houses. Hitler was busy scrawling too. His signature would actively save Jewish people from the grave turmoil most Jews faced in Germany. The Nuremberg laws stripped millions of their rights, but behind closed doors, the hypocrisy was codified. Hitler personally signed an estimated 1,000 to 2,000 German blood certificates to exempt specific individuals from racial laws. This was the same man who called the Mischlinge monstrosities halfway between man and ape, people whose very blood he claimed made them sinful. Yet, like Emile Maurice, not all of them were headed for the meat grinder of forced labor or the gas chamber. Instead, they were quietly removed. In 1941, Heinz Gerlach wrote to Bernhard Rust, the Nazi Minister of Education, "I cannot help it that I am a Mischling. Also, no one should blame my parents for my situation. They married during a time without racial laws." Germany was home to tens of thousands of people who were part Jewish but had become Christian. Once Hitler was in power, they had professed their love for their fatherland and the Führer. How is it fair that such people should be punished? Colonel Ernst Bloch was the son of a Jewish man. He had his face torn apart by a bayonet in World War I and earned the Iron Cross. He went on to fight most of the next war openly Jewish, but it wasn't until 1944 that there was a problem when Himmler demanded his dismissal. On February 15, 1945, he received a signed letter from Hitler about losing his job because of his heritage. His superior wrote, "It is an honor to thank you on behalf of the Führer for your service rendered during war and peace for our people and fatherland. I wish you all the best for the future, Heil Hitler." It didn't make sense. Bloch was a war hero, the kind of man the Nazis mythologized. Sure, he was part Jewish, but he'd still die fighting when the Russians arrived in Berlin in 1945. For him, the fatherland was everything, and he was tossed aside like a poisoned apple. It's not certain how many full Jewish people or partial Jews there were in the German military, but according to the historian Brian Mark Rigg, it was many. Rigg claimed the Wehrmacht was home to about 60,000 half-Jews and 90,000 quarter Jews, including some generals, admirals, and one man who climbed as high as Field Marshal. At least 20 received a variation of the Nazis' highest military award, the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross. Some had been drafted, others volunteered, following in the footsteps of their fathers who had fought in the First Great War. But for some, it was a matter of survival. The darkest irony was that, as one person said, the Wehrmacht was the safest place for a Jew in Hitler's Germany. The exact number has been debated, but there is no doubt at all that tens of thousands of Jews fought under Adolf Hitler. Many, it seems, did not think the Nuremberg laws even applied to them. Anti-Semitism was for the other Jews, the Ostjuden, people according to Tablet magazine who were viewed as uneducated and superstitious by the other Jews. People forget that many German Jews were fiercely patriotic. They were people of high education, cultured Germans, men and women whose roots were firmly embedded in German soil for hundreds of years. But for some, including Himmler, no man who shared his blood with a Jew had a right to serve in the ranks of the Wehrmacht, the Kriegsmarine, or the Luftwaffe. In 1940, the message came down from the top. The Jews must go, either full ones or mixed blood. Some officers refused. Their men were a brotherhood. They weren't going to send someone home because their grandfather had married a Jewish woman. They told their Mischling soldiers to lie low. Other officers sent letters back to the Nazi hierarchy in Germany asking how a man with an iron cross could suddenly become the enemy. Not all were so supportive. One officer was furious a Jew had hidden in his ranks. He called for the men, took out his pistol, and shot him in the head. A part Jewish Waffen-SS officer admitted if they'd have found out that he was part Jew, they'd have hung him from the nearest tree. His patriotic family had German ancestors that went back 400 years. But for the Nazis, it didn't matter. There are stories of Jewish soldiers creating or paying for forged papers that hid their real ethnicity. They lived in constant fear, telling lies about childhood infections if they had to take off their clothes and their circumcised penis was exposed. But many more didn't even consider themselves Jewish. They had brought up Gentile children. They neither followed Jewish customs nor observed Jewish religious practices. For some, finding out they had part Jewish blood was as much a shock to them as the troops they were fighting with. They hadn't even known. A man named Hans Gunzel survived the war, but 57 of his Jewish relatives didn't. He was half Jewish, and so were many of his relatives. After the war, he wrote, "The sad thing about all of their deaths is that most had converted to Christianity and didn't consider themselves Jews. And while others were haunted and conflicted by the oppression and violence their Jewish relatives were facing in the ghettos or camps, some applied for a dispensation. It was the only way to get around the order. And it had to come from Hitler. If he deemed it necessary, he could sign the same kind of document he'd signed for Maurice." In what was a profound hypocrisy, thousands of Mischlinge considered too valuable to lose remained in the military because of the stroke of the Führer's pen. If they had won combat medals or gained battlefield promotions, there was a good chance Hitler would give them the exemption. It was simple bureaucratic chicanery, but a startling contradiction considering what was still happening to the Jews in the concentration and death camps. Still, it was completely legal. Article 7 of the Nuremberg Laws clearly stated that Hitler could remove the alleged stain of Jewishness from someone's name if he chose to make them part Aryan. As Jewish children were torn from their mothers and Jews were herded into the gas chamber, Hitler essentially Aryanized others. He was cheating his own system. As the Nazi war machine expanded, the contradictions were exposed, and this terrifying bureaucracy of Nazi annihilation orders arrived right at the doorstep of a man Hitler had once treated like a saint, Dr. Bloch. Some of Hitler's last words to him were a promise that threatened to dismantle Hitler's integrity. After the Nazis marched on Austria in March 1938 and annexed the country, much of the Austrian population greeted the soldiers in the streets waving swastika flags. Britain and France looked on as Austrians against German rule contemplated the arrival of hell. And no one feared the future quite as much as the Jews, as many as 200,000 of them. Thousands were arrested overnight. Jewish children were told school university was over. Jewish homes were plundered as men and women were dragged through the streets. Professionals were made to clean toilets. Synagogues were razed. Shops were graffitied or destroyed. It was almost impossible to hide. Every Jew now forced to sew on their clothes the dreaded yellow badge. All within this chaos, among the tears and blood, was Hitler's favorite doctor, Mr. Bloch. As the Gestapo terrorized his friends and family, he wondered when it was his turn to feel the full force of Nazi ideological fury. He waited in fear for the worst to happen, knowing the orders for the devastation had come from a boy he had once treated for colds and tonsillitis. For Bloch, Hitler had been such a lovely boy. How was it possible that he could change like that? The Adolf Hitler that he'd known all those years ago was curious and mild-mannered, always going for walks in the mountains, always reading books. He was fascinated by stories about Native Americans. Yet this curious child now seemed to hate anyone who wasn't Aryan. Bloch spent nights awake in bed asking himself about this transformation. For him, it was a matter of life and death. He certainly couldn't carry on working. His practice closed its doors about 6 months after the Nazis arrived. He was one of the lucky ones, though. He had enough money to send his children away, both of them immigrating abroad. But he was already 66. Did he really need to run? He wondered, should he contact Hitler himself? Would that help? Or get him transported? Bloch kept telling himself Hitler's final words to him after Clara died. "I shall be grateful to you forever." Forever. That one word was imprinted on his mind. He wondered, would Hitler recall that promise? And then came the knock on the door. Outside stood an agent of the Gestapo. The man said, "I am informed that you have some souvenirs of the Führer. I should like to see them." The officer didn't have to say anything else. Bloch understood. When Hitler had been living in hostels in Vienna among poor, bedraggled men, he had written Bloch postcards. One of them said, "I became dissatisfied with myself for the first time in my life." It was the first time that Bloch had noticed a darkness taking over the young man's mind. Hitler had grown bitter. He had hated the government. He was lost and angry. But as yet, he didn't hate Jews, not all of them. Bloch was one of the few people in the world Hitler admired, and he was a Jew and proud of it. And then came another short missive, one of the postcards Hitler painted and sold on the streets. It featured a hooded capuchin monkey hoisting a glass of bubbling champagne. At the bottom, Hitler had written, "The Hitler family sends you best wishes for a happy new year. In everlasting thankfulness, Adolf Hitler." Everlasting. Another life or death word for Bloch. Hitler had shown kindness to a Jew. Such an artifact was dangerous, evidence of a contradiction Hitler could not afford to be exposed. So Bloch knew what the Gestapo man at the door wanted. He told him to wait and soon returned with the goods. The man took them and wrote on a piece of paper, "Certificate for the safekeeping of 2 postcards, one of them painted by the hand of Adolf Hitler, confiscated in the house of Dr. Edward Bloch." Bloch headed straight to the small hotel in Gesellenhausstrasse where the Gestapo HQ had been set up and asked why the postcards had been taken from him. He knew the answer, but he wanted to hear it from a Nazi. The officer was surprisingly very polite and asked about Bloch's ethnicity. Bloch replied, "I am 100% Jew." The officer looked him in the eye and told him the postcards are for safekeeping. And that was it. They had confiscated evidence of Nazi hypocrisy, but of course they wouldn't admit that. What Bloch didn't know was that the highly educated officer in front of him, Otto Rasch, would become one of the most cruel leaders of the SS. He would personally oversee the extermination of Polish intelligentista, and he would sign off on the murder of tens of thousands of Jews. When he took control of Einsatzgruppe C, he demanded that every man in his unit personally shoot Jews, so every one of them had blood on their hands. He was a maniac, and he had just had to speak ever so politely to a Jew. Why? Because Bloch had a guardian angel watching over him. An angel of death maybe, but one with arguably more power than anyone in mainland Europe. Something else Bloch didn't know at the time was what Hitler had said about him in 1937. Before the Nazis invaded Austria, Hitler had been at a conference and asked about the town of Linz. He had specifically asked if Dr. Bloch was still practicing there, and to the shock of everyone around him, he had said, "Dr. Bloch is a noble Jew. If all Jews were like him, there would be no Jewish question." Bloch later admitted when he had found out he had taken it as a compliment. It was strange, and in a way flattering, that Adolf Hitler could see good in at least one member of my race. But now his people were being rounded up, their lives destroyed. The world had gone crazy. He watched on when Hitler arrived in his town in the back of a Mercedes car flanked by motorcycles, the crowds cheering, Jews hiding in their houses. How long until they came for him? But then something happened that gave him hope. Jude was painted on the side of all Jewish houses and shops in bright yellow, and Bloch's practice, where he also lived, was no different. But he received a call from the Gestapo. He was allowed to remove the sign from his house. Then came another call. His landlord. The landlord told him he had gone to the Gestapo office to ask if Bloch should remain in his home. He'd been told, "We wouldn't dare touch that matter. It will be handled by Berlin." Unlike possibly every last Jew in Austria, no one even confiscated his passport, and no letter J was stamped on his ration card when the food started running low. Unlike every other Jew in the city, he ate well and dressed well as Hitler began to transform the town of his birth. He sent in huge teams of laborers to build parks and theaters, even a new bridge over the Danube. As the transformation happened and the Jews vanished by the day, Dr. Bloch was spared from harm. It was now clear to Bloch that Hitler had indeed remembered his old friend and his promise of eternal gratefulness. Still, he knew it wouldn't last. It seemed like every month there was a frightening new announcement or order. The Nazis wouldn't stop until all the Jews were transported or dead. The illusion that good behavior or past service guaranteed his survival was about to be shattered by another figure from Hitler's past. Hero of World War I, Ernst Hess, was a practicing Protestant, but both his parents were Jewish, so that made him a Jew. Not just any Jew, but a remarkable soldier who had once commanded the Bavarian Reserve Infantry Regiment 16 that fought at Ypres and the Somme. But that was not the reason why everyone in Germany had heard of that particular regiment. The reason was one of its soldiers. His name was Adolf Hitler. Young Hitler had served diligently in the war, and he'd done so under Hess, a man that he respected. Most Jews who'd fought for their country in the First War were under the impression that when the persecution came, their service would shield them from harm. But even Hess, Hitler's old boss, wasn't untouchable. In 1935, he was a judge when the Nuremberg laws came into effect. Despite his Christian heritage and connection to the Führer, he was forced to step down. But surely he'd been better off than most other Jews? It seemed that way for a while. Heinrich Himmler himself signed off a letter explicitly stating that Hess should be protected, neither deported nor persecuted, as per the Führer's wishes. The letter clearly stated that Hess was not to be inopportuned in any way whatsoever. This man, once decorated with an Iron Cross, was safe for now. As hell broke out all around him, his relatives and friends were sent to the camps. He and his Gentile wife carried on as normal. Well, as much as was possible in those circumstances. Still, he didn't feel safe, so he wrote a letter to Hitler asking for himself and his daughter to be shown lenience. He admitted his Jewishness, but reminded Hitler of his Christian upbringing and patriotism. For us, he wrote, it is a kind of spiritual death to now be branded as Jews and exposed to general contempt. Hitler didn't quite sign off on the petition, but he did grant Hess some concessions. He was allowed to keep his army pension and carry a passport that lacked the large red J stamp used to identify Jewish passport holders. He was safe, but in the background, Heinrich Himmler was becoming very frustrated with Hitler's sentimental protections. For Himmler, there was only one solution, the final solution. Not one with Jewish blood. Not even war heroes should be exempt. So as Hess planned his future, the long arms of the final solution started grasping into every crevice and basement. The bureaucratic protections once awarded to Jews like him began to crack and wither under the weight of industrialized slaughter. Dr. Bloch knew that his protection was by no means unconditional. He told himself the only guarantee of getting through this war with his life intact was by moving far away from Austria. His children were now in New York City, they were safe. Maybe he could join them. With his practice long closed and his valuables packed away and ready, he was prepared to go. The fact that he wasn't in a camp or lying in a ditch with a bullet in his back was already remarkable. But would he be able to leave Austria with his life savings? Was that expecting too much? Landing in a foreign country with hardly a penny to his name wasn't ideal. But Bloch knew the Nazis had done everything in their power to stop Jews from taking money out of the Reich. At the start of the 1930s, the German government introduced the Reich flight tax. It aimed to stop wealthy Germans from moving their fortunes abroad during the economic chaos of the Depression. The tax seized 25% of a person's assets if they possessed more than 200,000 Reichsmarks or earned over 20,000 Reichsmarks a year. This affected everyone, not just Jews. But once the Nazis took power and Jewish families began fleeing persecution, the policy evolved into outright confiscation. Jewish wealth was systematically expropriated through taxes, forced sales, blocked accounts, and state seizure. Not so much taxation as organized piracy. For that reason, Bloch assumed that he would never be permitted to leave with his life savings intact. The question was, would he receive special treatment? Again, he returned to the Gestapo office in Linz. He was told that he was a lucky man. A special dispensation from high up would allow him to take 16 Reichsmarks out of the country. That was 6 more than the 10 normally permitted to fleeing Jews. 16 marks, enough for a few hot meals and a new suit. Bloch never wrote it in his memoirs, but later historians reported that he was also allowed to sell his home at full market value. Countless other Austrian Jews were stripped of their property for next to nothing. How he got the money across isn't certain, but it seems that Hitler had helped him again. And before he left, he was told that he'd be safe. The Nazis gave him a letter to state that he was a man worthy of recommendation in accordance with his good character, medical knowledge, and readiness to help the sick. The letter ended that he had won the appreciation and esteem of his fellow men. An official handed him the letter as a silence filled the room. The official waited. "Ah, yes, thank you," said Bloch, remembering that he should appear grateful. The officer informed him that perhaps the right thing to do now would be to write a letter of appreciation for the person who had been so kind to him. And so, on that November morning, fog covering the houses outside, he took his pen and started writing. "Your Excellency, before passing the border, I want to express my thanks for the protection which I have received." He explained that he'd now be starting again in poverty in a new country, but he was thankful for the kindness that had been shown to him. His life's work gone. 16 marks in his pocket, but at least he was alive. Early one morning, suitcase in hand, he closed the door behind him and took one last look back at his old life. He'd be fine, he knew it. It was quite obvious now that Adolf Hitler would not allow harm to come to him. But as he walked down the street on the way to the station, the faces of millions of forlorn men, women, and children filled his mind. The sorrows that these people had to face. It was unthinkable. Bloch was safe, but behind the scenes, the Nazis were drawing up secret lists. The kindness was over. It was time to start reining in the ones who had gotten lucky. About 100,000 Jews had served in Germany during World War I. When the persecution started after the Nazis came to power, they thought they'd be safe. The veterans refused to hide their heads in shame. If they were hassled in the street or their stores defaced, ordinary Germans were seen defending them. They would scream at the police or SS guards, reminding them these men had once served their country. It should be remembered that only around 44% of the Germans voted for the Nazis in 1933, but once Hitler took power and did what he had promised, he revived the economy, reduced unemployment, and restored a sense of national pride. So naturally, support for the regime grew. Still, many Germans weren't on board with the Nazis' most extreme anti-Semitic policies. Some even dared to oppose the ideas, and tens of thousands were executed. Many others very quietly disliked what was happening, but looked the other way as their own lives became more stable. Fear, propaganda, conformity, and self-interest all played their part. But for many, imprisoning World War I veterans just seemed wrong. After all, the Nazis glorified war. They painted their veterans in the colors of saints. And so it was an outstanding contradiction to now persecute these men and their families. Like Ernst Hess, many were given support from the officers of the German army. This forced the Nazi hierarchy into a corner, and for the most part, the veterans were spared transportation to the labor and death camps. But not for long. It would turn out that these people were wrong to think the Nazis could be trusted. As Himmler forced Hitler's hand, the laws that had been developed to protect veterans peeled away like a snake shedding its skin. In 1941, the Nazis opened the Theresienstadt ghetto, a way station of sorts. It was here that the Jews would labor and wait for transportation to the extermination camps. Conditions were terrible. Tens of thousands would die of exhaustion, disease, and malnutrition before they could be deported. Then in 1942, on the orders of Reinhard Heydrich, it was agreed that Theresienstadt would now house a new kind of prisoner, Jewish veterans of World War I. Again, the Nazis had moved the goalposts. Along with the soldiers would be Jews of high standing, men whose sudden disappearance would create suspicion abroad. After all, the final solution was a deeply held secret within the Nazi hierarchy. When word got out about Theresienstadt, the Nazis claimed it wasn't a hell on earth, not even like it. They said that it was a spa town, like a retirement village for the Jews who'd earned the privilege of being sent there. In 1941, when Hess appeared at the Aryanization office in Munich and submitted his letter of protection, the officer ripped it out of his hands. The officer, Franz Richard Mugler, informed him that his protection had been revoked and now he was a Jew like any other Jew. He was arrested and sent to work as a common laborer at the Milbertshofen camp. He was later sent to a construction firm for labor and forced to sleep in what the Nazis called a Jew house. His only protection now was that he avoided the worst of the concentration camps due to his privileged, miscegenated marriage. From riches to poverty, his wife Marguerite and her daughter Ursula did whatever they could to find money to eat. Hess's whole family believed that they were protected by the force field of his military history. But it wasn't to be. His sister Bertha was gassed at Auschwitz. Hess now feared that he and everyone else would end up the same way. For many other Jewish people, those who'd been spared, the protections kept on peeling away. It became much worse after the July 20th plot of 1944, when a group of high-level officers came close to assassinating Hitler. Paranoia swept through the ranks, and the half-Jews who had managed to stay in the Wehrmacht were expelled and arrested by the Gestapo. In strategic terms, this was utter stupidity. Tens of thousands of fighting men were sent back to Germany when their Jewishness was exposed. Most went to the forced labor camps of the organization Tod, where some met their fathers, the Aryan husbands of their Jewish mothers. The camp wasn't as harsh as the others, and most survived, but these men were wasted in a war the Germans had been losing. It was the same when it came to armaments production. The Germans again proved themselves to be reckless when they chose ideology over winning a war. Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel of the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht had ordered all Jews engaged in armament production to be removed in 1942. It was a decision that was criticized by General Kurt Ludwig von Gienath for reducing the, quote, military potential of the Reich. Hitler had changed. From protecting certain people who had served Germany, he became cynical. Writing about Jews attempting to escape transportation by claiming not to be Jewish, he declared, if worst came to worst, a splash of baptismal water could always save the business and the Jew at the same time. Never fear, he added, the ability to camouflage ancestry by changing religions will completely disappear. The crackdown was now in full swing. Hitler's personal whims had finally been overridden by the unstoppable momentum of the death machine he'd created. It turns out that honorary Aryan status was nothing more than a stay of execution. Ernst Hess survived the war, and though he never returned to serving as a judge, he rebuilt his life in post-war Germany. In 1946, he started a new career on the railways. From 1949 to 1955, he served as president of the General Federal Railways Authority in Frankfurt am Main. By 1970, a commemorative plaque had been dedicated to him in Frankfurt, a remarkable end for a man once stripped of his rights. By 1983, the suffering he'd carried all his life evaporated as he passed away at age 93. But his words lived on. When after the war someone had asked him about Hitler and what it was like to serve with him, he replied, "What Hitler? He was in our unit? We never even noticed him." To think, a man who caused so much pain and suffering was a nobody, a shadow of insignificance, but a dangerous one nonetheless. And if there was one man who understood how evil can grow from insignificance, it was Edward Bloch. He had gotten out of Germany in one piece and headed to Lisbon, Portugal. He was there waiting to board a ship that would take him to New York City when a British soldier asked to see his papers. The soldier read the name and smiled. "You were Hitler's physician, weren't you?" Bloch was famous, not a distinction he was proud of. He once provided comfort to a man who had exterminated millions of people on the basis of pieces of paper that defined a person's race. He sailed across the stormy Atlantic and landed in the New World, a world completely untouched by the ravages of war. There, he blended in and got on with life, living among the Jewish community in the Bronx, but not for long. He died in 1945 from stomach cancer. The only Jew that didn't find himself running was Hitler's former right-hand man, Emil Maurice. His eighth Jewishness would never completely die, but it was a fraction the Nazis could live with. Hitler fired him from his position of chauffeur in 1927 when Maurice admitted to having an affair with Hitler's young niece Geli Raubal. Still, he remained in the SS as a constant reminder to Himmler that a man whose blood was contaminated had founded the organization he was so proud of. The Americans deemed him a Class II Nazi offender, and Maurice only spent 4 years in prison. After that, he became a humble watchmaker and died in 1972, having once believed he and his colleagues could rule over Europe as the master race. He died aware of an unmistakable irony. At the heart of the world he and his fellow Nazis tried to create, a society obsessed with racial purity, built upon an ideology so incredibly stubborn it constantly contradicted itself, even Hitler and Himmler must at some level have understood that there was no such thing as pure blood, and that ancestry alone could never determine a person's character or worth. That premise was false from the beginning, yet millions of people, Jews, Slavs, Roma, Asians, and others, suffered and died because of it. British bombers fly overhead. The skeleton crew of Nazi soldiers scramble for cover. Bombs fall from the sky, landing inches away from the Germans, but they do not explode. After the coast is cleared, the Germans leave their shelter to investigate. Lying on the ground next to their decoy planes is a wooden bomb. Written on the side are the words "wood for wood." During World War II, it was common to build decoy tanks, airplanes, and bridges to fool the opposing side into thinking there were forces located where they really weren't. This was done so the opposition would waste time and resources trying to destroy the decoys. There was one fake Nazi base that's gone down in history. It was an elaborate airfield constructed of wood located just outside of Amsterdam. The airbase was discovered and targeted by the British Royal Air Force bombers, but their mission wasn't to destroy the fake airbase. Instead of actual bombs, the pilots dropped wooden replicas with snide remarks written on the sides. So, why did the RAF drop fake wooden bombs on a fake Nazi airbase? The reason is so crazy, it'll make you laugh. As war raged on in Europe, the Nazis built a number of decoy bases to try and trick Allied forces. Unfortunately, this tactic worked on more than one occasion, leading the Allies into ambushes or wasting their resources on targets that had no strategic value. However, in this one particular situation, the British played the Nazis for fools. The Nazi soldiers and engineers meticulously built an entire airbase made of wood. This project took several weeks, and during the building phase, the Nazis did their best to hide the true nature of the decoy from the RAF reconnaissance planes. The plan was to trick Allied intelligence into thinking there was an important facility being built into the forests of Germany, when in reality there wasn't. Their mission succeeded in getting the attention of the RAF. Planes were sent over the area to verify that the Germans had indeed built a base there. From the sky, it looked like the airbase was fully stocked and operational. The Nazis had built hangars, oil tanks, and anti-aircraft guns, and planes all made of wood. Although many of the structures looked real from the sky, they were just empty shells meant to throw off the Allies. The Nazis believed their hard work had paid off when the RAF planes flew over more frequently. It was only a matter of time until the British Air Force wasted pilots, money, and resources on destroying their fake airbase. Surprisingly, almost immediately after completing the decoy, the RAF made their move. A bomber took a run on a decoy base. The Germans dove for cover, expecting their hard work to go up in a fiery explosion. But to their surprise, all they heard were dull thuds as objects landed in the muddy fake airfield without any sort of explosion. When the Nazi soldiers went to examine the payload that the RAF plane had released, they were shocked. The objects that had all been dropped from the bomber were fake wooden bombs. The British had known all along that the Nazis were building a decoy airbase. They had waited until the Germans had completed their ruse and then made them aware that it had fooled no one. The Nazis were now the ones who wasted their time and resources, as no Allied planes would drop actual bombs and no troops would be sent in to try and destroy their fake airbase. The British had embarrassed the Nazis with their wooden bombs. But why did the Royal Air Force partake in such escapades? Why didn't they just ignore the base altogether? And what anecdotal evidence actually exists about the wooden bombs? There are hundreds of testimonies from both sides of the war about the wooden bombing of the decoy airbase. Although it was embarrassing, even former Nazi soldiers recount the event with mild amusement. At the time, Werner Thiel was a Luftwaffe pilot who saw the dropping of the wooden bombs. In October of 1943, he was given orders to move decoy wooden aircraft around a fake airfield and turn light beacons on to make it look like the base was active. The Nazi commanders had received word that there was an incoming RAF bombing run. This is what Thiel and his comrades had been waiting for. They were about to trick the Allied forces. Thiel recounts having dozens of fake wooden planes that were sheathed in canvas and held together by ropes. As the RAF bomber flew overhead, Thiel took cover. When he was given the all clear, he was shocked to find 6 to 10 bombs on the floor made of quality solid wood with "wood for wood" written on them. The Nazis were astonished. Not in a million years did they think the Allies were onto their plan. They were sorely mistaken. In fact, Lieutenant Commander Thiel even said later in an interview that he and his Nazi brothers thought it was meant as a joke, something like, "Look how stupid you are. You built a dummy airfield. We saw it, and it's not worth dropping a real bomb." Basically, the British just wanted to embarrass the Nazis by letting them know they were onto them all along. These fake bombs were most likely the result of young pilots trying to make their Nazi adversaries feel silly. It's important to remember that at the time, many of the pilots and soldiers fighting in World War II were in their early 20s or late teens. But even if it wasn't just a way to embarrass the Nazis, using wooden bombs allowed the British pilots to inform their adversaries that they'd been bested. You may be wondering where these fake bombs came from, and were British pilots wasting time making them? The answer is the wooden bombs were just kind of laying around. They were created to be used in training missions and were identical in shape to the real bombs dropped on Axis forces. However, since they were carved out of wood, they cost significantly less than the real thing. Since the war in Europe had been raging on, there wasn't a ton of time to train new recruits, so the bombs sat idly by. The RAF pilots who spotted their fake airbase might have thought the training bombs could be put to good use by embarrassing the Nazis. British intelligence also might have been in on the joke, as it was reported by an American journalist that the communications from British intelligence in Holland had identified a fake airbase that contained over 100 dummy planes made of wood. British intelligence would have informed the RAF of what had been discovered and may have hinted at letting the Nazis know they hadn't been fooled. Whether the wooden bombs were the idea of some young British pilots who wanted to embarrass the Nazis, or British intelligence wanting to show they couldn't be bested, one thing is for sure: the British felt that a wooden airbase deserved wooden bombs. To be fair, there are no official reports of the wooden bombs being used on the decoy airbase, but this isn't surprising. If it were just a joke being played on the Nazis, the British pilots were still taking a huge risk flying into enemy airspace. They also would be using a bomber and vital fuel that might have been put to better use by bombing a real target. Therefore, the bombing run on the decoy base was probably not sanctioned by the high command of the Allied forces. But this wasn't the only example of decoys being built to fool the enemy in World War II. There are numerous accounts across Europe and even in the Pacific of fake bases, vehicles, and armies being constructed to fool the opposition. There are accounts of fake airmen being dropped into enemy territory to trick them into moving units away from areas that Allied forces were actually trying to get to. This tactic was most famously used during the D-Day landing, when para-dummies were dropped to trick the Germans into moving troops away from the actual incursion zone. This helped Allied forces to capture key points on the French coast, while the Nazis were scratching their heads as to why the fake paratroopers were not firing back. One of the most common forms of decoys in World War II were inflatables. Both the Axis and Allied powers would use inflatable tanks, artillery guns, and even bridges to fool the enemy. A favorite inflatable decoy during the Second World War were rubber tanks. These balloon vehicles were the size of actual tanks, except they were made of rubber, air, and some scaffolding. There was even a division of the military that specialized in creating such decoys. The inflatable tanks were easy to assemble and take down. Once they were deflated, the materials could fit into a duffel bag and be transported to the next location as needed. Once the soldiers were ready to deploy the decoys, the inflatable tanks were taken out of their bags, pumped full of air from a generator, and were good to go. This whole process could be completed in 20 minutes, which meant that in that amount of time, an army could double its size, or at least that's how it would appear to the enemy. Inflatables were so successful that in 1940, Allied forces used 100 100 fake airfields and around 400 decoy aircraft to trick the Nazis into bombing fake targets. In a bombing run on August 4th, the Luftwaffe sent 3 waves of bombers to destroy the fake air bases. This kept an actual military factory from being targeted, and the real structure was almost completely unharmed during the bombing run. In the Pacific Theater during World War II, the Japanese were masters of creating decoys. They would use straw to create fake planes that tricked Allied attackers into spending their ammunition on decoy targets. The Japanese forces would also use inflatable tanks and artillery guns to throw off the Allies. When there was no other resources available, the Japanese would even make decoy vehicles out of volcanic ash that was sticking out of the ground. The rock was soft and easy to sculpt using nothing but a knife. It wasn't until modern-day surveillance and reconnaissance technology that decoys became all but obsolete. Now, with high-resolution images that can be taken with satellites and drones, inflatable tanks and wooden airfields are a thing of the past. It's just days before Operation Overlord, better known in the history books as D-Day. Over 1 million men from 5 different nations will simultaneously launch several landings across the French coast, a military operation the likes of which has never been attempted before. Waiting across the English Channel are several 100,000 German defenders, sitting in heavily fortified bunkers, overseeing beaches littered with mines, barbed wire, and concrete tank traps. Hitler and his generals know that an invasion is coming. Up until now, the war has been largely Britain fighting for her life, with the Soviets in the Far East being easily defeated. The Americans have conducted several operations in northern Africa with very mixed success, but now the bulk of their forces are finally in Britain, eager to join the fight. Any day now, the true battle of Europe will begin, and the Germans hold all the advantages. Suddenly, German radio operators begin picking up radio chatter from American and British units. The operators are quick to identify several of the Allied units broadcasting, including several American and British infantry divisions, armored divisions, and even General Patton's headquarters itself. The alarm is immediately raised. Something big is going down, and soon. The Luftwaffe is ordered to put recon planes up into the air, and as they make the short trip across the channel, they take photos of column after column of tanks, trucks, and artillery, all lined up and ready to board landing craft. German Army headquarters is immediately alerted to the pending invasion, and General Rommel himself orders reinforcements to rush to Calais, directly across from the preparing invaders. He even commits the bulk of his armor reserve to the area. The Allies must not be allowed to gain so much as a toehold on Europe. They must be met directly on the beach and thrown back into the ocean. Another reconnaissance flight over the massing forces is ordered, and the pilot confirms the locations of the Allied forces, reporting thousands of armored vehicles and trucks waiting to be loaded. As the plane turns around from overflying the massed troops, a stiff wind suddenly picks up, and one of the tanks starts to float away. Hurrying, a soldier ducks out from under a tent and rushes to the tank, tying it down with a rope and securing it from the stiff breeze. Luckily, the German plane seems to have taken no notice of the peculiar incident. As Germany prepares to defeat the largest invasion in military history, there's just one problem. The American and British tanks and other vehicles are all made of rubber, barely more than inflatable balloons. The giant invasion army is fake, a ploy engineered by the British and carried out with the help of the US's 23rd Headquarters Special Troops. And the real invasion force is massing right now for a landing dozens of miles away in Normandy, known as the Ghost Army. The 23rd Headquarters Special Troops was a military outfit like no other. Its members were men specifically recruited from the world of advertisement, visual arts of all sorts, carpenters, and talented actors. Their job was simple: fool the Germans by pretending to be something they were not. And the 1,100-strong unit was tasked with staging elaborate displays that would make the Germans believe they were facing a much larger threat than they really were, making use of inflatable tanks, rubber airplanes, and plywood artillery. Officially known as tactical deception, this elite troop of soldiers would be critical in confusing and confounding the German military throughout the course of the war. The Ghost Army ultimately staged 20 battlefield deceptions between 1944 and 1945. Their performances, or illusions, as the members insisted on calling their cunning tricks, would often take place within just a few hundred yards of enemy lines, putting them in just as much risk as any regular soldier. Yet, unlike regular soldiers, if the enemy didn't fall for the trick, they might be left with nothing more than rubber tanks to fight with. In order to fool the Germans, the Ghost Army created something called atmosphere, a term familiar to any theater or film artist. In essence, atmosphere simply means creating a believable tone or impression for the audience, and in this case, The audience was German military units and undercover spies. To do this, the members of the Ghost Army would wear uniforms from different military units and make sure they were seen marching by enemy scouts. The scouts would then return back to their headquarters and report that members of a specific unit were operating in the local area, while the real unit, along with all its firepower, was in actuality somewhere else entirely. This would lead the Germans to deploy their forces to defend from imaginary threats, fearing for instance an attack by an American armored division, when in reality that same division was preparing to attack somewhere else far away. To help sell the illusion though, the soldiers of the Ghost Army would drive trucks or tanks, sometimes as few as just 2, in constant looping convoys, creating the illusion of a much larger unit being transported to the front lines. The clever actors would also learn to impersonate radio operators from different units, mimicking not just their voice, but also the way that they sent Morse code messages, down to every minute idiosyncrasy of the specific operator. All these tiny details would add up to a very convincing deception, leaving the Germans utterly confused as to the real state of affairs across the combat front. Ghost Army soldiers would also put their acting talents to use in person, often spending time at French cafes near the war front, where they knew they would be overheard by German spies. The soldiers would wear uniforms of different infantry or armored divisions, again sowing confusion as to the true location of the real units, and they would talk loudly and openly about upcoming tactical operations. Commensurate actors, the Ghosters would learn their roles well, playing everything from overexcited new recruits eager to see their first combat and accidentally spilling operational secrets, to even high-ranking generals bragging about upcoming operations to pretty waitresses, while knowing that a German spy would certainly be within earshot. Sometimes, though, it was just enough to be seen and not heard, and soldiers would often parade around pretending to be very high-ranking Allied officers, making German spies believe that major operations must be about to take place in areas where no such operations were being planned. If you've ever acted in a school play and thought it was nerve-wracking, imagine trying to play the part of a very high-ranking officer in World War II, knowing that your performance could save or doom thousands of lives. Ghost Army soldiers used every range of their artistic talent in the fight to liberate Europe, and this included audio engineers. Today, you might hole yourself up in a room with some music software and cook up some sick beats to get a few likes on Facebook. But for the soldiers of the Ghost Army, creating convincing mixtapes made up of the sounds of different vehicles and tanks could mean the difference between life and death. These soldiers worked in conjunction with Bell Labs back in Fort Knox and recorded dozens of different types of military vehicles, everything from tanks to trucks and even jeeps. The recordings were written directly into wire recorders, bleeding-edge technology at the time, and then transported to the battlefields of Europe. A modern DJ may have to mix different tracks together to entertain an audience, but in World War II, the Ghost Army's own DJs would be tasked with mixing all the different recordings of armored vehicles to create a realistic soundscape of an advancing army. If the recordings or the mixing just wasn't right, the entire ploy could collapse, and Ghost Army soldiers had to do this with primitive equipment mounted on the back of a half-track loaded with giant speakers. No doubt a difficult task. The tactic was nevertheless effective in fooling the Germans several times, and the recordings could be heard as far away as 15 miles, giving the impression of a very large force moving through the thick woods of Europe's forests. Another brainchild of the Ghost Army was spoof radio, and it used actors impersonating radio operators from other units. They would do everything from report fake troop movements to even calling in fake radio reports from imaginary combat zones, complete with a soundscape of battlefield noises to make the performance believable. Thus, German units might be fooled into thinking that American forces were retreating by picking up the broadcast of a panicked soldier calling for a retreat, when in actuality the forces were digging in to lure the Germans into a trap, or weren't even in the area at all. The fake battlefield broadcasts also confused the Germans, making them believe that their own units, which were not engaged in battle, had been engaged. Confused German commanders would be forced to contact individual units to try and clear the fog of war, leaving opportunities for Allied troops to act before the Germans could properly react. Spoof radio was so successful that it even fooled Axis Sally, otherwise known as Mildred Gillars, an American woman turned Nazi propagandist. She would go on to report that an entire Allied division was preparing for battle at a place with no troops at all. Ghost Army soldiers would often protect other soldiers in a much more active way though. During D-Day and several other major operations, Ghost Army artists created realistic-looking decoys that became tempting bombing and artillery targets for the Germans. This would include artillery emplacements, fake landing barges, and groups of parked vehicles. The elaborate displays would sometimes even be lit up with lights, as if someone was being accidentally careless, making them that much more tempting for the Germans to strike at. Attacks on these fake military positions saved countless Allied lives. Sometimes, though, ghost soldiers would simply mirror pre-existing positions, such as artillery sites, diverting fire from the real emplacement and once more saving lives. As the fight for Europe moved to the east, so too did the Ghost Army. In September, after the D-Day landings, the Ghost Army impersonated the entirety of the 6th Armored Division, effectively plugging a gap in General Patton's assault on the French city of Metz. German forces looked for a vulnerability to exploit, and instead were faced with a continuous line of American forces, leaving them no room to outmaneuver the American advance. Had the Germans not fallen for the ruse, they would certainly have broken through the American lines and flanked the real attack by General Patton, potentially dooming the entire assault. Imagine being the German general who would learn later after the war that rubber tanks were what defeated him in one of the pivotal battles for Europe. Yet, as impressive as the Ghost Army's deceptions were up to this point, one of their greatest illusions would take place toward the end of the war. In March 1945, Allied forces were preparing to cross the Rhine River, and at last into the heart of Germany itself. Victory was within sight, if they could just get across the very heavily fortified Rhine. Any attempt to cross would be bloody, with casualties projected in the tens of thousands, and yet the attack was necessary to finally bring an end to World War II. The Ghost Army would play their part in the attack, and were tasked with the incredible job of simulating 2 entire infantry divisions, or about 20,000 men and all their equipment, with just 1,100 soldiers. The Ghost Army would set upon the impossible task with gusto, calling on every ounce of artistic creativity to fool the Germans into believing the main assault across the Rhine would come far away from the actual attack. To do this, they ran a mounting concert of radio broadcasts, simulating troop movements and orders between different brigade and division commanders, a performance that convinced the Germans real units were moving into the area. Across the river, the Ghost Army blasted its carefully mixed soundtrack of troops, vehicles, and heavy equipment, making sentries posted along the Rhine believe that just across the river from them, the illusionary divisions were preparing for an attack. The deceit worked perfectly, and incredibly, when the real American units made their crossing of the Rhine, they encountered little, if any, resistance, laying bare Germany's heart. The Ghost Army is credited with saving tens of thousands of lives and helping ensure victory in World War II. Its soldiers were certainly cut from a different cloth, being professional and amateur actors, painters, and artists of all sorts, and bringing their incredible talents to their nation's aid in one of the darkest times in modern history. Their contribution to victory, however, is likely best immortalized in the results of the D-Day invasions, when even as the main assault force was making landfall in Normandy, the Germans refused to send reinforcements, believing the real attack to be a diversion for the fake attack by rubber tanks waiting for them across the Channel. In 1942, the Allies had a serious problem. Germany was believed to be moving full steam ahead on its program to create a nuclear weapon, and the Russian front was increasingly looking like a lost cause. Something had to be done, and fast, or the war might soon be lost. That something would be the creation of the US's first Special Forces force. Norway was of great strategic importance to Germany as it gave them access to iron and other minerals needed for the war effort, but also to heavy water facilities, which were used in their nuclear weapons program. Further, their control of Norway prevented the Allies from having an easy year-round route to Russia, which the United States was steadily feeding as many military supplies and food as it could fit into cargo ships. Without this aid, Russia would collapse under the Nazi onslaught. If the Allies could take Norway, it would open up a direct route to Russia and severely hamper the Nazi war effort. But Norway was easily fortified, and a major assault would be disastrous. Instead, an English intellectual proposed a bold idea: land a small but highly trained and well-equipped force onto the mountain glaciers of Norway, from which they could conduct raids on vital German targets and then retreat back to the safety of their mountain bases. The British High Command thought highly of the idea, but ultimately realized it didn't have the manpower or logistics to pull off such a daring feat. So instead, they kicked the idea over to the Americans. For the Americans, forcing the Nazis out of Norway could spell the end of the European War, something they wanted very much as it would free up the Allies to fight in the Pacific. Plans to land an elite commando force behind enemy lines, which would live off the mountains, were quickly adopted, and the first Special Service Force was born. Recruitment for the FSSF was undertaken via posters at various military bases. The advertisements asked for daring individuals in good physical shape who had experience as mountaineers, skiers, hunters, game wardens, lumberjacks, and the sort. The US wouldn't undertake the effort alone, though, and the unit would end up being made up of half Americans and half Canadians. The FSSF would consist of 3 regiments and 1 services battalion, with half the officers and 1/3 of the enlisted men being Canadian. While remaining members of the Canadian military, all expenses were paid for by the US Army, and the men would wear American uniforms. An American officer was placed in charge of the unit, but a Canadian officer was made second in command. The FSSF training was brutal, even by modern standards. Within 48 hours of arrival at Helena, Montana, chosen for its difficult terrain and cold weather, FSSF recruits would earn their parachutist wings. The men spent nearly a full year in training, with August through October dedicated to parachuting, weapons and demolitions usage, small unit tactics, and physical training. October to November was spent on unit tactics and problem solving. November to July consisted of skiing, rock climbing, adaptation to cold climates, and the operation of this specially constructed all-terrain vehicle, the M29 Weasel. Training consisted of not just American and Canadian equipment and tactics, but also the use of German equipment until the men were as proficient with German weapons as they were with their own. They were trained in hand-to-hand combat and bayonet fighting techniques, even sparring against each other with unsheathed bayonets, leading to many injuries. Once the snows fell, Norwegian ski instructors took over, and within 2 weeks, the Americans and Canadians had mastered the basics. The training would continue until their Norwegian instructors were confident the men were up to Norwegian Army standards. It was an irregular unit, which would soon be fighting in highly irregular ways. The FSSF's first combat deployment would be to the Aleutian Islands in 1943. Their wintertime and mountain training made them perfect for the Alaskan environment, but upon reaching their destination, it was discovered the Japanese had already evacuated the island. The FSSF was then redeployed to Europe, where the possibility of an insertion into Norway had come and gone. Instead, the men would ship off to Italy and join in the stab at Hitler's soft underbelly. Here, they would have their baptism by fire, trying to take an objective many Allied troops had lost their lives trying to take. Immediately upon arrival, the FSSF had their mountaineering skills put to the test. The Allied push into Italy was being severely hampered by 2 strong German defense positions, one at Monte la Defensa and another at Monte la Remetanea. Previous assaults on these strongholds had yielded nothing but terrible losses for the Allies. The FSSF would have to prove they could succeed where everyone else had failed. If they didn't, the Allied push to Rome would falter. La Defensa would be the first target to be attacked. On the 2nd of December, the 2nd Regiment was tucked into within 6 miles of the base of the mountain, after which the men disembarked and moved on foot through the forest. Ahead of them lay a 6-hour march, uphill, through difficult terrain, with a hornet's nest full of Nazis waiting for them. A force of 600 men had reached the base of the mountain and took a rest. Then, under the cover of dusk, began their ascent of La Defensa. The assault was covered by a brutal Allied bombardment, with one soldier remarking that it looked as if they were marching into hell, as if the entire mountain was on fire. The men managed to sneak all the way to the base of the final cliff they'd have to climb without the Germans ever realizing they were there. Such was the intensity of the incoming artillery. But Mother Nature helped too, lashing out at all the combatants with freezing rain, which helped cover the approaching soldiers as they climbed a 1,000-foot cliff. But it also exhausted the men and threatened to blow them off their perilous holds into a very ugly death on the rocks below. Incredibly, the men climbed to the top of the cliff and then moved into position in a shallow depression just across from the enemy's lines. They were supposed to hold their fire until dawn, when the assault would begin, but the loose gravel giving way under the feet of the soldiers gave their positions away to the Germans. Flares shot into the air, revealing to the utter shock of the defending Germans the 600 Americans and Canadians that had scaled a cliff to reach them. The FSSF put up a fierce battle, and despite Allied commanders expecting that the fighting would last for up to a week, the Germans retreated to their second defensive position in only 2 hours. Such was the ferocity of the Devil's Brigade attack. Through terrain so treacherous, no regular infantry unit could have managed the feat. The follow-on attack at Monte la Remetanea had to be briefly halted due to the death of the 1st Battalion Co-Lieutenant Colonel T.C. McWilliam. Instead, Instead, the men were ordered to wait for resupply and dug in, expecting a German counterattack at any time. The Germans, however, would be unable to mount a counterattack due to the fierce pounding they received from Allied artillery. The flooding of 2 nearby rivers also prevented them from regrouping during their retreat, leaving the Nazis off balance and allowing British forces to break through German lines at Monte Cassino. With the British breakthrough, the FSSF continued to attack on La Remetanea, taking 3 days to seize their objective. The next month, the FSSF would continue showcasing its mountain fighting expertise by taking several more Nazi positions. They'd be pulled out of the mountains to join a new Allied beachhead at Anzio, which sought to flank the German line, but they paid dearly for their time in the Italian mountains, with a whopping 77% casualty rate. 91 men lay dead, 9 were missing, 313 were wounded, and 116 had to be hospitalized for exhaustion. After a brief recovery and replenishment period, the FSSF replaced the 1st and 3rd Ranger battalions at Anzio, which had suffered heavy casualties as well. Their job was to hold the line while also launching raids into enemy territory in order to keep the Germans off balance. This is where the FSSF would earn their nickname of the Black Devils, for their propensity to launch daring night raids with completely blacked out faces. The night raids undertaken by the FSSF were so aggressive, in fact, the Germans were forced to retreat a full half-mile from their original positions in order to avoid their patrols. But the very presence of the FSSF in the area led the Germans to reinforce their positions with more men than were necessary, tying down German forces desperately needed to counter Allied attacks elsewhere. The Black Devils had earned a reputation amongst the Germans, who believed they were facing a full-on division rather than 3 under-strength regiment. One note found on a German prisoner warned that they would be fighting an entire Canadian-American force. They're treacherous, unmerciful, and clever. You cannot afford to relax. The first soldier or groups of soldiers capturing one of these men will be given a 10-day furlough. With their raids penetrating deep behind enemy lines, the Germans grew increasingly more fearful of these Canadian and American Night Devils. To further wreak havoc on German morale, the FSSF began to leave a unique calling card on the corpses of Germans killed and equipment destroyed in the middle of the night, a sticker with the unit's patch which read in German, "The worst is yet to come." That summer, the FSSF would have the honor of being one of the first Allied units to enter an enemy capital as they rushed into Rome under the cover of night in order to ensure that the retreating Germans didn't blow up key bridges. With Italy falling to the Allies, the FSSF would be shipped to the sunny southern coast of France, but they weren't there for a vacation. With the successful Allied landings at Normandy, the FSSF would help envelop German forces in France in a pincer movement. But first, the Axis had to be kicked out of the Mediterranean for good. This would require the taking of several key islands along the southern French coast, eliminating German airfields and naval facilities. Here, the FSSF would prove they could not just fight in mountains or invade from the sea, but bring victory from the sky as well, as they were airdropped into the island of Pokru. The Nazis had fortified the strategically important island with 5 forts, but their naval support was quickly eliminated by a single American destroyer as it surprised 2 German ships defending the island. After sinking both, the USS Somers turned its attention to providing fire support for the airborne assault on the island's forts. In just one single day of fighting, the FSSF captured 3 of the 5 forts, with the other 2 surrendering without resistance. They suffered only 9 dead for their efforts. Soon, the FSSF was joining in the invasion of southern Italy, where it fought several tough-won skirmishes against the German occupiers. As the war swung against Germany, the FSSF was moved for a well-earned rest along the French and German border to act as a blocking force and deterrent against a German breakout as the Allies pushed into Germany itself. On the 5th of December 1944, the FSSF was officially disbanded. There were no more need for its specific expertise, and both the Canadian and American military would be better served by having the men move to other units within their respective militaries. On the day of disbandment, the American troops honored their Canadian brethren with a pass in review. Eyes right, officers salute. The FSSF would be direct descendants of the U.S. Army Special Forces and laid the groundwork for training, doctrine, and tactics employed by American Special Forces to this day. Every 5th of December, American and Canadian Special Forces still celebrate December 5th, along with surviving members of the FSSF. World War II is known for some of the worst atrocities committed against humanity. Many can agree that this was a dark time in our history, fueled by a ruthless ideology and a desire to promote the well-being of what was considered the superior or master Aryan race. The Aryan race included those with pure German blood, who possessed white skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes, modeled after Scandinavian people. Given the lengths the Nazis were willing to take to create a new Germany, it may seem unsurprising that they would have a program specialized for breeding human beings in accordance with their philosophy on eugenics. During the 12 years of the Third Reich, between 1933 and 1945, it's estimated that around 20,000 babies were bred by the Nazis in Germany as well as in Norway. A state-sponsored top-secret program known as Lebensborn was initiated by Heinrich Himmler. The word Lebensborn means fountain of life. It focused on increasing the birth rate of blonde, blue-eyed Aryan children through interbreeding. To do this, racially pure women were hand-selected to sleep with SS officers in the hope that they would become pregnant. So how did Lebensborn determine which women were fit for breeding? It was a very carefully orchestrated process. First, a woman was given a series of medical examinations and had to undergo a thorough investigation into her lineage. Obviously, it was imperative that she possess no Jewish blood in her veins. She also had to make a statutory declaration that there was no trace of hereditary disease or imbecility in her family. Additionally, she had to sign a document that renounced all her claims to any children that she produced in the Lebensborn program. This is because these children would be considered the property of the state. She had to show a certificate of Aryan ancestry dating as far back as her great-grandparents. Only after given the all-clear was the woman then allowed to select a breeding partner from a chosen group of SS officers. She was encouraged to pick someone with similar hair and eye color to her own. She and her choice would then get busy. You might now be wondering who would volunteer to participate in this program. Mostly, people who strongly believed in the importance of Nazi ideals. Hildegard Trutz was one such woman. She was a loyal supporter of the Nazis since Hitler came to power. She was a member of the Bund Deutscher Mädel, otherwise known as BDM, which was basically the female equivalent of the Hitler Youth. Trutz joined the BDM in 1933 and loved it. She was quoted by HistoryExtra.com as saying, "I was mad about Hitler and our new, better Germany." When she finished her schooling in 1936, she was only 18 and not sure what she wanted to do with her life. That's when a BDM leader approached her with a suggestion. He said, "If you don't know what to do, why not give the Führer a child?" What Germany needs more than anything is racially valuable stock. Because it was top secret, Trutz didn't know about the Lebensborn program, but she was intrigued by it, later admitting that it sounded wonderful to her. Despite knowing her parents would probably disapprove of the idea due to the stigma associated with pregnancy while not being married, Trutz signed up for the program right away. She lied to her folks while explaining that she was taking a residential course in National Socialism for a while. She probably felt flattered by the whole thing. After all, during her time with the BDM, she was singled out as a figurehead for her local organization, mainly due to her ideal Germanic appearance. She said, "I was pointed out as the perfect example of the Nordic woman. For besides my long legs and my long trunk and blonde hair and blue eyes, I had the broad hips and pelvis built for childbearing." Thus, she was willing to dedicate her life to the cause by producing children for her beloved Führer, the big man himself, Adolf Hitler. Trutz explained her experience with Lebensborn as being luxurious. She stayed in a castle in Bavaria located near the Tegernsee. There were rooms for recreation, sports, and games, as well as a library, music room, and cinema. According to Trutz, the food was also the best she'd ever tasted. She was one among 40 other girls there at the time, and they all lived under false names. The women didn't have to work, and their needs were catered to by servants. It was a relaxing lifestyle, like a high-quality vacation. Trutz and the other girls were introduced to the SS men who were to be their breeding partners. There was a getting-to-know-you session, and the group played games, watched movies, and enjoyed social gatherings in the castle together. The women were given a week to choose which man they wanted to get down and busy with. The names of the men were not given to them, though, because the Lebensborn program was built on anonymity. Once the choice was made, the women had to wait until the 10th day of their menstrual cycles, from the first day of their last period. This was roughly around the time that they would be ovulating and thus most fertile. The chosen SS officers would sleep with their women for 3 evenings within their fertile window. On other evenings, he'd sleep with more women who had chosen him as their breeding partner. In essence, the men were like studs, prized racehorses to be used for this specific purpose. Trutz was very excited about the sexual activity and the fact that she was doing this for the cause that she so heavily believed in. She said she had no shame or inhibitions of any kind. She was impressed with her breeding partner's good looks, though she had to admit she thought he was not really the brightest bulb. She even went as far as to say she thought he was kinda stupid. When Trutz fell pregnant, she was relocated into confinement in a maternity home for the next 9 months. When it came time to deliver her baby, she didn't use any aids for the pain. Pain alleviation for childbirth was frowned upon, as it was something used in the, quote, degenerate Western democracies, unquote. Trutz was only able to be with her baby son for 2 weeks while she weaned him. Then he was taken from her and she would never see him again. Trutz never discovered what happened to her son, and his fate is shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, in the years that followed, Trutz was tempted to breed more children with the program, but she fell in love with an SS officer and got married. When she told her husband about her involvement with the Lebensborn program, he did not react the way she had hoped. He was not pleased with it, but at the same time, he couldn't exactly criticize her for it because she had been doing her duty to the Führer. Children produced from the Lebensborn program were to be brought up in special institutions where they would be indoctrinated in Nazi ideology. They were meant to lead a glorious future in the new Germany, but Hitler and the Nazis didn't anticipate losing the war. After World War II ended, the children were heavily ostracized due to the negative stigmatization associated with their connection to the Nazis. For the ones living in Norway, being associated with Germany became a crime. For the most part, the children were alone, unprotected, and hated by the state. With literally nowhere to go, many were institutionalized. In these institutions, they were often treated very badly, scorned, and abused. This is sad when you consider that these were just children who didn't choose their fate. Nevertheless, many would spend their lives trying to distance themselves from their past association with the Lebensborn and the Nazi Party. It was a legacy that caused many of them to feel ashamed. Some of the lucky children who'd been adopted into families were never told of where they come from, so they had no idea. A lot of Germans to this day still don't know if they were Lebensborn children, while others who do know could not obtain records that find their birth parents. Many of the records were destroyed since a lot of the fathers did not want to be found and revealed as SS men after the war. Still, even for those few who had fathers who did not try to hide their identities, the names of many parents had been stricken from record. Only a few were actually able to trace their birth parents' identities. One must wonder whether the breeding program was even worth the trouble. It's interesting that so much emphasis was directed toward creating more blonde-haired, blue-eyed children, especially when you consider that there's no scientific evidence indicating that blonde hair and blue eyes is somehow more racially valuable or has any advantage over other races. Still, you might be wondering why Lebensborn was such a tightly guarded secret during the time of the war. For the most part, the secrecy was due to the negative connotation with producing illegitimate children at the time, though Hitler had actually planned on being open about the program once the war had been won. He was, of course, overly optimistic about the outcome. So, what would have happened if the Lebensborn experiment was left to continue? Well, the use of artificial selection techniques would have certainly succeeded in terms of leading to the production of many similar-looking people. But more than likely, they probably wouldn't have been superior to anyone else. The Aryan race is nothing more than a construct, and there is no defining characteristic that separates blonde-haired, blue-eyed people genetically from others. In fact, all humans, regardless of race, are very close to being genetically identical. It all seemed kind of hypocritical when you also consider that Hitler did not embody any of the criteria of the ideal race. He was short, with dark hair and brown eyes. He definitely did not fit the description of the race that he promoted. On the topic of contradictions, many SS officers also felt that the Lebensborn program did not conform to the Nazi principles of protecting good old-fashioned family values. They didn't agree with producing children for the state. Thus, many of them refused to participate, though they were encouraged to have at least 4 children each and could be fined if they didn't. The average SS household possessed 1 child. Aside from the breeding program, many women who were part of the Lebensborn program also joined because they were already pregnant. As well as producing children, the program was intended to discourage the abortions of Germanic Nordic babies by providing a safe, comfortable environment for single mothers to have their pregnancies and give birth in a private setting while being sheltered from outside judgment and criticism by others. The mothers were also given prenatal care and had the option of releasing their children into Nazi custody if they were unable to keep them. In order to be accepted for care within the Lebensborn program, not only did you have to resemble the ideal German race, but you also had to be carrying the child of someone who fit the physical requirements. Women had to give names of the fathers and be approved upon admission. Did you or your parents grow up with a Nazi war criminal living on your street? A dithering old man who was once a ruthless mass murderer in Germany or Poland? After all, some of you out there lived among those war criminals, more of you than you might think. You'll agree with us in about 25 minutes. At the end of April 1945, the smell of Adolf Hitler's smoldering flesh filled the nostrils of the few people who witnessed his ad hoc cremation in the Reich Chancellery Garden. Berlin was in flames. The Red Army was marching in, leaving piles of dead German soldiers and civilians in its wake. The grand prize. Many of the highest-ranking Nazis, the chief executioners, sadistic scientists, and the demented doctors were scurrying from Germany like rats from a house fire, some of them with assistance from the very people they'd been fighting against for 6 years. On April 30th, Hitler said his goodbyes to the 20 or so people in the Führer bunker in Berlin. He had already informed a select group of men of the plan. Burn me until there's nothing left of me. Don't let those Soviets take my body as a trophy. Turn me into ashes, Hitler demanded. Don't leave anything. Still, when Hitler gave that order, he knew there was still a possibility of escape. His private pilot, Hans Bauer, whom Hitler had a very close bond with, had pleaded for his boss to get the hell out of the bunker and fly to freedom. Bauer had been saying this for weeks. Even when the Red Army shells made Hitler jump every so often, Bauer was still sure he could fly his Führer to safety. In the weeks and days leading up to the end, Bauer's Führer squadron had been ready to leave Germany from at least 6 airfields in and around Berlin. There were many options as to where to go. The Baltic coast, maybe, or further afield, Greenland, Manchuria, Argentina, Japan. Arab sheiks would even help hide Hitler. Hitler wasn't impressed, so Bauer told him again right at the end he had a Fieseler Phi 156 Starch-Light plane waiting. He could take off from the Tiergarten near Brandenburg Gate and head straight to Bavaria and from there to safety on the other side of the world. Hitler again refused. He was not going to spend his life on the run, not like the others. He thanked Bauer for his concern and his duty to the fatherland and handed him one of his prized possessions, a portrait of the Prussian King Frederick the Great. And so on that day, sometime in the late afternoon, Bauer was there when Hitler's dead body was wrapped in a blood-stained rug and taken into the garden. Tears filled Bauer's eyes. Just days before, he'd watched his Führer feed nuts to squirrels in that garden. Hitler had been the best man at his wedding, and now he was being doused in gasoline, treated no better than the garbage. On May 1st, Hitler's propaganda chief, the ever-loyal Joseph Goebbels, also became a smoldering mass of flesh and bone in that garden. His wife, Magda, burned next to him. The Soviets would find at least some of their remains. Turned out that the cremation job was a shoddy one. The Soviets, under the ruthless leader Joseph "Man of Steel" Stalin, did not want dead bodies. This was no good. He wanted to capture those top Nazis. Like the USA, the Soviets wanted the scientists. They wanted the spies, the great swaths of German intelligence, the doctors who had medical data no other country had. There were many precious and valuable items among that Berlin rubble, but the real treasure were the Nazis themselves. Bauer did not get that far. The road he planned to use as an airstrip had been bombed and was covered in potholes. Hitler was right not to go. The street was crawling with soldiers from the Soviet Third Shock Army. They found Bauer and shot him in both legs. Not too far away, the Nazi Chancellery head, Martin Bormann, one of Hitler's closest who'd fled at the same time as Bauer, was killed by Soviet artillery. It would be years until Bormann's death was confirmed. For decades, there were rumors about his whereabouts in the South Americas, Denmark, and Australia. It was said he was a Soviet spy, that maybe he and Hitler had teamed up again. The CIA and the FBI never stopped looking for those two guys, which wasn't public knowledge. Of course, it wasn't until 1998 that Bormann, who was one of the main architects of the Holocaust, was conclusively identified using forensic DNA techniques. Every high-ranking Nazi became part of this treasure hunt. The last thing the Americans wanted was for the Soviets to get there first. After one of Bauer's legs was amputated by Soviet doctors in June 1945, he was interrogated time and again. Where is the gold? Where is all the stolen art? Where are your brothers in arms? Where are the scientists? No way would the Soviets kill this man who'd been there at the end of Hitler's life and surely knew where the other Nazis had fled. As newspapers the world over ran headlines about Hitler's death and the peace that was surely on the way, Stalin wasn't buying it. Not for a second did he believe Hitler was dead. The Germans didn't surrender immediately after Hitler perished, but the war was a hopeless cause. Germany at least hoped for some favorable conditions, but they were not going to come. Karl Donitz, the Grand Admiral of the German Navy, replaced Hitler as the head of state and was the one to make the final decision to give up. The Allies would accept nothing but complete unconditional surrender, and that happened on May 7th when Alfred Jodl, the chief staff of the German army, signed it into effect at the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force at Reims in northeastern France. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Millions of people had died. Soldiers had returned home with missing limbs. The Soviets, who'd suffered far worse than anyone else, were barely in the mood for the kind of celebration seen elsewhere. 27 million dead, economic chaos. It was terrible for the Soviets, although their propaganda machine played down just how bad the war had been. Stalin didn't even know how close the Americans were to executing the first nuclear bomb test under the Manhattan Project. His dream of world domination diminished the moment his aide whispered in his ear on July 16th that the Americans had completed the test. He was attending the Potsdam Conference at the time with the British and American leaders. It suddenly became much more important to find those Germans in hiding. The public didn't know it, but a new secret war featuring spies was taking place between the US, UK, and the Soviets. Take them alive, not dead, was what all three were saying. As you'll see, they did just that, but they didn't feel the need to tell anyone about it. It was capitalism versus communism, and it would be a long fight. Hitler was dead, even if Stalin didn't believe it. Goebbels was surely dead, but what about the other main players? What about Hermann Göring, the head of the Luftwaffe? Not long before the end came for Germany, he'd been sentenced to death by Hitler for the alleged crime of attempting to seize control of the state. Bormann had orders to execute him if Berlin fell, which of course was always going to happen. It was better for Göring to surrender to the Americans than give himself up to the Soviets, and that's what he did on May 6th when the 36th Infantry Division of the US Army got hold of him. Göring's lavish tastes for gold, jewels, and art came out in his trial, as did his starring role in the Holocaust. But after being handed the death penalty by hanging, not by firing squad as he'd asked, his life came to an abrupt end in his prison cell. If you'd had to list the top 5 Nazis, including Hitler of course, you might put Bormann in 4th, Goebbels in 3rd, Göring in 2nd, and the top man next to the boss was the head of the SS and Gestapo, the Holocaust's main man, Heinrich Himmler. Himmler had also become the object of Hitler's wrath after he'd attempted to engage in peace talks with the enemy. This infuriated Hitler, who'd always seen Himmler as possibly the most loyal of his inner circle after Goebbels. Hitler called Himmler's call for peace treachery, the worst case of disloyalty in his entire life, and ordered his capture and execution. On May 21st, long after Hitler had been turned to ash, Himmler was apprehended by the British while trying to escape. He was then sent to the 31st Civilian Interrogation Camp outside the city of Lüneburg. Despite the civilian clothes and the absence of his mustache, the British discovered they had someone important on their hands, and no sooner than Himmler admitted that, he was dead. A doctor had asked him to open wide, and the next second, following a slight crunching sound, he was on the floor. Hitler's inner circle was suddenly looking like a quiet place. The man later called the chief architect of the Holocaust, second to Himmler, Reinhard Heydrich, had already died in 1942 at the hands of Czech resistance fighters. This left another of Hitler's closest, the Reich Minister of Armaments and War Production, Albert Speer, who'd once had ideas he might become Hitler's successor. He was arrested by the British after Germany's surrender. It was heard during the Nuremberg trials that Speer had been a very important component of the Nazi war machine, a literal architect in the industry of mass murder. But it was never certain what he knew about the Nazis' extermination plans, so he only got a 20-year prison sentence. This also left the Nazi Minister of Foreign Affairs Joachim von Ribbentrop, who was arrested in May 1945. After the trials in Nuremberg, he too was sentenced to death. Next up for a death sentence was Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, chief of the Armed Forces High Command. Hitler's inner circle was now almost emptied. But in the who's who of Nazis, Erich Raeder's name also came up. He'd been the Grand Admiral of the Kriegsmarine before Dönitz took over the position. He might have kept his job as Hitler's main guy in the Navy had it not been for the embarrassment at the Battle of the Barents Sea, when Britain's Royal Navy delivered a beating to the Germans late at night in the Arctic off the coast of Norway. Raeder lost his job, but that didn't mean he was going to get off scot-free at the trials. Nonetheless, he and Dönitz later breathed a sigh of relief in the courtroom when instead of a death sentence, they were just handed prison sentences. Raeder wasn't expecting that since he'd been charged with all the biggies: war crimes, conspiracy to commit crimes against peace, crimes against humanity, planning, initiating crimes against the laws of war, and waging wars of aggression. They threw the book at Dönitz too, but some of the charges didn't stick, and he got away with a 10-year prison sentence. Both men were able to argue they weren't involved in the Holocaust quite convincingly. Those Nazis accused of being a major part of the final solution were not so fortunate to go on to serve prison sentences and in later life write books and then take up gardening. Hans Frank, the Governor General of occupied Poland, was found guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity, and no way was he going to get off with a prison term. The so-called Butcher of Poland exhibited no shame during the trial when he said, "I was happy when Adolf Hitler, in a most wonderful rise to power, unparalleled in the history of mankind, succeeded by the end of 1938. Frank was asked, "Did you ever participate in the annihilation of Jews?" He replied, "I say yes, and the reason why I say yes is because, having lived through the 5 months of this trial, and particularly after having heard the testimony of the witness Haas, my conscience does not allow me to throw the responsibility solely on these minor people." Like many Nazis at the trial, Frank didn't want to look like an evil beast, so he passed the hot potato upwards as if everything had been Hitler and Himmler's fault. Hitler must have been rolling in his grave at this point. 6 million Jews dead, Soviet prisoners, other POWs, Roma people, gay people, all dead, and no one wanted to take the blame. They looked like burping children denying they just stole a can of soda. The evidence was overwhelming. Another main man in the Holocaust was Ernst Kaltenbrunner, a rabid anti-Semite that used to hang on Hitler's every word when the so-called Jewish problem was brought up. In the opening statements, he was asked if he was aware he was being charged with being one of the people connected to Gestapo terror and the atrocities of the concentration camps. He said he was and accepted that the hatred of the world is directed against me. While his name might not always pop up in conversations when people nowadays talk about Nazis, he was what the people said he was, the monster of the Holocaust. Well, one of them anyway. Still, like the others, he passed the hot potato, stating in the middle of the trial, "I never saw a gas chamber, either in operation or at any other time. I did not know they existed." Like many at the trials, he tried to minimize his part in the mass murders, saying he just followed orders. He was one of 10 men, some of whom we've mentioned already, that was hanged on October 16, 1946, beginning at 1:11 a.m. Precisely at 1:52 a.m., it was Kaltenbrunner's turn. His last words were, "I've done my duty by the laws of my people, and I am sorry my people were led to this time by men who were not soldiers and that crimes were committed of which I had no knowledge." It seems he died throwing that hot potato. 43-year-old Sergeant John C. Woods from San Antonio in the U.S. was the executioner. Despite all this denial, he took great pride in his job. He told Time magazine, "I hanged those 10 Nazis, and I am proud of it. I wasn't nervous. A fellow can't afford to have nerves in this business." Some people who were there said some of the men's heads hit the trapdoor on the way down and that the rope wasn't long enough, so they were strangled to death rather than dying from their necks being broken from the fall. The U.S. Army denied this, but to be frank, not too many people expressed dismay at a possibly half-botched hanging. Rumors circulated that the Army had done this on purpose. These 10 men were perhaps the cream of the crop, but the massacre of millions doesn't happen without thousands of people being involved. The U.S. alone arrested around 100,000 Germans accused of war crimes. There was the Doctors' Trial in 1946, in which 23 men were accused of conducting or taking part in the terrifying Nazi medical experiments we'll discuss soon. 7 men were acquitted and 7 were sentenced to death. The others spent around 10 years in prison. Over 1,300 witnesses came forward to talk about the horrors inflicted in those camps. Over 30,000 documents were brought into evidence, and the proceedings generated around 132,000 pages of transcripts. One of the men featured in those transcripts a lot was Adolf Eichmann, another architect of the Holocaust. This man helped to bring millions of Jews into those camps where they would live in horrific conditions and almost always be exterminated. Eichmann was one of the men that designed the plans for the final solution. He often gave the orders to many of those who would later pass the blame on to anyone but themselves. One of them was Rudolf Höss. The testimony of Höss shocked everyone, and it suddenly made Eichmann one of the most wanted men on the planet. Höss served as the Auschwitz commandant and was one of the people responsible for introducing the pesticide Zyklon B as the weapon to kill millions of people in the gas chambers. He didn't deny it. He also said something that put Mr. Eichmann in deep water. Höss was asked, "Witness, did the state police, as an authority of the Reich, have anything to do with the destruction of the Jews in Auschwitz?" He replied, "Yes, insofar as I received all my orders as to the carrying out of that action from the Obersturmführer, senior assault unit leader, Eichmann." This name popped up time and time again, and to everyone's alarm, he wasn't one of the men about to testify in any trial. He'd done a runner, and as you'll see, he had some help. Höss came right out with it, explaining in a written statement that he later confirmed in court, "We executed about 400,000 Hungarian Jews alone in Auschwitz in the summer of 1944. He admitted to murdering 20,000 Russian POWs as well as torturing British POWs. He said at Auschwitz they executed 2.5 million people, while 500,000 more died from starvation." Some of the more important words ever written after World War II were in Höss's signed testimony. You need to hear this from the horse's mouth because it is so astonishing. "I used Zyklon B, which was a crystallized prussic acid that we dropped into the death chamber from a small opening. It took from 3 to 15 minutes to kill the people in the death chamber, depending on the climactic conditions. We knew when the people were dead because their screaming stopped. We usually waited about 1/2 hour before we opened the doors and removed the bodies. After the bodies were removed, our special commandos took off the rings and extracted the gold from the teeth of the corpses." Höss explained how mothers would hide their children in the camp, how he and his men tried to keep the extermination secret from the rest of the prisoners, but the foul and nauseating stench gave it away. In relation to the mass executions, he was asked again, "This entire action came to you directly from Himmler through Eichmann, who had been personally delegated?" He replied, "Yes. So the line of command went Hitler, Himmler, Eichmann. As you now know, Himmler was dead by this point, as was Hitler, so now Eichmann was the man that everyone wanted, that the Jewish people were screaming out for. But Eichmann was nowhere to be found. After the war, he was arrested with other SS officers by US troops and later sent to a work camp. He'd given the US authorities the name Otto Eckmann. By the time Haas was spilling the beans, Eichmann had escaped the camp and was hiding out in Germany under the name Otto Heininger. For those escaped Nazis to survive on the run, they needed a lot of friends. One of them was the Austrian bishop Alois Hundal, a man who years later would refuse to admit he'd done anything wrong, famously saying, "We do not believe in the eye for an eye of the Jew." It was Hundal who made it possible for Eichmann and many other war criminals to hide out in monasteries and Nazi safe houses until they had sufficient paperwork to get a passport and head to Argentina or another far-flung nation. These escape routes were called rat lines. Many of them led to countries in South America, but other chosen destinations were Mexico, Switzerland, and as you'll hear about in detail, the USA. There are various reasons why the Nazis chose South American countries. One is they could find other Germans there. Many of the countries were sympathetic to the Nazi cause. Cruel dictators would take them. There was also the fact that those countries didn't have extradition treaties. And once enough Nazis were in a certain country, they could form networks. A Nazi journalist interviewed Eichmann in 1956. These recordings were not made public until 2022. They tell you a lot about Eichmann, who quite nonchalantly admitted, "I don't care about the Jews deported to Auschwitz, whether they lived or died. It was the Führer's order. Jews who were fit to work would work, and those who weren't would be sent to the final solution." As he said those sobering words, Jewish Nazi hunters were sure Eichmann was somewhere in Argentina. Eichmann had actually settled in well, working various jobs and at one point becoming the department head at a Mercedes-Benz plant in Buenos Aires under the name Clement. Little did the Nazi hunters know that the CIA already knew that. The CIA even had its own Nazis in South America on its payroll. Many years later, the agency declassified 27,000 documents about former Nazis and their lives on the run. One of the documents reads that Eichmann is reported to have lived in Argentina under the alias Clemens. He was actually living under the name of Ricardo Clement. Why no one told the Nazi hunters is complicated. It's believed that the West Germans and the British also knew much that those Nazi hunters wanted to know. This was the Cold War, and perhaps those countries like the US had a reason for not sharing all their intelligence. You'll understand this more clearly soon. For now, we'll just say some men were supposed to stay hidden. In May 1960, a group of Israeli Mossad agents sent to capture Eichmann staked out his house in San Fernando, a suburb of Buenos Aires. They watched him travel to work and back by bus. They were sure they had the right man. At one point, one of the agents went up to Eichmann and talked to him in Spanish. Eichmann got scared and guessed what was happening. But before he could run, two other agents were wrestling him to the ground. One of the worst runaway monsters of World War II had been captured. This wasn't extradition in any sense of the law, it was kidnapping, but hey, what were they to do without any extradition treaties in place? The agents drugged Eichmann and smuggled him back to Israel on a plane, breaking God knows how many laws on the way. This was incredibly controversial at the time. For an architect of the Nazi genocide, Israel basically said something like, "Extraordinary circumstances require extraordinary measures." Eichmann was soon standing in a courtroom described by one of the 500 journalists as a thin, balding man of 55 who looked more like a bank clerk than a butcher. It was a naive thing to say. Evil doesn't snarl and have horns, it winks and wears a tie. Like the rest, Eichmann denied being the monster he'd been made out to be. He told the court he didn't kill anyone and that he was only dealing with train timetables and technical aspects of evacuation transports. Nope, that didn't impress anyone. He was executed in 1962. When those Mossad agents were in Argentina, they had to make a sacrifice. That's because they might have also been able to capture the man that was known as the Angel of Death, the Nazi doctor that experimented on prisoners in the worst possible way, Joseph Mengele. This is the man that would walk up to Jews after they entered the camp and picked out the specimens he wanted, often the children who would later call him uncle after he handed them candies. Little did they know they were going to be his human guinea pigs. This is how one of those kids later described being picked by Mengele. Dr. Mengele pulled me out of a queue as we were on the way from the sea logger camp to the gas chamber. I was the only one picked that day personally by Mengele and his assistant. They took me to his laboratory where I met other children. They were screaming from pain. I was injected with drugs and chemicals. On the behalf of the German pharmaceutical companies and the war effort in general, Mengele would purposefully infect people with diseases. He gave some gangrene after rubbing dirt and glass and wounds he'd made. He operated on people without anesthesia. Sometimes when he was done, he ordered them out the back of the lab where they were shot. It's not certain how many people were victims of these terrible experiments, but it was likely in the region of 27,000. It's been reported that over 4,300 of them died, and many more were rendered disabled or left with terrible scars. Lots of them later testified about the horrors they'd faced in the camp. His infinitely unethical work, of course, was useful to the Nazis. In a sane world, you can't experiment on humans, but in the world of war, the Nazi war, that suddenly became possible. Some were left outside to freeze to the point of death and then were dangerously heated up. Women had their muscles and nerves removed. Many had entire limbs hacked off. Some were given deadly blood infections. Dr. Zdenka Nedvedova-Niedla, a Czech doctor who worked alongside Mengele, later testified high amputations were performed. For example, even whole arms with shoulder blades or legs were amputated. These operations were performed mostly on insane women who were immediately killed after the operation by a quick injection. It wasn't an easy decision for those Mossad agents to know that they were giving up Mengele in order to catch Eichmann. They'd heard the nightmarish stories, but in that contaminated sea of hidden Nazis, Eichmann was the bigger fish. One of the Mossad agents explained it simply. "When I have a bird in my hand, I don't start looking for a bird in the bush. I'll take the bird in my hand, put it in a cage, and then deal with the one in the bush." But by the time the Red Army liberated Auschwitz on the 27th of January 1945, Mengele was long gone. When the Americans got him in June, he'd already given all his important documents to a nurse. The US had no idea who they had on their hands, so they released him under the name Fritz Ullmann, which he later changed to Fritz Hollmann. He stayed in Germany for a while working on farms, but when those testimonies revealed his sadistic experiments, he managed to persuade enough people he was worthy candidate for a first-class rat line ticket. SS members helped him get to Italy, where they got a passport from the International Committee of the Red Cross. In 1949, he sailed on a ship to Buenos Aires and later worked as a carpenter under the name of Helmut Greger. He was being careful for a good reason. A sure death sentence awaited him in Europe. But his confidence grew over the years. He made trips back to Europe to see his family, even going on a skiing holiday. Back in Argentina, he started a pharmaceutical company. He gave young women illegal abortions. He never really changed. Speaking about Brazil, he once wrote in his diary, "Brazil is a nice country to live in despite the mixing of races, but there are many people who, like me, believe and are sympathetic to the Nazi movement and racial ideology." He remained a fan of eugenics, writing in another entry, "Weaker humans should not be permitted to reproduce. This is the only way for humankind to exist and sustain itself." During the trial of Eichmann in 1961, Mengele's name was mentioned numerous times. Later, in 1963, during the Frankfurt Auschwitz trials, a witness named Vera Alexander shocked everyone in attendance when she said, "There was a set of twins, gypsies, whom he took away one day from the block where I was. That was the Ziegunterlager, the gypsy camp. Some days later, he returned with them with veins in their arms and their backs sewn together." The judge couldn't believe his ears and asked her again, "He sewed them together like Siamese twins?" She replied, "Yes, he did." Alas, Mr. Mengele was never brought to justice. On February 7, 1979, while Mengele was at a coastal resort in Brazil, he had a stroke in a swimming pool and drowned. He was seen as one of the ones that got away. But little did Americans know that fiends like him were living among them at this time. None of this would have been possible if it wasn't for those rat lines. Franz Stangl is more proof. He was one of the worst, the commander of the Sobibor and Treblinka extermination camps. It's said on his hands was the blood of possibly 1 million Jews. This made him an even bigger fish than Mengele. In 1948, he went to see that man of the cloth, Bishop Aloy Hundal, when Hundal said to him, "You must be Franz Stangl. I've been expecting you." He went first to Syria with the documents Hundal gave him, and later he headed to Brazil. With his family in tow, he worked in Sao Paulo at a Volkswagen car plant. But for once, justice was served, and Stangl was extradited. He was back in West Germany in 1967, and he was sentenced to life in prison in 1970. Just 6 months into that sentence, he died from heart failure. He called the Jews he killed mere numbers, cargo, as he said one time. About mass murder, he stated, "That was my profession. I enjoyed it. It fulfilled me. And yes, I was ambitious about it. I won't deny that." One of his last interviews, he told a journalist, "In reality, I share the guilt." 19 hours later, he was dead. Stangl, like many of the rats in the rat lines, crossed the Alps into Italy. They often hid out at the Capuchin monastery near Bressanone, and sometimes the Franciscan monastery near Bolzano. This was called the monastery route. From there, Rome was usually the next destination and then to far-off places. In Rome, with a member of the Catholic Church having confirmed their identity, the International Committee of the Red Cross supplied them with a passport. Somewhere in the region of 120,000 papers were handed out leading up to 1951. This might sound strange, but it was due to humanitarian concerns. The so-called protective passports were for anyone at risk of persecution, including Jews during the Holocaust. Still, the organization was roundly criticized for giving those Nazis papers. This was no time for neutrality, was the usual refrain. Sometimes those involved in the rat lines weren't neutral in the slightest, such as the U.S. intelligence agencies that helped the so-called Butcher of Leon escape. He was Klaus Barbie, a man whose face stayed in his victims' memories for the rest of their lives. The eyes, they used to say, they could never forget his evil eyes. Like a James Bond villain, he interrogated people suspected of being part of the French resistance with a cat in his arms. Survivors testified that he'd put the cat down and walk over to his toolbox, telling them, "You will speak to me, trust me, you will talk." They all do in the end. One of them later testified, Barbie took pleasure, a pleasure that was astounding in torturing. Another said, he had the eyes of a monster, he was savage, my God, he was savage, it was unimaginable. He butchered them in ways we can't even truly describe, and then sent them to their deaths at the camps. Barbie was the head of the Gestapo in Leon, whose headquarters were at the famed Hotel Terminus. This is where the torture happened, often for days on end with that damn cat of his always nearby. Not many people could hold out. Some did though, such as a woman named Lise Leserve, whom Barbie thought was connected to a resistance fighter named Dider. On his last attempt to torture her, after already smashing her up and freezing her in baths of ice cubes, he said in a calm voice, "I admire you, but in the end everybody talks. What you have done is magnificent, my dear. Nobody has held out as long as you. It's nearly over now. I'm very upset, but let's finish. Go on, a little effort. Who is Dider?" She said nothing, just looked at him from her swollen eyes with a hatred she never thought she could muster. He then said, "Liquidate her. I don't want to see her anymore." Stories like these were common. It was discovered after the war that Barbie sent possibly 4,000 of those people to extermination camps, including dozens of orphans. This was a man with plenty of information about spies. He had a lot of intelligence in his mind and in his little black books, so after the war, he was a man of great value, a top asset. The British got there first. Their agents beat him and interrogated him, asking him everything he knew, including the names of all the secret communists in Europe. God only knows the US wanted those names more than anyone. In fact, the US took Barbie away from the Brits. A paper written on the matter reads, CIC rationalized that if unemployed, Barbie would renew his overtures to the British, who would find out that the CIC had not turned him in. The U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps, an early iteration of the CIA, knew the French wanted Barbie the Butcher to pay for his crimes, but he was just too good to give up, so the CIC put Barbie on their payroll. They said if he spied for them as an anti-communist, he'd live very comfortably and get hundreds of dollars for his work. Well, thought Barbie, that sounds better than hanging from a rope. They also promised him they'd make his name disappear, since word was already getting around about this Butcher of Leon. It wasn't an easy decision for the CIC. They knew the French wanted justice. It was just a matter of thinking about what was better in the greater scheme of things, and the agency chose to keep Barbie. Now, things get really crazy. A now declassified file states in 1951, the CIC sponsored his escape to South America via a rat line operating through Italy. The question is, who did they pay? In actions that many years later the U.S. Justice Department would have to issue apologies over, the CIC enlisted a fascist war criminal who was one of the main instruments of ratline escapes. He was the Croatian priest named Dr. Krunoslav Draganovic, a nasty piece of work said to be behind the murder of hundreds of thousands of Orthodox Serbs and Jews. Here is a part of a secret CIC memo that was decades later unearthed. The 430th CIC detachment has been operating with what they term a rat line evacuation system to Central and South America without serious repercussions during the past 3 years. At the cost of approximately $1,000 for each adult, 430th CIC is transferring evacuees to Italy, where they are provided with legal documentation obtained through devious means there. South American dictators ran a tight ship in terms of capturing and killing their enemies, and Barbie was the king of interrogations. They tortured their critics and made others go missing. Since they were anti-communist, things got the backing of the U.S. under Operation Condor. The U.S. paid for and arranged coups of democratically elected leaders, so relatively speaking, having a Nazi on the payroll wasn't really such a big deal. There's even more circumstantial evidence that it was Barbie and the CIA working in a collaboration that led to Guevara's capture by Bolivian soldiers. We now know that Barbie was also on the payroll of West Germany's Federal Intelligence Service. He was Agent 43118. Like the US, West Germany would rather not have this come out, but it did. Barbie worked with other organizations that killed indiscriminately and ruled by fear, the drug traffickers. For a while, he helped Bolivia's biggest drug lord Roberto Suarez Gomez, aka the King of Cocaine. He later got pally with Pablo Escobar and his Medellin cartel. Escobar gave him money for his anti-communist work, which was kind of weird given the US was after Escobar, yet at the same time working with Barbie. It wasn't too long though before his identity was revealed and he was on his way back to Europe to face the music. The spying agencies of the Americans, the Brits, and the West Germans were all somewhat hot under the collar because they'd known all along he was alive and well, working as torturer-in-chief in South America while trafficking drugs. When he arrived at the airport in 1983, a 44-year-old woman who he had tortured as a kid was there and tried to shoot him. She failed and got herself arrested. He was hated that much, so his appearance was mightily embarrassing for the Americans. The Justice Department had to make that apology. Its long investigation led to a paper being written, with sections headed with things like the Army's interest in reactivating Barbie in 1965 to 67, drug trafficking, weapons trade, and Barbie's entries into the United States. While Nazi hunters were struggling to find him and the French were clueless about his whereabouts, the CIA was writing memos that said he could be re-recruited in the late 60s if he could provide unique information of significant importance under secure operational conditions. Barbie went to trial. His victims hissed and screamed at him in the courtroom. Some broke down, describing in harrowing detail what had happened to them back in Leon. Journalists were rendered speechless by what they heard. How this now old man had been the very embodiment of sadism. Barbie's lawyer tried to argue that what Barbie had done was no different from what the Americans did in My Lai in Vietnam, what the French did in Algeria. It didn't work. He was found guilty of crimes against humanity and died 4 years later in prison. The question now was, who else had the CIA and FBI known about all these years? Declassified documents tell us the FBI investigated the possibility of Hitler escaping through a rat line to South America. Some of the 700 FBI documents declassified in 2014 said just that, or at least wrote about the possibility of it happening. One of them states Hitler's reported to be hiding out in the foothills of southern Andes. The file says a meeting took place in Hollywood. A man in that meeting said he was in a group of 4 people who met Hitler and his party when they landed from a submarine in Argentina. More subs arrived carrying around 50 people, including doctors, all part of Hitler's escape party. All kinds of things were coming out, but that didn't mean they were true. The CIA, under Operation Bloodstone, had tried after the war to hire leading former Nazis in hiding so as to recruit them into the Cold War against the Soviet Union. Both J. Edgar Hoover at the FBI and Allen Dulles at the CIA were in on this. The New York Times said in a report that about 1,000 Nazi war criminals were hired, and some ended up being given papers to move to the U.S. One case involved a man accused of machine gunning down 60,000 Jews in Lithuania. He was hired by the CIA as a spy and paid $1,700 a year, as well as 2 cartons of cigarettes each month. That was in 1952. In 1956, he was given the green light to emigrate to the U.S. Years later, when the FBI wanted to prosecute him, the CIA stepped in and said they couldn't do that because it would expose them. In 1980, the FBI told the Justice Department to please step aside when the latter said, "We know at least 16 Nazi war criminals are living in the U.S. and working for you." They were FBI informants, giving information to the agency on who in the U.S. had sympathies for the commies. 16 had been hired, but in 1980 only 6 were still on the payroll. The FBI sent a memo to its agents reminding them the most important thing was protecting the confidentiality of such sources of information to the fullest extent possible. One of those undercover agents was SS Officer Otto von Bolschwing. He'd worked under Eichmann and once authored a research paper on how to best terrorize Jewish people. Despite being a war criminal, he was hooked up with the CIC after the war, and later, when he became the CIA, Bolschwing was one of the agency's best European spies. The CIA thanked him in 1954 when it moved him and his family to New York, what the agency said was a reward for his loyal post-war service. Another note admitted that if the Israelis find out and he's exposed as one of Eichmann's main men, it'll be embarrassing to the U.S. The CIA managed to keep the information about his close relationship with Eichmann under wraps for at least a while. Now, they weren't all great spies. The Times wrote, but many Nazi spies proved inept or worse, declassified security reviews show. Some were deemed habitual liars, confidence men, or embezzlers, and a few even turned out to be Soviet double agents. Who knows, maybe that quiet man next door your grandmother used to talk about was a Nazi war criminal helped through a US-sponsored rat line after the war. It's thought that under Operation Paperclip, the US took in another 1,600 German scientists, some of whom were members or even leaders of the Nazi Party. These weren't hired as spies like the other men, but to do what they'd always done – science. Some became a big part of the Cold War space race. And don't think for a second that the Soviets didn't also employ former Nazi scientists. They put about 2,200 of them on the payroll. According to The Guardian, some Nazis also lived in the UK, and MI6 hired a few. The paper wrote in 2006, most remained in the UK, however, and were granted civilian status. Many married, started families, and by the 1990s, those who survived were British subjects. Gunther Ebeling was the commander of an annihilation squad of the SS in Warsaw, and right after the war, he ended up working for both the British and American spy agencies. His alias for both agencies was Slim. A research paper featuring Slim and other Nazi war criminals hired by the Brits and Americans states, "At this time, the British knew Slim was a war criminal. Perhaps this is why they advised one of their own intelligence officers, Mr. Coleman, to drop his personal friendship with him, which had formed during Operation Nursery. Nevertheless, the British ID had been using Slim in coordination with their American colleagues in an anti-Nazi operation codenamed Jersey Cow, which would later develop into the better-known Operation Selection Board. Operation Selection Board consisted of going after 70 ex-Nazis who were part of a right-wing, virulently anti-communist movement. These rabid and dangerous war criminal anti-communists had actually believed that they would get help from the British and Americans since they were so against Stalin. It was later written, fantastic as this idea may seem, it made sense to these people, and they believed that the British and American authorities would accept it. They then decided to make the supreme effort. At the risk of certain imprisonment, if their plan failed, they sent 5 of their leaders to make contact with the authorities, reveal their identities as fugitives, and make their proposition. The paper also states that Klaus Barbie was responsible for the procurement of supplies for the organization and the establishment of an intelligence network throughout the British and American zones. For a while, the agencies played along and told the Nazis they were behind them, that they'd help them set up a new right-wing government so long as they went after the communists. But the agencies hired Slim to help them arrest these Nazi war criminals, as well as the remaining Hitler Youth in Operation Nursery. In one swoop, the Americans and Brits arrested 50 of these Nazis. A book about the matter states, this was the last large organized group of Nazis to be formed in the western zone of Germany. It was completely broken up, its activities were publicized, and its story now serves as a reminder to the German people of the futility of nationalistic actions outside the scope of existing democratic processes now in operation in Germany. A different paper written about Mr. Slim states, evidence suggests the CIC believed he was crucial to the successful completion of Operation Nursery and the breaking up of other Nazi underground organizations. But Slim's story was a common one. The Americans soon started worrying that it would get out that they and the Brits had a war criminal on their secret books. More concerning was the fact that Slim now knew way too much about American and British intelligence. What if he became a double agent? He soon became a security risk. It was said that the agencies loved the information and not the informant. The spies were highly expendable. 3 British intelligence officers later tried to arrest Slim. As the saying goes, they were bringing him in. The report says Slim's rendezvous on January 18th was a trap. It says the 6'6" huge man went through the Brits like a bowling ball. The report adds they'd been ordered to take him alive and did not in consequence use their pistols except to try to overawe him. One officer shot Slim in the foot and he apparently went berserk, so they tried to knock him out with chloroform. The report states finally after a severe struggle, one of them hit Slim over the head with a loaded stick and knocked him unconscious. They shoved him in a car, pending advice from the Americans, but before they could get him to the Americans, he died in the back. We imagine his last words were something like, "You double-crossing, lying pieces of shh." The year is 1942. Lieutenant Colonel Leslie Groves of the United States Army Corps of Engineers sits across from the brilliant theoretical physicist Robert Oppenheimer. Smoke bellowing from Oppenheimer's third cigarette in half an hour. Oppenheimer, his face the picture of painted sincerity, tells Groves the Nazis no doubt have their own atomic bomb project, and Werner Heisenberg, a phenomenal nuclear physicist, will lead it. If we don't move fast, they'll have the bomb before us. We need to act right now. At that moment the die was cast. Oppenheimer's fate to become the father of the atomic bomb was sealed. But just how close were the Nazis really to building that bomb? Did it become a neck-and-neck race between Oppenheimer and Heisenberg? And what were the Soviets and the Japanese doing during this race? Not everything was as it seemed. Today you'll hear the bigger story, which was much more interesting and, to be frank, Much crazier than the Oppenheimer narrative we've heard so much about lately. Oppenheimer was actually just one piece, albeit a big piece, in the vast jigsaw puzzle that is the story of the creation of the atomic bomb. To understand the Nazis' prerogatives, we need to understand what was going on in the world. So we'll start our story in London, the UK, where a Jewish, Hungarian, German-American physicist named Leo Szilard is walking down a road known as Southampton Row. He's just moved to England. The main reason for that is the extremely anti-Semitic Adolf Hitler has just become the Chancellor of Germany. Get out while you can, Szilard has told other scientists. The year is 1933, it's September 12th. Szilard is 35 years old and he's about to have a moment of disturbing clarity. On this walk, he's thinking about an article he's just read in the Times newspaper. It featured a speech given by Ernest Rutherford, a pioneering New Zealand-born physicist who would later become known as the father of nuclear physics. Rutherford is also now living in Britain, a country at the center of the golden age of physics. The Times article was headlined, "Rutherford Cools Atomic Energy Hope," with the subheading, "Sees moonshine in the talk at present of releasing power in matter." By moonshine, he meant poppycock, bullcrap, not true. It was not possible, he said, that humans could utilize atomic energy, meaning using it for practical matters. Not yet, anyway. The article talked about scientists smashing the atom, where, said the story, incredible energy is concentrated. Szilard keeps walking. He knows all of this, of course. His mind hasn't stopped working overtime since he read Albert Einstein's 1905 paper, "Does the inertia of a body depend upon its energy content?" Einstein proposed you could turn energy into matter, just as you could turn matter into energy. Unbelievable amounts of energy. In the Times article, Rutherford said with the processes they have now, you couldn't get great power from matter. His exact words regarding recent experiments with protons and a particle accelerator were, "It was a very poor and inefficient way of producing energy, and anyone who looked for a source of power in the transformation of the atoms was talking moonshine." Szilard then stops at some traffic lights at Russell Square. His mind is on fire. Stars explode, cities burn. He imagines a nuclear reaction producing neutrons. Neutrons had only just been discovered by the British scientist James Chadwick, a man you'll hear about again later in the show. Szilard sees the nuclear reaction producing more neutrons, which then causes more nuclear reactions, and he wonders why this would stop. It wouldn't, he thinks. There would be a nuclear chain reaction. He walks across the street and halfway he realizes something terrible. The huge amount of energy could be turned into a weapon, a bomb like the world has never seen. It would be an atomic bomb. This was a theory, of course, but he believed it could happen. It wasn't moonshine. Szilard patented his idea of a nuclear chain reaction in 1936. That is a huge piece of the jigsaw puzzle. It wasn't until 1938 that another very big breakthrough came. Nuclear fission was discovered. You take the nucleus of a uranium atom, into which a neutron collides to create two smaller nuclei. This process creates massive amounts of power, but what's important is more neutrons are created in the process. And just as Szilard had theorized, the reactions could become self-sustained and create a huge amount of energy. Notably, some of these scientists worked at the Kaiser Wilhelm Society for the Advancement of Science in Germany. Einstein had worked there in the past. During the war, vile human experimentation on Jewish people was part of the work there. Germany was at the center of the scientific world, and under Hitler that meant danger. You also need to know that when the Nazis took control of Germany, many scientists hit the road. Some were blacklisted, such as Fritz Strassmann, who was one of the 4 people who developed nuclear fission. He once said he'd rather die than know his work had helped Hitler make an atomic bomb. Not every German scientist was of that kind of opinion. 2 of the other scientists were Otto Hahn and Lise Meitner. Hahn, sometimes called the father of nuclear fission, didn't jump ship out of Germany like many others. In fact, in 1933, long before the full extent of Hitler's violence was understood, Hahn told a Canadian newspaper, "In any case, for the youth, for the nation of the future, Hitler is a hero." So, the father of nuclear fission was a Hitler fan. Don't forget that. Lise Meitner, who was a Jewish Austrian-Swedish woman, got out of Austria when Hitler annexed the country. She ended up in Denmark, much in part thanks to the Danish physicist Niels Bohr, another important person where the development of the atomic bomb is concerned. He told the Allies in 1941 that his former student, Heisenberg, was helping the Nazis to make the bomb. Bohr had to flee Denmark. When the Nazis occupied it, he was stuffed on a British bomber named the Mosquito in the middle of the night and taken to England. There was also trouble for the Austrian-born physicist Otto Robert Frisch, the last of the 4 that developed nuclear fission and a man who later figured out how to detonate the atomic bomb while working on the Manhattan Project. A Jew, Frisch moved to England and later secured himself British citizenship. As you can already see, this was a strange time in human history. Scientists did a lot of moving about, sometimes not by choice. Many went to Britain, where Robert Oppenheimer would be for a few years. But today's show is not all about Oppie. It's about a lot of brilliant scientists, including a French trio who proved once and for all that you could create great power from a nuclear chain reaction in their paper in Nature on April 7, 1939. Every reaction, they said, would generate 3, possibly 4 neutrons, which would create more fissions. Boom! They filed 3 patents, including patent number 445686, titled Perfectionnement au charge explosif, which was the first patent in history for an atomic bomb. That same year, Szilard had written to the Italian-American physicist Enrico Fermi and told him about the possibility of the atomic bomb, to which Fermi replied, "Nuts." Fermi became known as the architect of the nuclear age. In 1942, he created the world's first nuclear reactor, the Chicago Pile 1. So there were all these great scientists and lots of theories, and now there was a very realistic possibility of making a bomb with a power that could potentially end worlds. But the bomb was still a long way off from becoming a physical thing you could drop on a city and incinerate a good chunk of the population. It's one thing writing about a theoretically possible time machine. It's another thing sending volunteers back in time to fight a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Still, they knew the bomb was possible. That year, Heisenberg secured funding from the Nazis for the development of a nuclear reactor. Heisenberg, who you'll hear about a lot today, was never going to leave Germany. That fact alone caused the world outside of Germany to panic, not just the scientific world either. On May 5, 1940, a journalist named William Lawrence wrote in the New York Times that the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics had pretty much been turned into a uranium research center. Lawrence said 5 or 10 pounds of uranium would be able to create vast power, enough to drive an ocean liner. He explained the Nazis had an atom smasher, a particle accelerator, the greatest discovery in modern science, and that the Nazis could somehow use this great power in the war. He said 1 pound of uranium-235 at $25,000 a gram could create the explosive power of 15,000 tons of TNT, leaving a 300-foot crater in its wake. Much to the consternation of readers, he added that every German scientist had been ordered to drop all other research and devote themselves to this work alone. It sounded like the Nazis might become the first country to create a power source to end all wars. Was that true? It can't be ignored in this show today. It played a big part in why the Americans soon got very busy with their own atomic bomb. But it must be said that Lawrence was not the first or the last mainstream journalist in the US who was a government-sponsored propagandist. A few years after he wrote that first atomic piece for the Times, he told the world via the same newspaper that the horrific and torturous radiation sickness in Japan from those atomic bombs wasn't actually real. He knew it was, and he was being paid to say that by the War Department. This is important. Lawrence parroted what the US Army, through the Manhattan Project's Leslie Groves, told Congress, that dying from radiation was actually a very pleasant way to die. They said just a few thousand had died, not mentioning they were almost all civilians. The truth got out, but the American military said it was Japanese propaganda. So when Lawrence told Americans years before that the Nazis were flying in their atomic bomb research, was he exaggerating? According to some, he was a military mouthpiece, a Pulitzer Prize-winning master of misinformation working for one of the US's most well-respected papers. Was he lying so the US Army would receive more funding for atomic research? Or was he telling the truth? A Soviet professor at Yale University read the article, and word got back to the Soviet Union. Stalin, who'd murdered a good chunk of his best scientists in his paranoid purges, took notice. The Soviets needed that explosive power, and they too had some of the best scientists in the world, despite the recent diminishment of their numbers. The race was on. Pity Stalin had murdered good scientists, but the Nazis weren't much better. In the 1930s, when Hitler spread his noxious wings over Germany, the Nazis were applying their unique take on affirmative action in the German workplace. Politics got in the way of work. It wasn't always the best people who landed the best jobs. It was the Aryan people. Hitler certainly didn't back Jewish scientists, even though they were often the best scientists. Back then, an SS journal said Heisenberg was a white Jew and called him the Ossietzky of physics. Karl von Ossietzky, who would win the 1935 Nobel Prize for Peace, was charged with treason for writing about Germany's secret rearmament plan. He was imprisoned and later sent to a concentration camp. You couldn't get much worse than him in the Nazis' eyes. So the brilliant Heisenberg, Germany's best bet for an atomic bomb, was not a popular man. SS leader Heinrich Himmler ordered an investigation of his political beliefs, which went on for an entire year. At the SS headquarters, Heisenberg wasn't beaten up, but when he saw a sign on the wall of his interrogation room that read, "Breathe calmly and deeply," he knew the room had seen some horrors. This would affect his whole outlook on the Nazis, but he still turned down the opportunity to work at Columbia in the US when he had the chance before the war. Heisenberg could breathe a sigh of relief when a directive from Himmler stated, "We cannot afford to lose or kill this man. He was too important to science." Szilard was by then totally convinced that with enough fissile material the bomb could be made. He saw that explosion he imagined back in London as a reality. He'd also really been shook up by the fact that the German nuclear physicist Siegfried Pflüger had just published 2 articles on exploiting nuclear energy. Pflüger would soon be part of what he and other German physicists called the Uranium Club, where they would discuss the Uranmaschine, the uranium machine, aka a nuclear reactor. The Germans, it seemed to Szilard, were on the ball, even maybe ahead. Szilard talked this over with some other physicists and came to the conclusion that he absolutely had to warn the US president. That's the reason Szilard went to the Nobel Prize winner Albert Einstein, who was then working at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. He asked Einstein, who was about as big a name as you could get in this golden age of physics, to write to President Franklin Roosevelt a message dictated by him. Einstein agreed. The missive he put his name to has gone down in history. It's now referred to as the Einstein-Szilard letter. On August 2, 1939, he wrote, "To F.D. Roosevelt, President of the United States, White House, from Albert Einstein, Old Grove Road, Nassau Point, Peconic, Long Island. The President of the USA, of course, doesn't open fan mail when he gets up in the morning." The scientists had enlisted the help of the economist Alexander Sachs, who had access to FDR. In the opening paragraph, he told FDR that the element uranium may be turned into a new and important source of energy in the immediate future. Einstein, Szilard, said quick action was necessary after what the French team had just done in France and what Szilard and Fermi had done in the US, which was cause a nuclear chain reaction in a large mass of uranium by which vast amounts of power could be generated. He then used the kind of language that might cause a frisson of fission-related fear in the president. This phenomenon would also lead to the construction of bombs, and it is conceivable, though much less certain, that extremely powerful bombs of a new type may thus be constructed. A single bomb of this type, carried by boat and exploded in a port, might very well destroy the whole port together with some of the surrounding territory. He did admit, though, that such a device might be too heavy for a plane to carry. Oh, how quickly they'd change their minds on that part. He advised the president to bolster the budgets of scientists in this area because Germany was repeating the work the Americans were doing in their labs at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. Einstein said large amounts of uranium was needed, and the kicker, he explained, was that large amounts could be found in the Belgian Congo, now accessible by Hitler. We should add that this also had come as a shock to Einstein. Earlier in July, Szilard and the Hungarian-American theoretical physicist Eugene Wigner had driven Wigner's car out to Long Island. Wigner, who'd also once worked at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, was Jewish, although he hadn't gone to America because of the Nazis. He was there before their rise to power, when he'd landed a cushy job at Princeton. He now knew that he might not be going back to Germany, and he also knew that the Nazis had at their disposal some excellent scientists who were probably working on some kind of atomic bomb. The story goes that when they told Einstein about how such a bomb could be made, he looked at them, startled, and said, "Daran habe ich gar nicht gedacht." I did not even think about that. Of course, they all spoke German. In fact, their original draft of the letter was full of spelling mistakes. Before he got the letter, the president had been told about the possibility of a massive bomb with the power to take out large parts of cities, but his scientific experts had assured him that it was unlikely it could be made. It wasn't until October that FDR replied to Einstein. To say he was a busy man would be a massive understatement. The Nazis had invaded Poland in September. The world was about to change. FDR told Einstein in the reply that he would form a board and investigate the matter of this super-powerful bomb. Einstein would years later call signing that letter the one great mistake of my life. Then the British added to the urgency when a team in England working under the Austrian physicist Mark Oliphant at the University of Birmingham wrote a paper outlining the first calculations regarding the size of the critical mass of fissile material needed to make the atomic bomb. Poop just got more real. This became known as the Frisch-Peierls Memorandum, named after the scientists that had come up with the calculations, Otto Frisch and Rudolf Peierls. As you know, Frisch was a Jew and elected to become British. Peierls, who'd once worked under Heisenberg, did the same. Like FDR's American advisors, British scientists hadn't initially thought the bomb was possible anytime soon, but that soon changed after Frisch and Piles did some calculations and came to the conclusion that, actually, you could make a super bomb that could produce a temperature comparable to that of the interior of the sun, and with it destroy life in a wide area. And the worst part, the bomb would not have to be huge. It could weigh as little as a few kilos, so dropping it from a plane could certainly happen. 1 to 10 kilograms, they said. And you could have the power of thousands of tons of dynamite. Damn, did the Germans already know this? That information was the reason for the secret British MOD Committee, which researched further and eventually became the Tube Alloys Nuclear Research and Development Program. The British kept this program top secret, even from the USA and many people in the country's government. Tube Alloys was actually infiltrated by Soviet spies, as was the Manhattan Project. We'll come to that soon, but just tell you for now that one of the men we've mentioned already today was an atomic spy. Prior to this, when Frisch and Piles had figured out that extremely important part of the puzzle, Oliphant went over to the US to help the Americans with work on microwave radars. Without giving secrets away, he convinced American scientists that they really had to speed up their nuclear research. This apparently got back to FDR. Szilard wrote many years later, these foreigners should have been awarded a special medal for distinguished services, and that Dr. Oliphant would be the first to receive one. The Frisch-Piles memorandum played a huge part in getting that bomb made as fast as it did. The British were ahead at this point, and it seems they didn't want to share all their knowledge with the Americans. Vannevar Bush, who was FDR's scientific advisor, was behind Roosevelt writing to Churchill in August 1941 to suggest collaboration on the bomb. Churchill was weary of the collaboration at this point, especially as the US hadn't even joined the war yet. This all changed in 1942 when the UK sent a scientific mission to the US led by Wallace Akers, the director of Tube Alloys, to visit the US's S1 Committee, the precursor to the Manhattan Project. The Americans, it was now pretty obvious, were flying ahead, spending millions on R&D, whereas Britain was spending comparatively peanuts. Not long later, Michael Perrin, who was the Secretary General of Tube Alloys, admitted that the US will soon completely outstrip us in ideas, research, and application of nuclear energy. He said if Britain wasn't careful, the US would snub the UK, which is exactly what Vannevar Bush and the chemist James Conant advised FDR to do when Churchill proposed a collaboration. Churchill had earlier admitted, "We must face the fact that our pioneering work is a dwindling asset, and that unless we capitalize it quickly, we shall be outstripped. We now have a real contribution to make a merger. Soon we shall have little or none." After what had happened, FDR was very much within his rights to rebuff Churchill, but he didn't. He had earlier ordered that Britain should not be provided with as much information as before, and Britain had responded with a £50 million plan to build its own goddamned atomic bomb. But in the interests of the world, the two nations agreed cooperation was better. The Nazis had to be beaten at all costs. On August 19, 1943, the two nations signed the historic Quebec Agreement, adopting most of a 5-point plan that Churchill had written up, which asked for the free exchange of information, to not use bombs on each other, and to agree only to use them on another country if they both agreed. Churchill also told FDR that the US would have full use of British commercial and industrial capacities under this agreement. Many of the best British scientists went over to the US to work on what had already become the Manhattan Project, led by Robert Oppenheimer. A team of 19 scientists who worked on the tube alloys went to Los Alamos. Some of them were just what the US needed, including Chadwick, the head of the British team, Piles, Fuchs, and William Penny. The latter was a mathematician who tried to figure out the damage of the blast wave from the bomb. Niels Bohr went along later, as did some other Brits, some of them only returning home when the US signed the Atomic Energy Act of 1946, which restricted the UK and Canada's access to US nuclear technology. General Groves was not a happy man. He was very much against the collaboration, so at first he put the British scientists in limited roles so they wouldn't have access to the complete information. In the end, they had access to every department except plutonium chemistry and metallurgy. Spies were everywhere, he reckoned, and he was right. Klaus Fuchs of the British team was a spy, and he had access to top-level material. Though he wasn't spying for the Germans, but for the Russians. Before the Brits took Fuchs in, he'd been a communist, but so had many scientists back then. The Germans were actually quite a big thorn in the side of the Soviet Union where atomic research was concerned. On June 22, 1941, the official newspaper of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Pravda, announced the construction of the first powerful cyclotron, particle accelerator, laboratory in the Soviet Union for splitting the atomic nucleus. The Germans invaded the Soviet Union that same day. The scientists at the lab were all shipped out and their work was abandoned. There were bigger things to think about. Yakov Zeldovich and Yuli Khariton, who before had been working on uranium chain reactions, ended up being told to drop that work and concentrate on chemical explosives. Many great physicists in the Soviet Union were told to stop messing around with chain reactions and start doing what the army wanted them to do. Still, at that point, they didn't know how much the British and Americans had progressed, or the Nazis for that matter. Grigory Nikolaevich Flyarov, one of the best Soviet physicists who discovered something called spontaneous fission, noticed something weird when he did what he often did and read physics journals in English. No one was talking about fission anymore. He wasn't stupid or naive. Nuclear fission was the topic of the day. He guessed it had been made classified by the military. Flyarov had already had the idea in his head about an atomic bomb. Now he was sure one was being developed over the sea. It's believed it was Flyarov who told Stalin to start a Soviet atomic bomb project. The Soviets soon knew they were years behind and didn't have the uranium they needed to make the bomb. Still, they soon had the knowledge, lots of knowledge, thanks to Fuchs. Fuchs was offered money to spy, but he told the Soviets to keep their cash. He would spy for free, but only because he knew that the Nazis would possibly win the war, especially if they got their atomic bomb before everyone else. Fuchs, like many scientists at the Manhattan Project, believed that the Soviet Union and the Germans would both be capable of building the bomb sooner or later, and as the Soviets were allies, more power to them, thought Fuchs. Hitler was the enemy for now, at least. Some say he was just a commie, but others say he didn't want a world in which one country had all the power and then could blackmail other nations. Fuchs also knew that the Germans had large stocks of uranium needed for nuclear reactors. In fact, when the Red Army marched over the German border just before they occupied Germany, they took 40 scientists to steal what ended up being nearly 350 kilograms of metallic uranium. They also took all the paperwork related to atomic research. When they entered Berlin, they went straight over to the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute of Physics and got what the British and Americans had wanted for years. After the Allies invaded Italy in September 1943, under the Alsos mission, attempts were made to get a hold of German atomic research information, not only because it might be useful, but also because they didn't want the Soviets to get it. The Brits and the Americans were also worried about Japan, since Japan was certainly no slouch when it came to physics. The Manhattan Project Intelligence Group came to the conclusion that Japan's physicists were as good as anyone else's. Japan did actually have cyclotrons, 2 of them, at the Riken Institute. Bunsaku Arakatsu, who'd worked under Einstein and Ernst Rutherford, started the EFGO project into nuclear territory in 1943. Japan was on the ball too, but their trouble was finding high-quality uranium. It looked for it in China, Burma, now Myanmar, and Korea, but in the end, Japan was just too slow. It was nowhere near making the bomb. Japan also never thought the Allies would be able to make it in time for it to change the outcome of the war. That couldn't have been more wrong. So under the Alsos mission, the Allies sought to find out as much as possible about Germany and Japan. But it was Germany that was the biggest threat. It had the best scientists, it could get uranium, or so the Allies thought, and it had Hitler, who'd boasted occasionally about Nazi superweapons. They were also concerned about chemical and biological weapons, which the Allies themselves were working hard to create. As you know, the Germans had their reactor, what they called their uranium machine. What they didn't have was all the best scientists, men who were now working on the Manhattan Project, thanks to the Nazis' hatred of Jews. Hitler went a step further by actually conscripting some major scientists to fight with the army when they could have been working on research. It was the physicist Kurt Deibner who was charged with investigating the military applications of nuclear fission. Heisenberg was not the only main man, but he had indeed before that calculated that nuclear fission chain reactions could very well be possible. According to Carl Friedrich von Weizsäcker, another major component of Germany's atomic research, there were close to 200 scientists in Germany in the early 1940s who understood the potential of an atomic bomb. In fact, it was only discovered in the 1990s that in the summer of 1942, Weizsäcker had filed a patent on the process to generate energy and neutrons by an explosion. Weizsäcker's name was also mentioned in one of Einstein's letters to FDR. Even so, Germany failed to coordinate its scientists in the war effort. There were many bright men working in separate labs all over Germany, but unlike the Allies, there was no sustained push to make the bomb. As you know, there was the Uranium Club, but that was certainly no Manhattan Project. It was nothing even like it. But were they still close? At a Uranium Club meeting at the start of the war, Heisenberg spoke about a possible atomic bomb, but something which would take at least 5 years to make. Later in life, he said, "I didn't report it to the Führer until 2 weeks later, and very casually because I did not want the Führer to get so interested that he would order great efforts immediately to make the atomic bomb." Heisenberg felt that Germany's efforts should be focused on winning, not on theoretical science. If he was telling the truth, that is. Despite what the Allies feared, the Nazi project to make the atomic bomb barely got off the ground. In terms of theory, sure, they knew what they were talking about. But all those scientists were working in different parts of the country and had no fixed agenda. They had no plan, and anyway, Hitler didn't see this imagined bomb winning the war for him. Just like in the Soviet Union, when push came to shove, Hitler ordered his best scientists to work on more pressing matters, mostly involving conventional weapons. Those that did take part in the research were often set back by rivalries and a battle to secure funding. This separated state of being made it extremely unlikely that they would ever have made a bomb during wartime. It might not have even been a part of their vision. In 1939, Heisenberg wrote to the German War Office and explained that the fission process can, on present evidence, be used for large-scale energy production. He added that the best way of building a reactor capable of this will be to enrich the uranium-235 isotope. He was sure about power production, but not about bomb making. He later wrote, "We were happily able to give the authorities an absolutely honest account of the latest development, and yet feel certain that no serious attempt to construct atom bombs would be made in Germany." Even so, in October 1941, Heisenberg wrote to Copenhagen to talk to his former teacher, Niels Bohr. Heisenberg later wrote, "We were convinced that the manufacture of atomic bombs was possible only with enormous technical resources." Bohr asked him, "Do you really think that uranium fission could be utilized for the construction of weapons?" Heisenberg said yes, probably, but only with great technical effort and a huge amount of resources. He later said that he thinks Bohr misunderstood him and took that to mean Germany was well on the way to making the bomb. As you know, Bohr later told the British that Germany was indeed progressing, which probably wasn't true. Bohr also thought that in that meeting Heisenberg was trying to get information out of him, but Heisenberg later denied this. He said he was trying to tell Bohr about the bomb, but how German scientists, indeed all scientists, should be against it. It's still debated what these two men said at that meeting. Still, the fear during the war that Nazis were very close to having weapons of mass destruction was a fantasy, a paranoia. But the Allies weren't to know that in a world of secrecy. They had no idea that when they were spending $2 billion, over $24 billion today, on the Manhattan Project, not to mention all that had been spent earlier on the earlier American and British projects, the Germans were spending a paltry $2 million, over $24 million today, on their atomic projects. Albert Speer would have known how far the Nazis had gotten during the war. He was Germany's Minister of Armaments and War Production and was handed 20 years at the Nuremberg trials in 1946. Once he got out of prison, he said that in all of his 2,200 entries in the protocols of his meetings with Hitler, they talked about nuclear fission once. Yes, one time. Speer said, "I was familiar with Hitler's tendency to push fantastic projects by making senseless demands." Speer evidently didn't want to get Hitler started regarding world-ending bombs. Anyway, atomic talk was way above Hitler's pay grade. According to Speer, Hitler was uniquely brutal, but he was quite conventional where the battlefield was concerned. Heisenberg also later remembered having a meeting with Speer, who told him that he'd only get a little bit of funding. Speer later said, "I'd been given the impression that the atom bomb could no longer have any bearing on the course of the war." Then there were the famous Farm Hall transcripts, which tells us more about how much the Nazis had known. As you know, when the war ended, the Soviets and the Allies went after the Nazi scientists. The Allies still believed the Nazis were progressing with atomic bomb research and research into other weapons. They wanted them for their knowledge and expertise, but how much knowledge did they have? A group of leading German scientists after the war was whisked off to England under Anglo-American Operation Epsilon, while in Germany under Operation Big, equipment and materials were smashed, and research work was plundered. What the Soviets hadn't already taken, anyway. Under the US's highly secret Operation Paperclip, they even took Nazi war criminals if they were valuable in some way. About 1,600 German scientists went to work for America, just as many had gone to the Soviet Union for that same reason. Back to Operation Epsilon, what happened at Farm Hall in England was quite unique. It was meant to be the smoking gun in terms of finding out about German weapons of mass destruction, but it fell flat on its face. The Brits detained a number of those prominent Germans they believed had been working on the Nazi atomic bomb project. They stuck them in a farmhouse for around 6 months and bugged the place. Everything they said was listened to from July 3, 1945 to January 3, 1946. Surely, the Nazis were hiding some kind of Los Alamos somewhere, or so they thought. So they listened, and they listened, and they listened. Top scientists we've talked about today, such as Kurt Deibner, Otto Hahn, Werner Heisenberg, Karl Friedrich von Weizsäcker, chatted to their heart's content. The transcripts of the conversations were only made public in 1992. Only about 10% of the conversations were transcribed, adding up to 24 reports, over 250 pages that were all sent to General Groves in 1946. Quite amusingly, one conversation went, Deibner, I wonder whether there are microphones installed here. Heisenberg, microphones installed? Haha. Oh no, they're not as cute as all that. I don't think they know the real Gestapo methods. They're a bit old-fashioned in that respect. Haha, indeed, Heisenberg. A revelation came when the Germans found out about the bombing of Japan, and they all seemed shocked. Some of them tried to figure out how the Americans had done it. The American physicist Jonathan Logan heard what they said and later explained that it was obvious the Germans in the Uranium Club had not known much about how to complete the bomb. When Heisenberg heard the news, he tried to understand how the bomb might have worked. He even attempted the calculation of critical mass, the smallest amount of fissile material needed to cause a chain reaction in an atomic bomb. Two of the best nuclear weapon physicists in the world at the time, the head of the theoretical division at the secret Los Alamos, Hans Bethe, and the father of the hydrogen bomb, Edward Teller, said Heisenberg made the same mistakes they had when they first tried to get to the bottom of the atomic bomb puzzle. The ensuing conversations about how the Allies did it, or if they did really do it and it wasn't just a lie that they've been told, showed that these men had not even been close to making the bomb. Some of the Germans said they were grateful they hadn't even tried, knowing what Hitler might have done. Others regretted Germany had failed. Hahn, who remember was a Hitler-loving chemist in 1933, said to the physicists, "If the Americans have a uranium bomb, then you're all second-raters." He also called the bomb an inhumane weapon, although he initially didn't believe it was true. He then told the other men that he'd once said to himself that all the uranium in the world would be better off at the bottom of the ocean. The physicist Horst Korsching acknowledged, "That shows at any rate that the Americans are capable of real cooperation on a tremendous scale. That would have been impossible in Germany." There was more talk about how they failed, and Weizsäcker said, "I believe the reason we didn't do it was because all the physicists didn't want to do it on principle. If we had wanted Germany to win the war, we would have succeeded." Hahn replied, "I don't believe that, but I am thankful we didn't succeed." Weizsäcker said at one point, "I think it's dreadful of the Americans to have done it. I think it's madness on their part," to which Heisenberg replied, "One could equally well say that's the quickest way of ending the war." The nuclear physicist Karl Wirtz said, "If they had made the bomb, we would have obliterated London but would not have still conquered the world, and then they would have dropped them on us." That would make Wirtz one of the first Germans in history to talk about MAD, mutually assured destruction. Samuel Goudsmit, the scientific head of the Alsace mission, later said that the German effort at making the atomic bomb was ludicrously small-scale, with the central group of labs looking like a few rooms in an old brewery. He added, "To be sure, the laboratories were well-equipped, but compared to what we were doing in the United States, it was still small-time stuff. Sometimes we wondered if our government had not spent more money on our intelligence mission than the Germans had spent on their whole project." For sure, input from captured and borrowed German scientists later helped the Soviets make their bomb so quickly, first test in August 1949. But as Heisenberg later said, under the conditions they were working, there's no way they could have gotten past the theory stage. They barely even tried to produce an actual bomb. They were just so far behind. Hitler didn't know the first thing about atomic weapons. He had no master plan involving an atomic bomb. His brutality was simple-minded. If there was a race to make a bomb, it was only completed by one side until the Soviets got wind of what was happening out in the American desert. That's not to blame Roosevelt for throwing tons of money at essentially a product that could kill everything he loved. He made the decision based on what looked like sound intel. And anyway, someone would have made the bomb had the Americans and their hodgepodge of multinational scientists not done it. In the real world, Eve always takes the forbidden fruit from the tree, and Pandora always opens that damn box. Curiosity is behind all of our triumphs and our tragedies, but we'd be dumb if we weren't so curious. Still, Did the US have to drop those bombs? That's been debated for decades, with some people saying there was evidence Japan would have surrendered and that it was the invasion of Manchuria that pushed Japan to do what it did. In 1976, the US public learned that before the US let those bombs go, American and British combined chiefs of staff had written, "The increasing effects of sea blockade and cumulative devastation wrought by strategic bombing has already rendered millions homeless and has destroyed from 25% to 50% of the built-up area of Japan's most important cities. A conditional surrender might be offered by them at any time." Secretary of the Navy James V. Forrestal wrote in his diary that there was real evidence of a Japanese desire to get out of the war. Then in 1978, it was reported that in Harry Truman's diary, he'd written that the US had intercepted a message talking about a telegram from Japanese emperor asking for peace. Even Dwight Eisenhower, who later became president, said it wasn't necessary to hit the Japanese with that awful thing. There is still plenty of evidence that the Japanese generals were not going to give up, although Leo Szilard later said after he spoke with the Secretary of State James F. Burns, Truman's chief advisor, he was convinced that dropping the bombs was all about showing the Soviets what a great power the Americans had. When Szilard had that nightmarish vision at those traffic lights in London, the light turned green above him, and like a frenzied herd of grown-up children, humanity started thundering toward the horizon of world destruction. The light's been at amber since. Let's hope it stays that way. And indeed, we don't let the tragedy of scientific development outweigh the many great triumphs. Screams ring out from a nondescript building in Berlin, a safe house belonging to a newly formed U.S. intelligence outfit, where they're questioning a man believed to be a Nazi spy with enhanced interrogation techniques. Their latest experiment with a cutting-edge truth serum hasn't yielded any results, so it's back to the ever-reliable pliers. Not far from this scene, in another clandestine location, Soviet agents undertake a similar task. Their subject, a young man who once made the mistake of signing up to join the Hitler Youth, and now faced the grim prospect of a concept known as denazification. In the aftermath of the Second World War, behind the curtains of officially documented history, lurked a tale more harrowing than most would ever realize. Denazification was darker than anyone knew up until the classified became declassified. Today, we'll unravel a lesser-known chapter of post-war Germany's denazification and the Herculean effort to wipe the mark of Adolf Hitler from the collective psyche of millions of faithful Germans. Though the conflict had ceased on European battlegrounds, its shadows continued to haunt the streets of Berlin and beyond. Hitler's final act in the Reich Chancellery bunker marked not an end, but the beginning of a tumultuous, morally gray quest for purification, one that would be a long and messy process, and at times far from pure. The twisted ideology of Nazism was a huge problem even after the war had ended. It's thought that around 10% of the German population at the time, or around 8 million people, had signed up to join the Nazi Party. But around 45 million belonged to some kind of Nazi-affiliated organization, such as the National Socialist People's Welfare Organization and the German Labor Front. That left a lot of people who needed the Nazi in them expunged. Between 1944 and 1950, it's estimated around 14.6 million Germans were expelled or fled from parts of Central and Eastern Europe. But as you can imagine, Germans at the time were less than popular, and between 600,000 and 1.2 million died in the process of evacuation. Hundreds of thousands of Germans ended up as POWs, with many sent to Stalin's labor camps. Some reports state over 3 million German POWs ended up in those Soviet camps, of which around 1 million never made it out. These numbers have been debated many times over, but no one questions that when the war ended, when the full extent of the Nazi atrocities in German death camps came to light, there was global hostility toward Germans, and it didn't really matter if they were full-fledged Nazis or not. There was widespread persecution and, in some cases, mass murders after peace was declared in Europe in 1945. And there were still plenty of official Nazis, some high-ranking ones, war criminals that hadn't been detained even after the Germans surrendered. Many were still in Germany, hiding and praying that they wouldn't be found out. So it's thought 10,000 of them fled to South America through so-called rat lines, escape routes out of Europe, aided and abetted by Nazi sympathizers, and in some special cases, even the US government. But we'll come back to this highly controversial topic later. Besides just hunting people down so they could face trial, the very idea of Nazism had to be scoured out of significance in every corner of the world where it had infected men, women, and, as you'll see, some very angry children. Those Nazis could end up all over the world or running Germany itself, so ridding them of every Nazi thought in their head was of the utmost importance. But it would not be an easy task. The first thing that needed to go was Hitler. The man himself was dead, but there were pictures of Hitler everywhere, so now they had to go. You could hardly go anywhere in Germany without that dead maniac presenting himself in some way. Throughout the country, close to 100 streets had been named after Adolf Hitler. You could find an Adolf Hitler Platz or an Adolf Hitler Straße in cities and towns all over Germany. With Hitler's rise in the 1930s, Germany also saw many stadiums and bridges named after the Führer. When the war ended, the renaming of these places began in an attempt to denazify Germany. It was a start, at least. It may come as a shock to you that even streets as far away as New York had been named after Hitler. It was the work of the pro-Nazi German-American Bund, which named the streets of a planned community in Yaphank in Suffolk County, or as the British media called it, New York's Nazi town. There, Adolf Hitler Street was renamed Park Street, Goring Street was renamed Oak Street, and Goebbels Street was renamed Northside Avenue. The renaming of these streets had actually happened before the war ended, but after the war there were calls to rid this area of everything even remotely connected to the Nazis. We have to remember, though, that the Nazis had support all over the world. Fascism wasn't just Germany's illness, it was a worldwide pandemic. Even in Britain, the British Union of Fascists once paraded proudly with a whopping 40,000 members before it was banned in 1940. The war's end didn't just mean cleaning up Germany, the entire world had some reckoning to do. The lifeblood of Nazism had leaked into the nooks and crannies of cultures all over the world, especially in German-occupied nations, where some people had embraced Nazism wholeheartedly. That was about to change, if not by choice, then by force, and during denazification, collaborators in countries such as Belgium, Norway, Greece, and Yugoslavia were not treated kindly. In Norway, there were thousands of war children, the offspring of women who'd partnered with Nazis. Once the Germans were gone, not only were there trials for the collaborators, but these women were treated as a disgrace to mankind, spat at, and called traitors and other terrible names. In Norway's legal purge after the war, 40 people were executed, and thousands of Norwegians and non-Norwegians alike were found guilty of collaboration. Nazi POWs in Norway were tasked with clearing minefields and forced to walk around the fields when they saw they were finished. If the Norwegians disagreed that the entire area had been checked, the POWs were chased around at gunpoint, which had predictably explosive results. That was one way to get rid of Nazis. 392 POWs lost limbs or were injured in some other way. 275 died. While this doesn't sound very humanitarian at all, this was a time at which the Germans and collaborators were standing in court being accused of torture and murder on a truly mind-boggling scale. They had committed utterly barbaric war crimes, but nevertheless a group called the Norwegian Silk Front said two wrongs don't make a right. Another group called the Ice Front said the Nazis deserve everything they get. This was another thing about denazification. It divided people as to what should be done with the Nazis and the Nazi sympathizers. France, of course, had a lot of purging to do after the fall of the Vichy regime and the end of the war. Many French citizens had collaborated with the Nazis, even if just in thought, not necessarily their actions. The country held trials under the Épuration légale, or legal purge, that lasted until 1949. While hundreds of thousands of French people had collaborated with the Germans, 6,763 ended up being sentenced to death for treason, while about another 100,000 were punished with dégradation nationale, that's national demotion, making them second-class citizens. The hero of World War I, Philippe Pétain, who became a Nazi collaborator in the next war, was subjected to national demotion, as was one of the most celebrated and controversial French novelists in history, Louis-Ferdinand Céline, often called a brilliant anti-war writer with ugly anti-Semitic views. But France also had its so-called Épuration sauvage, or wild purge, which looked a lot more like the Purge Night in the modern movie. Even those vaguely suspected of collaborating were humiliated and beaten and sometimes killed, including women who had relationships with Germans, and it's thought that 105,000 people were executed off the books. The British military historian Anthony Beevor called it an ugly carnival, reminiscent of Old Testament and Dark Ages horror, where some people seem to take pleasure in doling out the sometimes deadly punishments. He wrote, "Quite a few punishers had been petty collaborators themselves and sought to divert attention from their own lack of resistance credentials. Yet resistance groups could also be merciless toward women. In Brittany, it said a third of those civilians killed in reprisals were women. Particularly hated was La Milice, the paramilitaries that had helped the Nazis fight and weed out the French resistance, sometimes collaborating with the sadistic Nazi interrogation chief Klaus Barbie. The same Barbie who, with American intelligence help, escaped to Bolivia and later conducted intelligence and torture operations for dictators and drug cartels. Still, many French people were outraged and saddened by what is happening to the men and women who'd been accused of helping Nazis, especially if, as in one particular case, the woman had merely been a cleaner in a German military office. Such alleged collaborators didn't need to be denazified, they never were Nazis, they just needed a job. An academic once called this the collaborator's penance, although in many cases, especially where women were concerned, evil replaced evil. France's purification was by no means always pure. While some argued that the wealthy collaborators and profiteers of the war went on with their lives as usual, while the poor did most of the suffering. For all his faults, many French people praised the author previously mentioned, Céline, an injured veteran of World War I, when he said, "The poetry of heroism appeals irresistibly to those who don't go to a war, and even more to those whom the war is making enormously wealthy. It's always so." Even with the worst of the Nazis soon to be hanged by a rope, or sitting in a prison cell, or even dumped in the Seine, there was still the essence of Nazism to deal with. This also had to go. But how do you kill a belief? It was one thing getting rid of actual Nazis, but another thing entirely erasing Nazi ideology. The very idea was discussed during a 2-week-long meeting in the German city of Potsdam between Allied leaders. In attendance were Premier of the Soviet Union Joseph Stalin, former and current Prime Ministers of the UK Winston Churchill and Clement Attlee, as well as President Harry Truman. Despite their differences, they had to come to some agreements regarding Germany and what should be done with it. It was a country that had just been flattened, or at least many of its major cities such as Berlin, Dresden, Cologne, Essen, Dortmund, Hamburg, Hanover, Würzburg, and Nuremberg had been flattened. About 1.7 million Germans had fled by 1945, and Germans were being kicked out of other countries, if not imprisoned or even murdered. The country was in the grips of utter chaos, and it needed managing. At the conference, it was agreed to divide Germany into 4 zones of Allied occupation. Northeast Germany was to be controlled by the Soviet Union, while Southeast Germany was to be controlled by the United States. Southwest Germany went to France, and Northwest Germany went to the Brits. The 4 parties agreed that the German government could be formed only as long as all 4 of them agreed that this government was acceptable to all parties. Bombed Berlin, smack in the middle of the Soviet zone of occupation, was also split in 2. Germany was now a divided country, and each division had its own ideas about denazification and what to do with the millions of homeless and unemployed German citizens. The Soviet Union was also in a fight with the Americans and, to a lesser extent, the Brits, to find the best Germans, including many Nazis, for intelligence purposes and matters of science. We'll come back to that topic later. They disagreed on many issues. The Soviets took a much harder line than the other 3 nations. For instance, the Soviets went after German landowners, even non-Nazi ones, and confiscated their property, regardless of what they'd done during the war. So, the Soviets confiscated land, and unlike the other zones, they said German political parties had to be part of a communist coalition, which drew plenty of criticism from the US and the UK, since they knew Stalin had big ideas about spreading communism. The British, French, and the Americans, seeing what had happened after World War I, were more lenient when it came to reparations. The Soviets wanted every last drop of German blood, even after the Allies had agreed to dismantle all major German industries and confiscate infrastructure, equipment, natural resources, gold and silver stocks, investments, and tons of money. It was owed to them after all, at least as they saw things, since Germany had started all this. But you can be sure that when Germany fell apart like this and was being picked apart by the Allied nations, some Germans thought fondly about the good old days when Adolf Hitler had promised them the world, and many did much more than just think about it. Trouble was brewing, especially among the young Nazis, which the Allies were acutely aware of, but more on that soon. The Soviets had their own way of doing things, which led them to the pulling out of the Allied Control Council. This was a governing body over all occupied zones, regulating what happened in post-war Germany. They created a new set of laws, one of which was Law Number 2, that explicitly banned anyone from ever trying to bring back the National Socialist Party. Nothing even close to the Nazi Party could be formed, and they even prohibited athletic exercises if they were deemed a kind of military training. Under another directive, Nazis weren't allowed to work in major industries or do civil service work. Germans certainly weren't allowed to add to the canon of Nazi literature and propaganda. Nazi books were of course destroyed, which actually elicited some amount of criticism. On May 27, 1946, Time magazine wrote, "To re-educate Germany, the Allies last week adopted a typically Nazi device. The Four-Power Coordinating Committee decided to reduce to pulp all undemocratic, militaristic, and Nazi literature, museum and library material, newspapers, films, and war memorials. They also went after paintings. Hitler had burned and banned books and paintings he hated, which he said were decadent and not good for the German soul. But in their place, he had artists paint what he thought were good, wholesome paintings. Those often depicted quiet, rural towns and sunsets, not just Aryan-related battle scenes. They were seemingly harmless, but the Allies said they contained the Nazi ethos, and denazification meant they had to go. An order stated any art which might tend to revitalize the Nazi spirit or German militarism had to be destroyed or sequestered. A researcher later explained, thousands of paintings were destroyed and 8,722 were shipped to military deposits in the U.S. In 2007, it was reported that the Pentagon still had about 450 paintings that a news article called the U.S. Army's Hidden Collection of Nazi Art. 4 of the paintings were watercolors of Vienna signed by A. Hitler. As for the rest of them, who knows where they went? It seems the prodigious Nazi art looters were themselves looted in the name of denazification. The 4 parties also wrote Law No. 10 relating to punishment of persons guilty of war crimes, crimes against peace, and against humanity. The law stated that if wanted for trial in a zone other than that which he is in, he shall be delivered to that zone in preference to delivery outside Germany unless arrangements are made for his return to that zone after trial elsewhere. While the 4 zones did work together in some regards, they also had their own methods of denazification, and it was the Americans who seemed to put the most effort into denazification. In 1945, under U.S. Army General Dwight D. Eisenhower, it was written, "Only an inflexible long-term occupation authority will be able to lead the Germans to a fundamental revision of their recent political philosophy." Eisenhower was realistic about the timeline, though, and wrote that ridding Germany of Nazis and Nazi ideology would take half a decade at minimum. He had a plan, at least, though, which was to find the most hardcore Nazis, not only the war criminals, but the regular members of the population who lived and breathed Nazism. The American stance was, for the most part, that if someone had been a Nazi Party member right from the start of Hitler's rise to power, they probably wouldn't be too willing to forget about Nazi ideology, and this group included over 1.5 million people. But there were a lot of people who didn't quite qualify as such hardcore Nazis, those who joined but could pretty much take or leave Nazism. The Allies agreed to split these people into 5 categories: major offenders, offenders, lesser offenders, followers, and exonerated persons. The latter were allowed to do what they wanted. Some had work and travel restrictions placed on them, and lesser offenders went through a probation period, while offenders and major offenders were arrested and possibly hit with a 10-year prison sentence, or in some cases, even a death sentence. A German would likely know very well that they were in trouble when they were contacted by the U.S. Counterintelligence Corps, or CIC, the fairly new intelligence agency that would later become the CIA. We'll be getting into those guys much more later, and the top-secret stuff they did that didn't come out until decades after the war. But even if people weren't Nazis, many reacted very bad to denazification. Some of them felt ashamed of their country. Some were upset about losing the war. Some just saw no hope in their lives, especially the poor. Some were rabid Nazis with hatred in their hearts and plans to bring back Nazism. Not many allies felt sorry for them, though. Some of the people enforcing the laws had seen the emaciated prisoners and piles of bodies in German camps, and some had even lost relatives there. So, of course, they were furious, and many of them were not in the mood for mercy. In a letter dated May 15, 1945, the U.S. Army was told the German nation must be made to taste the dregs of the full bitterness of humiliation and defeat. But not all Germans were guilty of crimes, far from it, and Nietzsche's aphorism springs to mind: "He who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster." The Americans made every German in the American zone fill out a form, and everyone had to prove how much of an offender he'd been, if they were any offender at all. It helped the Americans considerably that an anti-Nazi group in Germany had the files on all Nazi Party members. The problem was the administration part. Tens of thousands of forms were sent to the Americans each day. Millions would eventually have to be looked at and checked against U.S. intelligence. As 1945 came to a close, about 3.5 million former Nazis were still waiting for the green light from the Americans, which meant they still weren't able to do much at all, including getting a job. Germany was breaking down partially because of it, too. There weren't even people to fix all the roads and buildings that had been destroyed, and many innocent Germans went without food due to infrastructure issues. Amid all the administrative chaos, the Americans arrested tens of thousands of people, and many more were told they couldn't do any kind of work but manual labor, similar to the French demotion. In the vast majority of cases, though perhaps even as high as 90%, the arrestees' crimes were deemed not serious enough to take action on. If the Americans suspected someone of having Nazi sympathies, that person could have others testify for them to say they were clean, which often happened even if they weren't clean. This clean bill became known as the Persil-Schein, or in English, the Persil ticket, related to Persil washing powder cleaning the filth off of something. After a while, many Germans were also able to buy themselves a fake denazification certificate on the black market, stating that they were not an offender. For the Americans, it was a huge struggle to basically attempt to administrate another nation or part of one and investigate millions of people. The other three countries shared similarities with the Americans in their own attempt to cleanse their zones of Nazism. Still, many Germans in the Soviet zone realized that they faced possible internment in one of the camps, and with the understanding that there was a good chance they would never make it out of there, they tried to escape to another zone to face the much softer-sounding music there. Then there were the atrocities committed against the Germans, mostly directed at women. On August 14, 1946, Colonel Francis P. Miller testified to Congress and talked about the moral disintegration of American officers and troops that he said was bad for American prestige and reputation. Not only were some men doing terrible things to German women, but a minority of the denazifying troops were making money from the black market amid all that suffering. If they had money, Germans could often stay out of trouble. Miller said men are not thinking of the national interest and the American way of life, but of padding their own pockets, making what they can from the officers down to the GI. Nonetheless, he admitted that this was the minority, not the majority. Bad apples, he called them. Anyway, the Russians were much worse, said the reports, especially where German women were concerned. There were certainly bad apples in the US zone, but there were also American humanitarian organizations helping these people. It should also be said that all of the Allied armies committed these well-documented atrocities against Germans, not just the Americans. Some US troops wanted German girlfriends, though, and the soldiers would call this goin' fratin', relating to the word fraternizing. This could get them in trouble, of course. Other women, now without food or shelter, turned to prostitution. Venereal disease among American troops increased 235% between May and December of 1945. Thank God penicillin had just become widely available for the first time. This rise in venereal disease in soldiers was actually one of the reasons for the infamous Tuskegee syphilis study, a massively unethical human experiment in which American doctors purposefully did not treat 400 African American males who had syphilis. The effects of denazification truly rippled all over the world. The bad behavior of US troops in Germany was big news back home, too. The New York Times wrote, "The denazification program is a glaring failure. The breakup of the cartel system, one of the root causes of the war, has gotten nowhere. That widespread fraternization with German women is undermining the effectiveness of military government. That the demands for luxurious accommodations by United States personnel have created a desperate housing situation, and that a number of high-ranking army officers are involved in gross black marketing operations." There were some Allied soldiers from all Allied armies that engaged in unethical activity during this period, although strictly in terms of denazification, the British were said to be less thorough than the Soviets and the Americans. This might have had as much to do with Britain's economic problems as it was with laziness or an act of kindness. The Brits went after war criminals, of course, and other serious offenders, but they let the Germans get on with it for the most part, even if they had held some Nazi party credentials. It seemed impossible to run a country like a company from the outside, especially one that spoke another language. The French side was even less strict. Being a former minor Nazi party member didn't mean much at all there. The French did try to ban them from teaching, but they soon found out that the children of the zone had no one to teach to them, so the French turned about face in this regard. The French arrested a total of 13 Germans for being major offenders. What all this meant is that if any former Nazis feared some kind of blowback for their past adoration of Adolf, the best place to go was the British and French zones. Unlike the Americans, the French and British didn't go after people under the age of 18, even though Hitler liked to indoctrinate them while they were young. In his book Mein Kampf, he'd written, "Whoever has the youth has the future," and he meant it. As the Greek philosopher Aristotle's aphorism, "Give me a child until he is 7 and I'll show you the man." He was right, some of those Nazi youth after the war were the biggest pain in the backside, as you'll soon see. In 1936, Hitler created a Nazi youth group for Aryan kids over the age of 6. At 14, they could join the Hitler Youth, of which they were around 8 million at the start of the war. Girls could join the Jung Model, or Young Girls. When they got older, they could sign up for the League of German Girls. These people were still dangerous when denazification was in full swing. In 1946, the U.S. 206th Counterintelligence Corps Detachment went to Schwäbisch Gmünd near Stuttgart and busted a group of Hitler youth that now called themselves werewolves. The boys were obviously still jacked up on Nazi propaganda, and they were armed to the teeth and ready to build a paramilitary organization. The CIC raided their meeting, and a 17-year-old was shot dead, while lots of pistols, a machine gun, and 10,000 rounds of ammunition were confiscated. 23-year-old former SS trooper Siegfried Kabus, who'd escaped from France, recruited former Hitler youths in Stuttgart, and they liked to throw hand grenades at American vehicles. The CIC arrested Kabus later with the help of German informants. When they busted the door open to Kabus's house on November 19, 1946, they found him and his gang in the kitchen making bombs. More bombs and detonators were found around the house, and Judge Marshal Harrow sentenced Kabus to death. He was hanged, and the rest of his gang were sent to prison. The CIC busted many groups like this one time under Operation Tally Ho, taking down several thousand German suspects and collecting more than 300,000 pieces of contraband, including prohibited weapons. Under Operation Choo Choo, the U.S. Army stopped a packed passenger train running from Bamberg to Nuremberg in Bavaria. They carefully screened everyone on board. In Operation Grab Bag, the CIC broke up an underground escape route being used by former SS troops trying to get out of Germany. In 1946, as the Soviets were busy installing communist regimes in Albania, Bulgaria, Romania, and Yugoslavia, the Americans and the British feared the worst. That's when Winston Churchill, the then former British Prime Minister, warned of a Soviet Iron Curtain across Europe. The Cold War was on, which didn't exactly give the Americans and the British much time or resources for denazification. They decided to merge their zones together, just as the Soviets were deciding they can no longer play ball. This new Cold War animus created a new era of intelligence. Soon spies were everywhere, moving from zone to zone. Britain had its Secret Intelligence Service, or SIS, similar to America's CIC. They were both involved in overt as well as covert operations to denazify, but their reasons for capturing Nazis weren't always in the interest of making Germany less of a threat and a more livable place for Germans, but to fight the Cold War. After all, they didn't want valuable Nazis to end up on the side of the Soviets. As mentioned before, it was the CIC that got hold of the Nazi Gestapo interrogator Klaus Barbie. They should have handed him over to the French according to the alliance laws, but the Americans decided he was useful, so they put him on the payroll. The Brits had actually found him first, but it's the Americans he ended up linking up with, something that the Justice Department many years later would have to apologize for. A declassified document reads, "In 1951, the CIC sponsored his escape to South America via a rat line operating through Italy. Barbie could be useful working for U.S. intelligence, as could many more Nazis." By this time, Allied denazification efforts were more or less over, but only in the official context. They were still catching Nazis, but for different reasons. In Operation Bloodstone, the U.S. attempted to find Nazis in the Soviet zone and hire them to use in places such as Latin America, where the U.S. would later overthrow left-leaning governments in its Cold War fight. A CIC declassified document states that these new Nazi spies would be suitable for psychological warfare, subversion, sabotage, and miscellaneous operations such as assassination, target capture, or rescue of Allied airmen. The New York Times later wrote that about 1,000 Nazi war criminals were hired, some of whom ended up living in the U.S. under new names. In Operation Paperclip, about 1,800 German scientists, some of whom were members or even leaders in the Nazi Party, worked on some of the U.S.'s top science projects. Better the U.S., it was said, than the Soviet Union, which was also busy trying to capture and employ clever Nazis. The CIC would literally collect these scientists in the street and tell them they were leaving for the U.S. One of the orders a German scientist received explained, "On orders of the military government, you are to report with your family and baggage, as much as you can carry, tomorrow noon. There is no need to bring winter clothing. Especially carried possessions such as family documents, jewelry, and the like should be taken along. Please tell the bearer of this letter how large your family is." Also part of the Alsace mission, the Brits and Americans worked together, again to find useful German eggheads, but this time ones that had worked on biological or chemical weapons, and also the German nuclear energy project, something which the Allies had feared Germany was making progress in when it was actually way behind the Allies. The mission started in 1943 but didn't end until after the war was over. Operation Harborage, Operation Big, and Operation Epsilon were also about capturing German nuclear scientists, some of whom were Nazis. So denazification had turned into something else. In Operation Selection Board, the Brits and Americans worked together again, this time to recruit former Nazis who were known to be very anti-communist. The plan was to lie to them and tell them they'd receive support to start a government in Germany only if they helped them fight the Soviets. In effect, the German war criminals were hired to help the Brits and Americans find other war criminals who might go to the Soviets. It was a time of widespread paranoia. One of the hired Nazis was named Gunther Ebeling, who was the commander of an annihilation squad of the SS in Warsaw and was wanted by the Polish after the war. He helped with Operation Nursery, which was an effort to find the remaining Hitler Youth and other hardcore Nazis. 50 Nazis were arrested in that operation, and Ebeling, after he was no longer of any use, was brought in and hit over the head by a British agent and killed. A book on the matter states he could no longer be controlled and had become a security risk. In 1946, the CIC employed a female journalist named Hildegard R. Springer, aka Agent Honeypot, who worked in Operation Honeypot. She was a great asset, being married to a former SS officer and having once worked for the Nazi Foreign Office. Her mission was to collect political intelligence on communists in Germany. Then there are the cases of Eugen Fischer and Anton Mahler, two senior Gestapo officers in Munich and Augsburg. They'd been chief interrogators who tortured and killed and sent many people to their deaths. It was stated that Fischer had developed extensive contacts and penetrated city and state police offices. Both men were interned in camps during the denazification process, but ended up being given a clean slate after accepting a job with the CIC. Still, a CIC agent later wrote, Fischer became a definite security problem for this organization. They were later arrested again in 1949, only to escape. The West Germans by then had taken over the denazification process. The CIC was worried that they'd talk about their sources, but it seems it didn't happen. West German police were skeptical when the CIC told them they had no information concerning the present whereabouts of these two men. The CIC HQ was subsequently put under surveillance by the West Germans. Spies spied on the spies who were spying on the spies. A 2010 New York Times article explained, declassified papers show U.S. recruited ex-Nazis. It explained that people had been furious about the Klaus Barbie story, but now declassified documents showed that more genocidal maniacs wanted by various countries for extreme war crimes had been paid money and cigarettes by the USA. The article referred to a research paper titled Hitler's Shadow, Nazi War Criminals, U.S. Intelligence and the Cold War. The paper was based on 1,100 CIA files and 1.2 million Army counterintelligence files that were only declassified in 2007. The Times said this paper paints a grim portrait of bureaucracy, turf wars, and communication gaps among intelligence agencies. It also details blatantly cynical, self-interested tactical decisions by Allied governments. War crimes by former Nazis and their collaborators were overlooked because the suspects could be transformed into valuable assets. Rudolf Milner was also on the CIC's books. This is a man who, according to a research paper, was responsible for the execution of hundreds, if not thousands, of suspected Polish resistors. He helped send about 8,000 Polish Jews to Auschwitz. He worked for the Americans until 1949 and then skipped off to Argentina. Reinhard Gehlen, who'd been chief of the Wehrmacht Foreign Army's East Military Intelligence during the war, was also put on the CIC's book. The CIC understood his value, especially when Gehlen said in exchange for his freedom, he'd give them access to German intelligence. He'd also said he'd start his own spying outfit to help the Americans, which became known as the Gehlen Organization. He had one demand. He needed his former Nazi crew to join him, men who were then released from the internment camps. They were kind of re-Nazified. The Independent newspaper wrote many years later, the Gehlen organization was allowed to employ at least 100 former Gestapo or SS officers. Among them were Adolf Eichmann's deputy Aloy Brunner, who would go on to die of old age despite having sent more than 100,000 Jews to ghettos or internment camps. The operation was named Operation Rusty. The Brits criticized it, believing it to be too risky. Nazi spies working in the Soviet zone, they said, would not accomplish much and could actually become a huge security threat. Chief of the British ID, Major General Joseph Charles Hayden, said, "There's a real danger that Rusty itself, to an extent not necessarily appreciated or known to the Americans, is aiming at the ultimate domination of both the present security service and the future intelligence." Decades later, it was said, for all the moral compromises involved, it was a complete failure in intelligence terms. There was also Operation Gladio, which involved the US and the UK creating secret stay-behind operations of armed paramilitaries for psychological warfare and even assassinations. They hired former Nazis between 1949 and 1953, including Lieutenant Colonel Walter Kopp, a former Army officer the CIA said was an unreconstructed Nazi. The now famous biological warfare scientist Frank Olson saw exactly what denazification looked like when it melded with the Cold War. Olson was a captain in the U.S. Army Chemical Corps. He actually worked on bioweapons with former Nazis who'd been captured for the U.S.'s biological weapons program. But what Olson was more well known for is he was one of the leading scientists in the CIA's mind control program MKUltra. Olson and his men cooked up all kinds of chemical brews designed to maim, kill, and drive men crazy, killing thousands of poor animals in the process. He didn't have the stomach for some of the things he saw. Even the dead animals upset him. But it was what happened in Germany that might have led to his downfall. When he visited various German cities with the CIC, by then changed to the CIA, to see some of his chemicals in action. Under Operation Artichoke, the CIA was testing new methods of interrogation, and Germany was a great testing ground. Olson spent the summer in Berlin watching the CIA's new enhanced interrogation techniques, thanks in part to his own work in the lab. Not long after, he told his wife, "I've made a terrible mistake." It was just days after he said that to her that he somehow managed to fall from the 13th floor of the Statler Hotel in New York City, while his CIA buddies were in the same hotel. Here's what a report said about Olson's trip to Germany at the time the Nazis were being interrogated. In CIA safe houses in Germany, Olson witnessed horrific, brutal interrogations on a regular basis. Detainees who were deemed expendable, suspected spies or moles, security leaks, etc., were literally interrogated to death in experimental methods combining drugs, hypnosis, and torture to attempt to master brainwashing techniques and memory erasing. Olson later spoke about how he felt about this to William Sargent, who was a British psychiatrist who advised British intelligence on various kinds of brainwashing techniques. Sargent then reported that to British intelligence, stating that Olson was deeply disturbed over what he had seen in CIA safe houses in Germany, and he displayed symptoms of not wanting to keep secret what he had witnessed. Olson's security clearance was no doubt subsequently questioned. Olson said he was disturbed by what he'd seen in those interrogation rooms at the time when the German medical scientists had just been executed after the Nuremberg trials for doing something very similar. He made a terrible mistake. He saw that denazification and what came right after it was complicated and at times ruthless. By 1957, Germany seemed free of Nazis. Although by that time, about 77% of the West German Ministry of Justice's senior officials were former Nazi Party members, while other major offending Nazis were in hiding or living under aliases in South America or even in the USA. Thanks to declassified documents and official investigations, we know a lot about what went down in those dark days, but we probably only know half of it. Hitler, a man so evil he ruined an entire mustache style. If anyone deserved to die, this man was it. Here's the craziest ways history's most notorious villain was almost rubbed out. Bad schnitzel. Way back when Hitler was first embarking into politics, some brave citizen heard Hitler speak and smelled trouble for Germany. This prompted the unknown individual or group of individuals to try and eliminate Hitler before it was too late. As Hitler and his staff had dinner at the Hotel Kaiserhof in Berlin, they shortly after became seriously ill. Poisoning was immediately suspected, but alas, whoever carried out the assassination attempt failed to realize that Hitler was a vegetarian and thus was spared. Next time a vegan tries to tell you meat is murder, remind them that vegetables basically killed over 40 million people in World War II. The pen is mightier than the sword, especially if it's poisoned. It takes a special kind of man for people to want to kill you twice in the same year. In February of 1932, Ludwig Assner, a member of the Bavarian State Parliament, didn't exactly like the cut of Hitler's jib. He penned a poisoned letter to Hitler, but an acquaintance of Assner's spilled the tea and the letter was intercepted. Mercenary death. In 1934, Hitler had been named Chancellor of Germany, but not everyone was triumphantly throwing up their arms in Nazi salutes. In fact, many political and military leaders were extremely wary of Hitler and his Nazi government. To solve this little problem, Hitler kicked off what would become known as the Night of the Long Knives, a series of political killings that effectively eliminated or silenced any opposition to Hitler. Beppo Romer, a member of a German mercenary unit, vowed revenge. He and a group of men made plans to kill Hitler, but sadly the Gestapo would catch on to the plot before any real progress had been made. Sometimes crazy can take care of crazy, or at least try to. Murder from within. When Romer failed to kill Hitler, Helmut Milius, a member of the right-wing radical small class party, took matters into his own hand. Under his direction, 160 men infiltrated the SS in order to conduct secret surveillance on Hitler. Mylius quickly learned Hitler's schedule and daily routines, allowing him to plot the perfect time to kill him. Yet again, the Gestapo, who we have to admit was super on the ball, discovered the plot and put a stop to it. Mylius managed to avoid any serious punishment due to the influence of German Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, who would go on to be one of Germany's best generals in the Second World War. Allegiance to country, not a man. A year later, a group of government officials from the German Foreign Office knew that they had to act to prevent a disaster. They weren't buying Hitler's Make Germany Great Again and insisted that Hitler was leading the company to disaster, not a resurgence of her glorious imperial days. They knew they had to do something to save the nation they loved, even if it meant killing the man who now ruled it. The group attempted to drum up support with a letter where they penned, "The oath of allegiance to Hitler has lost its meaning since he's ready to sacrifice Germany." Sadly, the plot never took off and the world hurtled ever forward into global war. Explosive briefcases. By 1936, Hitler had whipped up hatred for Jews across much of Germany, and German Jew Helmut Hirsch knew he had to act. He filled 2 suitcases with explosives with a plan to plant them inside the Nazi Party headquarters in Nuremberg. Unfortunately, a Gestapo informant learned of the plot and Hirsch was discovered. Pronounced guilty, Hirsch was executed via beheading, a far better fate than many of his fellow Jews would suffer in the years to come. Back to the crazy though, our next assassin thought he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Crazy killer. You know you're a terrible person when even insane people want you dead. That's exactly what happened in November of 1937, when mental patient Joseph Thomas traveled all the way to Berlin to shoot Hitler. However, Thomas also had a beef with the Nazi head of the Air Force, Hermann Göring, and plotted to assassinate both on the same day. Discovered by police, Thomas spilled the beans on himself, putting an end to the plot. Interestingly enough, it may have been a good thing that Göring was in fact not killed by Thomas. In the build-up to the war, under Göring's direction, the Luftwaffe did not add any significant number of long-range heavy bombers to its fleet, a move that would haunt Germany during the Battle of England, as it was forced to attack with light and medium bombers only. Further, Göring's inflated ego assured Hitler that his Luftwaffe would be able to keep German troops under siege in Russia supplied, and thus Hitler did not dispatch ground forces to relieve them. This strategic blunder would spell disaster for over 100,000 German soldiers, and for the war effort against the Soviet Union. That one time the Allies saved Hitler's life. Yeah, you heard that right. The same Allies that Hitler would go on to nearly crush saved Hitler's life just before the war began. In September of 1938, conservatives in the German army feared what a renewed war against the Western Allies might do to the nation. They could smell disaster on the horizon, despite all the Nazi propaganda to the contrary. They vowed to enact a coup the moment Hitler declared war on Czechoslovakia, eliminating Hitler and placing the exiled Wilhelm II back on the throne as emperor. Much to their astonishment, Britain and France agreed to the annexation of the Sudetenland in a bid to appease Hitler, and thus the risk of war was temporarily removed. The group nixed their plans to replace Hitler, for the time being. That wouldn't be the last time the Allies saved Hitler's life. But next is an assassin who wanted to kill Hitler for pretty wild reasons. Killing Hitler in order to make Russia great again? Maurice Bavaud was a Swiss theology student and a member of an anti-communist group in France. The group's leader, Marcel Gerbohe, convinced Bavaud and others that he was in fact a member of the Romanov dynasty who had escaped execution at the hands of the dirty Bolsheviks. In fact, Gerbohe was full of Bolshevik himself, but that didn't stop him from convincing Bavaud that if he murdered Hitler, it would somehow help end communism in Russia and the Romanovs could retake the country for themselves. As if that would be much better. Bavaud traveled to Germany in 1938 and bought a pistol, then remarked to a policeman how he'd like to meet Hitler personally. The police officer suggested he travel to Munich for the anniversary of the 1923 beer hall putsch, which Hitler attended every year. Bavaud bought himself a ticket to the event on the reviewing stand and posed as a reporter, prepared to bust a cap the moment Hitler strolled by. Unfortunately, Bavaud aborted the attempt as Hitler was in company of other Nazis that Bavaud didn't want to accidentally injure, which makes about as much sense to us as it does to you. Bavaud now used the last remaining bit of his money to purchase expensive stationery and forged a letter of introduction under the name of French nationalist leader and friend to the Nazi, Pierre Titonji. He took the letter with the hopes of using it to gain an audience with Hitler to Berchtesgaden, but Hitler had decided to remain in Munich. Broke and destitute, Bavaud was forced to stow away on a train to Paris, but was discovered by the conductor. Interrogated by the Gestapo, who again were seriously on the ball, Bavaud admitted to the assassination plot and was executed. Hitler's abundant and incredible luck. Back in World War I, Hitler narrowly avoided being exploded after the exact spot he'd been standing in just moments prior became ground zero for a British artillery round. The explosive luck, get it, would last well into Hitler's life and pay off yet again in October 1939. On a victory parade of Warsaw after Hitler's conquest of Poland, Polish Army General Michael Karaszewicz Tokarewski hatched a plan to blow Hitler sky high with explosives buried under his parade route. In a stroke of insane luck, Hitler's parade was diverted at the last minute and completely avoided the planted explosives. And because life is 100% not fair, history's biggest a-hole also happened to be history's luckiest man. Even more explosive luck. Just a month after being nearly blown up, Hitler was once again nearly blown up. For weeks, German carpenter George Elser planned the construction of a timed bomb inside one of Germany's largest beer halls, where he knew Der Führer would soon be making his annual speech in commemoration of the beer hall putsch. The bomb was planted just a few feet away from where Hitler would eventually stand, its timer muffled by a cork. The bomb was timed to go off right in the middle of Hitler's speech, but with World War II on his mind, Hitler cut his speech off early and rushed back to Berlin to convene with his military leaders. Instead of Hitler, the bomb killed 8 others and injured over 60, with the ceiling collapsing right where Hitler had been standing. The subsequent crackdown by the Gestapo made the components needed to create explosives so difficult that multiple other assassination attempts in the works had to be canceled after the organizers were unable to get their hands on the needed explosives. If you fail, try again. In 1939, Beppo Romer was released from prison for his 1934 attempt to murder Hitler. Apparently, either the authorities had not been too impressed with Romer or were convinced that he was a reformed man. They would be extremely wrong. Romer joined a resistance group of German intellectuals named the Soul Circle, who were dedicated to opposing the Nazi Party at every possible opportunity. The group tracked Hitler's movements carefully, but Hitler's security had been dramatically increased due to all the pesky attempts on his life. Failing to find an opportunity to strike, the Soul Circle was eventually discovered and its members arrested in a Gestapo sting. The Soul Circle members were betrayed from within by a Gestapo spy, pretending to be a Swiss sympathizer, and most would meet their end via torture and execution. There was the one time Hitler was almost blown up by his own tanks. Even his own army wanted him dead. Many German generals were starting to warm up to the fact that Hitler was leading their nation to disaster by 1943. A group of them plotted to arrest Hitler upon his visit to a military detachment in Ukraine. One general's tanks would surround Hitler and his escorts completely, and if Hitler refused to surrender, they would simply kill everyone. Hitler's visit was cancelled at the last minute, and once more Das Führer escaped certain death. Multiple attempts all in the same day. March 13, 1943 would be the day Hitler would evade certain death 3 times, and he never even had a clue. First, a group of officers vowed to kill Hitler as he drove from the airport to a local army headquarters. Hitler, however, was accompanied by a heavy SS escort, and the plan was cancelled. Briefly delayed to lunch, a new plan was put into effect. During their lunch together, at a specified signal, several officers would rise and fire their pistols at Hitler. Hitler, however, was a no-show and the plan was cancelled. In a last-ditch effort to kill the luckiest SOB in history, a bomb was camouflaged as liquor bottles and planted on Hitler's airplane. The timer was set to blow as the plane was in flight and over Poland. However, the plane's hold iced over from the extreme temperatures and the fuse of the bomb failed. Our next killer's weapon of choice would be hugging and explosives. The death hug. Hitler's luck was so unbelievable that we wouldn't blame you for fact-checking us on the sheer number of times Hitler avoided death purely by coincidence. Just a week after he was almost gunned down twice and then blown out of the sky, Hitler would evade death yet again. German officer Rudolf Christoph Freiherr von Gersdorf decided Hitler had to go at any cost. Hitler, along with several prominent Nazi and military figures, planned to visit Gersdorf at a Berlin armory where they could inspect captured Soviet weapons. Gersdorf then set about packing his coat pockets with time-delayed explosives, set for 10 minutes. Just as Hitler arrived, Gersdorf set off the timers, with a plan to hug Hitler right before the explosives went off in order to ensure his death. It would be a suicide attack, but a necessary sacrifice for Germany. Incredibly, Hitler breezed through the entire exhibition in less than 10 minutes, which prompted Gersdorf to rush to a bathroom in order to disarm the explosives. The Allies save Hitler's life again. In late 1943, the Allies were pushing back hard against the Luftwaffe's domination of Europe's skies. This opened up opportunities for Allied planes to raid German infrastructure. One such raid would end up saving Hitler's life. The German army was preparing to put out a new winter uniform, and Major Axel von den Bussche was chosen to model it for Hitler in a private viewing. Bussche was tall, handsome, and blonde, and blue-eyed, basically the perfect Nazi in Hitler's view. But Bussche actually planned to kill Hitler during the viewing by detonating a mine he would be carrying in his backpack. The planned viewing, however, was cancelled when an Allied air raid destroyed the rail car containing the new uniforms. Hitler, immune to explosives. By 1944, it was clear that Germany was losing the war. It was largely due to Hitler's ineptitude as a military leader. A group of senior German military officials concocted what would be known as Operation Valkyrie, as they attempted to kill Hitler and make peace with the Western Allies as soon as possible in order to avoid the complete destruction of Germany. The conspirators managed to plant a 2.2-pound bomb in a briefcase inside a meeting room where Hitler and his senior military advisors would discuss the ongoing war. Incredibly, Colonel Heinz Brandt is believed to have nudged the briefcase behind one of the legs of the table, effectively deflecting the bomb blast and sparing Hitler's life. The Führer Bunker, Berlin, April 1945. Hitler's trembling hand clutched the outdated military maps as SS Brigade Führer Wilhelm Mohnke delivered the news. The Russians had taken Potsdam. Berlin was surrounded. In the damp, claustrophobic corridors beneath the Reich Chancellery, where the Nazi high command once dreamed of global conquest, only chaos remained. Machine gun fire crackled in the distance, and the thunder of artillery shook the walls. Hitler's eyes, sunken from a lack of sleep, darted across the room at Goebbels, whose previously impressive face now revealed a sliver of terror. The Soviet forces would reach the Chancellery within 24 hours. Ironically, as the Reich crumbled above ground, almost everyone but Hitler could see that his last days would be steeped in delusion, decay, and impending doom. April 16, 1945. The rumble of distant artillery began to pulse like a heartbeat beneath Berlin. At Silo Heights, over 3,200 Soviet Katyusha rocket launchers unleashed their deafening fury. 2.5 million Red Army soldiers surged westward in what would become the assault on Hitler's capital. Operation Berlin had begun. Operation Berlin was less a military assault than a cataclysm. At 3 a.m., the city's eastern horizon exploded in flame as over 9,000 Soviet artillery pieces unleashed a thunderous barrage across the Oder-Neisse front. In just 30 minutes, more shells fell than in Germany's entire French campaign of 1940. Waves of Stalin's tanks rolled forward through walls of white smoke, while loudspeakers blared psychological warfare. Soviet voices promising vengeance, surrender, or death. For the German defenders, many of them underaged Volkssturm or old men from the Wehrmacht's depleted rank, hell itself had arrived on their doorstep. The ground shook with such violence that seasoned veterans vomited from shock. It was a rolling apocalypse, unyielding, relentless, and lit by the fire of retribution. In the Führer bunker, dust sifted from the cracks in the bunker ceiling. The stale air, already thick with cigarette smoke, grew even heavier. In contrast with the opulence of the Eagle's Nest or his sprawling forested headquarters in East Prussia, the Spartan subterranean complex would be Hitler's last home. Buried beneath the gardens of the Reich Chancellery, the bunker itself was a claustrophobic labyrinth of reinforced concrete, designed to withstand the relentless bombardment of Berlin. Constructed in two phases, initially in 1936 and expanded in 1944, the complex comprised approximately 30 small rooms spread over 2 levels, with the lower Führer bunker situated about 28 feet underground. Its walls and ceilings, up to 13 feet thick, were intended to protect its occupants from the devastation above. Inside, narrow corridors connected sparse rooms, furnished with items salvaged from the Chancellery, including Hitler's modest study adorned with a portrait of Frederick the Great. Despite the presence of amenities like electricity, ventilation systems, and a telephone switchboard, the bunker was damp and oppressive, with pumps working incessantly to remove groundwater. As Soviet forces encircled the city, it became the epicenter of a crumbling regime. Adolf Hitler, frail and hunched, shuffled into the map room gripping a trembling pointer. His face twitched involuntarily, a symptom of both Parkinson's and the immense pressure crushing his psyche. These uncivilized brutes must not be allowed to swamp Europe. He fumed at the Soviets. I am the last bulwark against that danger. If there is any justice, we shall prevail. With that, the room grew silent and serious. Hitler declared, jabbing the map, believing that German forces could still encircle the Soviets. Those around the table, General Krebs, Wilhelm Buchdorf, Joseph Goebbels, exchanged glances but said nothing. SS officer and bunker commandant Wilhelm Mohnke believed the Führer was living in a fantasy. He was still talking about divisions that no longer existed. Still, he said nothing. Above ground, Berlin was beginning to dissolve into ruin. Civilians crowded into subway tunnels as apartment blocks collapsed under Soviet shell fire. But in the bunker, Hitler's warped sense of control still reigned. Eva Braun, the ever-loyal consort, poured champagne and made light conversation. Despite the shaking walls and the growing stench of unwashed bodies and damp cement, the mood that day was not yet total despair. It was tension masquerading as resolve. The staff still believed, or at least pretended to believe, that some miracle might come. But outside, Stalin's armies were less than 50 miles away. The trap had been sprung, and Berlin had become a city waiting to die. April 20th, 1945. At noon on April 20th, beneath a smoke-filled Berlin sky, Adolf Hitler marked his 56th birthday. Above ground, the Reich Chancellery Garden was a wreck, scarred by bomb blasts, littered with shrapnel, and veiled in smoke. But in a strange echo of pomp, an official ceremony was taking place. Hitler emerged from his underground refuge to decorate a handful of trembling Hitler Youth boys with the Iron Cross for their bravery in holding Soviet forces at bay. One of the boys, Alfred Zeck, just 12 years old, had helped rescue wounded soldiers under fire. As Hitler shakily pinned the medal to his chest, witnesses noticed how badly the Führer's right hand trembled. His shoulders were stooped, and he dragged his left foot behind him slightly, a shell of a man who had once commanded the bulk of the European and Eurasian landmass. The ceremonial visit lasted barely minutes. When it was over, he descended again into the cement crypt from which he would never re-emerge. Back in the gloom of the bunker, what passed for a birthday celebration took place in the staircase room. Stenographers and secretaries had laid out coffee, cake, and a bottle of champagne. Everyone put on a pretense of celebration, but it was clear that the war was lost. Hitler sat stiffly at the table, barely touching his cake, occasionally murmuring about Wenck's army or Steiner's counterattack. The day also marked the last official reception Hitler would ever hold. High-ranking Nazis filtered into the bunker to pay their respects. Among them were Joseph and Magda Goebbels, loyal and fanatical to the end. Hermann Göring arrived radiating calculation. Also, there was Heinrich Himmler, whose loyalty was already slipping, even as he bowed and smiled. And Admiral Karl Donitz, freshly summoned from the north, sensed something larger unfolding but didn't yet grasp his role in it. Overseeing it all was Martin Bormann, the gatekeeper of Hitler's inner sanctum, who was quietly seeding his own escape plan. Outside, Soviet tanks breached Berlin's outer defenses. General Gotthard Heinrizi had already warned that the capital could not be held. Inside, Albert Bormann attempted one last attempt to get Hitler out of the city. There was still a route to the south, but it was closing fast. There was still time to take command of the southern armies. But Hitler refused, insisting he needed to bring things to a head here in Berlin or go under. Whether out of fatalism, delusion, or theatrical resolve, no one could tell. But his decision sealed more than his own fate. It condemned those still loyal to him to death. That night, under the codename Operation Seraglio, 10 aircraft departed Berlin's Gatow airfield, carrying favored members of Hitler's entourage to the Alpine Command Center near Berchtesgaden. Bormann had orchestrated it quietly, evacuating key figures and family members, but not Hitler himself. It was the beginning of the exodus of Nazi leadership, a silent betrayal masked as duty. As night fell and the concrete walls groaned with concussions from above, officers and adjutants began murmuring what had once been unthinkable: escape. The facade of discipline was cracking. They all knew the end was near. April 22nd and 23rd, 1945. On the morning of April 22nd, the illusion finally shattered. For days, Hitler had clung to the fantasy of General Steiner's counterattack, a maneuver he believed would miraculously push back the Soviet tide surging into Berlin. But when General Hans Krebs, the Army's chief of staff, reported that Steiner's forces could not be assembled, Hitler erupted. In the cramped conference room of the Führer bunker, beneath the flickering ceiling lamps and pall of cigarette smoke, he flew into a rage unlike any his staff had ever witnessed. Maps were swept from the tables, his voice cracked with fury and despair. "The war is lost!" he screamed, his eyes blazing with betrayal. "The generals have lied to me! They're cowards, traitors, failures, every last one of them!" Outside the door, Traudl Junge, Gerda Christian, and Fraulein Kruger sat frozen, overhearing the muffled outburst. When the doors opened, Hitler emerged hollow-eyed and gray. His limbs trembled. His face looked like wax. He ordered his stunned secretaries to get changed. A plane would fly them south and away from Berlin. But Eva Braun was already beside him, refusing to leave. In a moment that left the room breathless, Hitler kissed her on the mouth, a gesture so foreign to him it shocked even those closest to him. One by one, his staff refused to leave. Junge, Christian, Manziarli, they all stayed. not out of loyalty to the cause, but something stranger: pity, guilt, inertia perhaps. Meanwhile, Martin Bormann activated plans for the evacuation of essential personnel. Julius Schaub, Hitler's long-serving aide, was ordered to destroy confidential documents. With tears in his eyes, he carried crates of papers up to the Chancellery Garden and burned the remnants of the regime in the open air. That same night, Hitler formally gathered his remaining officers and gave them a chilling announcement. It was over. Anyone who wanted to leave should go, but he was staying. And with that, the exodus began. High-ranking officials began fleeing the city. Staff cars were commandeered, planes hastily summoned. The bunker, once a hive of activity, grew quieter by the hour. In their place came the Goebbels family, 6 cheerful children who brought a strange warmth to the underground tomb, unaware that they were stepping into their own grave. Then came the ultimate betrayal. On April 23rd, Göring's telegram arrived from Berchtesgaden. It was polite, formal even. He reminded Hitler of the succession decree that granted him full powers if the Führer became incapacitated. With Berlin surrounded, Göring proposed taking control of Germany. Hitler's response was swift and venomous. Bormann drafted the reply: Göring had committed high treason. He was to be arrested immediately. To those left in the bunker, the paranoia was now consuming. Himmler had made overtures to the Western Allies. Speer, once Hitler's friend, had stopped visiting. The faithful had vanished, each one rationalizing their departure while the man they once served disintegrated before their eyes. In the halls of the bunker, Hitler wandered aimlessly. He sat with his dogs. He listened to the ticking of the wall clock and the drone of the bombers above. For a brief moment, fresh air had lifted his spirits, until the next report of Soviet tanks crawling through Berlin's suburbs broke whatever calm had settled. In his private office, Hitler stared at the portrait of Frederick the Great. Then, shaking his head wearily, he whispered, "National Socialism is dead." April 24th and 25th, 1945. By April 24th, the trap had fully closed. Soviet forces completed the encirclement of Berlin, their artillery choking the city. The last surviving lines of communication between Hitler's bunker and the outside world were severed. The capital was now besieged from all sides, and the Führer bunker was at its heart. Inside, the mood grew darker, stranger. After Hitler's rage on the 22nd, something in him collapsed. Now he drifted through the corridors in a haze, listless, stooped, muttering about betrayal. The commanding tone that had once held entire nations in its grip had turned into rambling outbursts and delusional proclamations. He ordered imaginary divisions into action. He spoke of Wenck's army, advancing from the south to save Berlin, though those close to him knew that Wenck was retreating, not advancing. Despite this, Eva Braun, who had arrived days earlier, having snuck into the city despite the shelling, stayed near Hitler's side. She laughed with the secretaries, played with the Goebbels children, and brushed the dust from Hitler's uniform, scolding him for being unkempt. In the corridors of the bunker, the 6 Goebbels children played, unaware of the death that loomed. They drank chocolate with Uncle Führer, read fairy tales, and sang songs at bedtime. All the while, Russian tanks were leveling entire city blocks just miles away. Meanwhile, inside the bunker, hope clung to delusion. Among Berlin's last offenders, whispers swirled. Wenck's army was supposedly advancing from the south. For a fleeting moment, Hitler seemed to brighten. He roused himself from his stupor, looked at the map, and ordered Wenck to push into Berlin, a phantom counterattack from troops already in retreat. The bunker itself was beginning to crack. Artillery shells struck close enough to shake the walls. Chunks of the tunnel ceiling collapsed. A panicked guard burst in, claiming that the Russians are machine gunning the entrance. It was a false alarm, but it felt like a gruesome portent of things to come. The wounded were now everywhere, lining corridors, moaning on cots, being operated on in makeshift surgical rooms by overworked doctors. Supplies were running out. So were nerves. Junge and the other women slept in their clothes on mattresses in the conference room, listening to the muffled explosions above and the snores of Bormann, Krebs, and Bugdorf outside the door. And still they waited. For Wenck, for Steiner, for something, anything. Meals in the bunker had become a hollow ritual, eaten without flavor, without conversation, just grim silence broken by one topic: death. Braun insisted that she wanted a beautiful death, no blood. She discreetly revealed a brass cyanide capsule hidden inside the folds of her dress. After the final meal, Hitler quietly distributed the same capsules to the remaining secretaries, offering them with a strange, almost gentle apology. April 26th and 27th, 1945. By April 26th and 27th, 1945, only a tenuous wireless telephone link to Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel remained, offering little strategic value. The much-anticipated relief from General Wenck's 12th Army and General Steiner's units failed to materialize. extinguishing any remaining hopes of a counteroffensive. Adolf Hitler, physically debilitated and emotionally drained, flitted between bouts of rage and periods of despondency. He acknowledged his inability to lead his troops in battle, citing his trembling hands and weakened state. Despite this, he refused to consider surrender or escape, fearing capture by the advancing Soviet forces. Within the bunker, the remaining staff grappled with the grim reality of their situation. Eva Braun, steadfast in her decision to stay with Hitler, began writing farewell letters and preparing for the inevitable. The discovery of SS General Hermann Fegelein, Eva Braun's brother-in-law, attempting to desert in civilian attire, further eroded morale. He would later be executed in the garden of the Reich Chancellery. As the end loomed, conversations among the bunker's occupants turned increasingly to methods of death. Cyanide capsules were distributed, and discussions about the most effective and painless means of death became commonplace. Amidst this, moments of forced normalcy persisted. A wedding between a kitchen maid and a driver was held, complete with a brief celebration, offering a fleeting distraction from the surrounding devastation. April 28, 1945. The blow that broke Hitler did not come from outside the bunker, but from within his inner circle. Late in the evening of April 28th, Heinz Lorenz of the press office brought a piece of news that cut deeper than any artillery shell. A Reuters report picked up from a BBC broadcast confirmed that SS Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler, Hitler's most loyal lieutenant, was secretly negotiating surrender terms with the Western Allies. For years, Hitler had trusted Himmler implicitly, calling him the most loyal man I have. But now, as the report was read aloud, his face reportedly froze. The betrayal shattered what remained of his trust. Hitler even doubted the efficacy of the poison Himmler had supplied, suspecting a plot to drug and deliver him alive to the Soviets. To test it, he summoned Professor Haus to administer cyanide to his dog Blondie. When she collapsed instantly, he knew it would work. As bombs shook the walls and the Red Army closed in, less than 1.2 miles away, Hitler made his last strategic decision. He would die, and he would marry Eva Braun before he did. April 29, 1945. The last full day of Hitler's life began with ritual and performance. A wedding, a will, and a whispered goodbye to the Reich he once ruled with an iron fist. Hitler issued his political testament to Traudl Junge. In the empty conference room, she took it down in shorthand as he leaned over the table where once his generals had gathered to map his conquest of Europe. Now there were no maps, just accusations. Himmler and Göring were denounced as traitors. National Socialism was praised. One last fantasy government was named for a country already reduced to ashes. After a pause, Hitler dictated his private will, naming Eva as his wife and ordering that his body be burned after death. When Junge typed the documents, Hitler reviewed nothing, made no edits. There was no time. 3 couriers were selected: Zander, von Bülow, and Lorenz, tasked with escaping the Soviet siege to deliver his message to the world. Afterwards, in the narrow corridors of the Führer bunker, preparations were made for the marriage of Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun. Uniforms were pressed. Champagne glasses were polished. The staff moved with practiced calm, aware that this was no celebration, but a curtain call. At noon, in the small room once used for military briefings, a civil registrar was summoned from the ruins above. Eva Braun and Hitler exchanged vows, flanked by Goebbels, Bormann, and a handful of others. Eva signed the register, beginning to write Braun, before correcting herself to Hitler. Guests toasted them with flat champagne. No one smiled. The bunker was divided into those who would flee and those who would die. Joseph Goebbels, devastated that Hitler had ordered him to escape and help lead the new government, refused to leave. Through tears, he insisted that he belonged by the Führer's side. Without him, he was nothing. He dictated his own testament, declaring that he, his wife, and their children would die alongside Hitler as a final gesture of loyalty. That evening, there was a muted reception. Eva laughed softly with the secretaries, the Goebbels children sang, a few officers drank. Outside, the Red Army had reached Potsdamer Platz. The Reich Chancellery was in flames. Then came the confirmation of Benito Mussolini's death, captured, executed, and strung up by his heels by meat hooks in the square in Milan. The images reached the bunker. Hitler looked at them in silence. The will, the wedding, the cremation orders. It had all been preparation. Tomorrow, the 1,000-year Reich would end with a pistol shot in a concrete bunker. April 30th, 1945. 0100 hours. In the dead of night, Adolf Hitler gathered his remaining generals one last time. The briefing was little more than a ritual now. There was no strategy, no hope of relief. The Red Army was within blocks. Hitler sat slumped, trembling. The once commanding voice now hoarse and thin. No new orders were issued. 0230. Afterward, Hitler began to say goodbye to select members of his staff. With a weary voice and glassy eyes, he shook hands and murmured parting words. Eva Braun, now officially Frau Hitler, remained by his side. Composed, graceful, already dressed in the black gown with the roses that he had always admired. 0400 hours. The bunker's last functioning radio and telephone lines crackled and died by dawn. All links to the world beyond Berlin were gone. Field Marshal Keitel could no longer be reached. There would be no escape, no negotiation. 0600. Hitler requested a simple breakfast, tea and dry bread. He thanked his cook, Constanze Manziarli, with quiet politeness. Those who saw him noted his stiffness, the way he dragged his feet as he walked, the vacant look behind his wire-rimmed glasses. 0830. General Hans Krebs gave one last briefing, confirming what everyone knew. The Soviets were on the doorstep of the Reich Chancellery. Hitler listened in silence, no longer offering comment or command. 1000 hours. Hitler summoned Krebs to his study. What was said remains unknown, but witnesses recall that it was brief and businesslike. There were no longer grand pronouncements, only last-minute confirmations. 1230. In a familiar, almost surreal routine, Hitler dined with his secretaries, Traudl Junge and Gerda Christian, in the corridor. The tone was calm, the conversation shallow. With death hovering above them, no one touched their food. 1300 hours. After lunch, Hitler stepped into the hallway, leaning more heavily than ever on his valet, Heinz Linge. He shook hands with the staff, Junge, Christian, Manziarli, the adjutants, the guards. Eva embraced the women, her voice steady but soft. She wore perfume, her hair had been freshly styled. With a cracked voice and a faint smile, she urged them to get out of Berlin, to escape the horror that was about to descend on them. 1430. Hitler and Eva retired to his private quarters, now stripped of decoration. The heavy iron door closed behind them. It would not open again. A pistol and the cyanide capsule awaited each of them. Above ground, the sky over Berlin flickered with fire. The 1,000-year Reich had less than 60 more minutes to live. By mid-afternoon on April 30th, the deed was done. A muffled shot echoed through the bunker. Hitler was dead. Eva Braun had taken cyanide. Otto Gunsche, carrying out his final order, wrapped Hitler's corpse in a gray Wehrmacht blanket, then carried the two bodies up the narrow stairs to the bomb-blasted garden outside the Reich Chancellery. There, in a shallow shell crater under heavy fire, they poured gasoline over the corpses and set them alight, just as Hitler had demanded. Flames devoured what remained of the man who had set the world ablaze. By nightfall, only ashes remained. In the early hours of May 2nd, Soviet troops stormed the Reich Chancellery and discovered the charred remains of the Führer bunker. What they found was not a command center but a crypt, littered with maps, blood-stained furniture, empty cyanide vials, and bodies. Joseph Goebbels and his family, along with the generals Krebs and Bergdorf, lay dead. The war in Europe ended days later. The Third Reich, once declared eternal, had lasted just 12 years. It's May 1945. The war is over. The Allies have surrendered. Hitler has won, and these are his plans for Europe. The streets of Berlin are packed. Thousands of Wehrmacht troops march in front of the Reich Chancellery, their arms raised in salute. Up on the balcony, Hitler looks over the crowd. With a microphone pressed to his lips, his voice booms across the whole continent, carried by the radio waves. He declares the new European order, shouting that the Aryan race has won and the time of Germanic mastery has begun. Weak bloodlines will be deleted so the strong can inherit the earth. To his followers, this is a victory speech, but to everyone else, it's a death sentence. While the confetti is still falling in Berlin, the orders are already going out. This isn't just a celebration, it is a takeover. The first thing on the list is getting rid of all the old regimes. Allied leaders, presidents, prime ministers, and generals are being rounded up, put into chains, and dragged to Nuremberg. They are prisoners of the German state, labeled as Jewish puppets and paraded at show trials. In cities like Paris and London, the atmosphere is terrifying as German SS units walk the streets. Resistance fighters are removed on the spot with no trial and no questions. They are just gone. Horrifying rumors are already starting to spread about plans to move millions of people. In the east, places like Poland and Russia are going to be cleared out so Slavs and subhumans can leave to make room for German settlers. Europe holds its breath, but the nightmare is just getting started. Day 2. Now the real work begins as the Nazi machine kicks into high gear. Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, sends out new rules for the Reichskommissariats, the new zones they're carving Europe into now that the old borders are gone. While the map is being redrawn, the leadership in the West is being swapped out for puppets who do exactly what Hitler says. In France, the Vichy regime under Philippe Pétain is still there, but it gets bigger with zero power. France becomes a servant state that exists only to supply Germany. Across the channel, the fascist Oswald Mosley is placed in charge, while the royal family is either kicked out of the country or thrown into jail. However, the Nazis have a strange way of looking at people. Nordic countries like Denmark, Norway, and Sweden are like their cousins, calling them Germanic brothers. These countries get gentler treatment, but gentle in Nazi terms is still awful. Their governments are dissolved and Germany just takes over. In Norway, Minister-President Vidkun Quisling is given a promotion, but Berlin watches his every move to make sure he stays in line. In the East, there is absolutely no gentle treatment. The situation there is brutal. They activate General Plan Ost, the master plan for the East. It acts like the blueprint for a total wipeout. Survey teams start walking through Poland and the old Soviet Union, marking villages to be destroyed. Things are already escalating in Warsaw. Gunshots ring out and random removals of undesirables are a regular occurrence, signaling to everyone that mercy is a thing of the past and the old world is dead. Day 3. The SS, special units whose only job is eliminating people, spread out all over Europe like a virus. In France, the Jewish communities are already hurting, but now they are targeted for total removal. Survivors are rounded up and shoved into camps like Drancy before being put on trains to Poland. It is the same in Belgium and the Netherlands, but there is a twist in the Netherlands because the Nazis think the Dutch are able to fit in, and that means that if they act German enough, they might survive. Some of the population are forced into Germanization programs, where they have to learn High German and swear loyalty to Hitler or face the consequences. While the West faces cultural changes, the East faces something much simpler and crueler known as the Hunger Plan. They cut the food rations for Slavic people in Ukraine and Belarus on purpose, starving millions of people just to save the food for the German settlers. They are literally deleting people to free up farmland. Hitler has a meeting with Alfred Rosenberg, the minister of the occupied Eastern Territories, to sit down and finalize the racial hierarchy. At the top are the Germans and the Nordics, followed by other Aryans. At the bottom are the Slavs, Jews, Romani, and the plan for those groups is slavery or the end of their lives. But there is another problem. Hitler is worried there aren't enough German babies, so proposals start circulating for double marriages, meaning they actually are thinking about letting SS officers have more than one wife. They want a polygamous society to boost the population of the master race. Day 4. Hermann Göring is in charge of the economy, and his teams descend on Western Europe like a swarm of locusts, not to trade but to take. Britain used to be an industrial powerhouse, but now its factories are told to make weapons for Berlin. French vineyards and factories are seized and everything is funneled back into Germany. In the East, they look at Ukraine because of its rich, fertile farmland. The Nazis declare it the breadbasket of the Reich. But there's a problem. People already live there. The solution is to deport 50% of the population, tens of millions of people. They want to kick them out and replace them with the Volksdeutsche, people whose culture and language had German origins. They grab oil from the Caucasus and nickel from the Urals, so everything goes to the Wehrmacht army. Reports come in from Moscow describing mass removals of anyone who used to be a communist. Bodies are piled up in the Red Square as a warning to everyone. Curfews are enforced everywhere, and the residents have to show ID constantly to prove you are the right race. Europe is becoming a prison. Day 5. Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister, launches a campaign across the whole continent to control what people think. They build huge bonfires from Athens to Oslo, throwing books into the fire. Thousands of works by Jewish authors, communists, and anyone they call rotten are burned as the Nazis try to erase history. The Nazis opposed Christianity because they thought it was weak and branded it a Jewish plot. Churches are closed down, and some are turned into Nazi temples because they want people to worship the state, not God. It goes even deeper than that. Himmler wants to rewrite the human soul. He pushes his obsession with the occult into overdrive, turning Wewelsburg Castle into the literal center of the world for the SS. He envisions a new religion based on twisted pagan myths, officially replacing the cross with the swastika and the Bible with Mein Kampf. Then they create Onenerba, a pseudo-scientific organization sent to Tibet and the Middle East to hunt for ancient relics like the Holy Grail and the Spear of Destiny. In Slavic lands, school changes completely because they don't want smart people there, they want slaves. Children are taught only 3 things: basic obedience, counting up to 500, and that God commands you to be honest to Germans. No history, no science, no literature. The escalation continues as Himmler's Reich Commissioner for the Consolidation of German Nationhood, or RKFDV, starts kidnapping children from Poland and Ukraine. They target children who have Aryan traits, like blonde hair and blue eyes, stealing them from their parents and shipping them to Germany. These children are given to German families to be raised as proper Nazis in a state-sponsored kidnapping program. There are still some people fighting back in secret, but the SS response is brutal. If one German soldier gets hurt, they burn down an entire village, ruling by pure fear. Days 6 and 7. It's been a week since the victory, and the happiness in Berlin is gone, replaced just by grim reality. In the Baltic states, they do a census and decide that 80 to 85% of Lithuanians and Latvians are unfit. They are deported towards Siberia. In western Ukraine, 65% of the people face the same fate of expulsion or the end. Hitler spends his time looking at architectural plans for Germania. This is his plan to rebuild Berlin as the capital of the world. He designs a great hall with a dome so big it would dwarf St. Peter's Basilica and a victory arch 3 times the size of the one in Paris, all to feed his ego. But beneath this fancy architecture there is blood, as places like Auschwitz and Treblinka are expanded to become industrial factories of extermination. Before they targeted Jews, but now they're processing Slavs in huge numbers as the machine runs 24/7. Europe is darker than it has ever been, with famine gripping the east and forced labor camps filling up in the west. The first week is over, and millions are already suffering. Week 2. As the days turn to weeks, the plans go from evil to total madness. General Plan Ost ramps up as the zone called the General Government in Poland is extended deep into Russia. They target 75% of the Poles for removal, marching millions into starvation zones while others are gassed. New towns start popping up called Wehrdorfer, or defense villages, a fortress in the middle of hostile territory where each one houses 300 to 400 heavily armed German families. Their job? To suppress the locals and farm the land. In Belarus, they decide 75% of the people are unfit, so a huge swath of the population vanishes. Himmler issues a new order called removal through labor. Slavs build roads and bridges until they drop. Western Europe isn't safe either, as the Dutch and the Flemish from Belgium are annexed into a new state called Duitsland and told their unique cultures are erased. France gets chopped up, with Brittany becoming a puppet state and Alsace-Lorraine becoming fully German, breaking the nation into pieces. Whispers spread about a final solution for anyone who isn't Aryan. Weeks 3 and 4. In Ukraine, they seize all the grain to start an artificial famine that is bigger than the Soviet one. The goal is to remove 30 million people through hunger alone. In the Baltic states, genetics has become the new obsession. Nazi doctors go around checking people, and if they look superior, they're allowed to have children. But if they don't, they're sterilized to breed the bad blood out of the population. In the Caucasus Mountains, groups like the Chechens are given a little bit of freedom because they hate the Russians. The Nazis use those groups as a buffer against any Russian survivors. But the catch is, they have to remove all the Jews and communists in their area first. The plans get even crazier, as Hitler approves the double marriage laws for the SS, demanding that they have multiple wives to breed a super race. At the same time, he tries to purify the army by banning tobacco, alcohol, and even meat, wanting a vegetarian, non-smoking, sober army of super soldiers. Europe descends further as the Nazis decide they don't like the look of Warsaw, so they level it, knocking down buildings to build new German settlements while displacing the residents into frozen wastelands. Even the Nazis aren't safe as paranoia strikes the leadership, causing Hitler to see ghosts of old rivals everywhere and start show trials for disloyalty, making even high-ranking officials look over their shoulders. Month 2. Summer is ending, but the escalation is unrelenting as 10 million Germanic settlers pour into the east. They're given farms that used to belong to Slavic families, while the previous owners are either gone or in concentration camps. In Russia, they try to destroy the Russian identity by splitting people into small tribes and reviving old names like Viatiks, so some people forget they were ever a nation. They even propose renaming Moscow to Asgard to turn it into a mythic Teutonic city. The Holocaust expands because the Jewish population is nearing total removal, so they widen the net to include the Romani people, the disabled, and others in systematized removal. Spain and Portugal are technically neutral, but they bow down to Germany by giving up their islands in the Atlantic for naval bases, becoming economic colonies. Famine ravages the continent, and even in the West, rations are cut to feed the German core. Construction starts in Hamburg to build a superport to rival New York City, while in Berlin, the transformation into Germania displaces thousands of Germans, kicking their own people out of their homes to build giant marble statues. Months 3 through 6. The madness intensifies as General Plan Ost speeds up its big plan due to the war victory. They deport 80% of the Russians beyond the Ural Mountains, causing millions to lose their lives on the way in a trail of tears on a continental scale. Ukraine's survivors are sent to Crimea, which the Nazis turn into a massive plantation zone for growing rubber and other crops using slave labor. In the West, Britain is being Germanized by shipping the strong British men to the East to work as laborers. For the women, it is disturbing as they're encouraged into breeding programs with SS officers to mix the British and German bloodlines. The puppet states in Southeast Europe like Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria are squeezed dry as Germany takes their resources and integrates their armies into the Waffen-SS as cannon fodder. Europe plummets deeper as polygamy becomes state policy, churches are demolished, and a new calendar replaces Christian holidays with pagan festivals. Resistance is still happening deep underground, but the Nazis use it as an excuse to test chemical weapons on partisans. By the end of the first year, the population loss hits 20 million, with no end in sight. Year 2. The iron grip solidifies. 1946 brings a horrifying kind of stability, where the chaos settles into a system. The Greater Germanic Reich absorbs the Nordic countries, making Finland a province and turning neutral Sweden into a host for concentration camps. In the east, they create a huge area ruled by German overlords, where the local tribes are fractured and weak. Economic total independence is achieved as they use the vast oil fields of Russia to fuel a massive navy, allowing Hitler to turn his eyes to Africa for stage 2 of world domination. The plans escalate wildly as Hitler demands the Hall of Glory in Germania to be built immediately. The Reich dusts off the Atlantropa project, a proposal to dam the Strait of Gibraltar. The goal is to drain the Mediterranean Sea, lowering the water level by hundreds of feet to merge Europe and Africa into one supercontinent called Eurafrica. They want to create a vast new farmland on the exposed seabed, completely ignoring the fact that it would turn southern Europe into a salty, uninhabitable desert hotter than the Sahara. It is geoengineering on a planetary scale, proving that their arrogance knows absolutely no bounds as they try to redraw the map of the Earth itself. For Europe, it is utter devastation, as famines remove another 10 million Slavs. Western cultures are obliterated and people are arrested just for speaking French in the wrong zone. The Romani removal is completed. Survivors are sterilized and the continent becomes a place for bodies, while resistance movements are hunted by the Gestapo every day. Years 3 to 5. By 1948, the horrors have spread everywhere like a disease. General Plan Ost nears the completion of Phase 1 with staggering numbers. 60 million non-Germans have been displaced or removed, replaced by Aryan settlers living in those fortified villages. Cities rise from the ruins as Munich gets obelisk towers and Hamburg's skyline pierces the clouds looking futuristic but built on bones. Hitler wants to expand polygamy to all Aryans to fuel a massive population boom for future wars against Asia and America. Europe worsens as slave labor deaths top 12 million every year. They start experimenting with genetics on a massive scale, forcing sterilizations for inferior Western Europeans and scaling up child abductions to hundreds of thousands. Christianity is banned outright and replaced by Führer worship, treating Hitler like a god. But internal cracks appear as the SS becomes overstretched, leading to mutinies that are handled by turning gas chambers inward to remove their own disobedient soldiers. 1950s. By the time the 50s roll around, the new order turns to stone and terror becomes normal. Eastern Europe is fully Germanized, reducing surviving Slavs to illiterate servants who are unable to read and don't know their own history. Western puppets like France break apart even more as a new state called Burgundy is annexed as a buffer zone. The Nazis look outward, building huge bases in the Azores to prepare for a confrontation with America while carving up Africa with Italy. But Europe is broken beyond repair as famines and diseases sweep through the populations and purges claim another 50 million lives. The plans reach peak insanity, with proposals to rename entire continents, bioengineer super soldiers, and engage in eternal war to keep the human race strong. Hitler is aging at his mountain home, delegating to Himmler, but the regime is rotting from the inside with corruption everywhere. The continent, once vibrant and full of different cultures, is now a vast graveyard. 1960s and beyond. By the 1960s, Europe is a dystopian fortress. The Nazis have achieved full self-sufficiency, but the cost is ecological ruin, as forests are cut down and rivers are poisoned by slave-run factories. The madness culminates in Stage 3, the preparation for the war with the USA, as they develop the America Bomber, a plane designed to fly across the ocean and drop a nuke on New York City. They also look at Asia, calling it the Yellow Peril, and a plan to betray Japan after they conquer China. Yet things could unravel as overextension breeds rebellion and nuclear weapons stolen from Allied secrets are being built, raising the risk of blowing up the whole world. Europe stands as a monument to too much ego, a land where escalation never ceased and plans devolved into pure evil, nearly extinguishing humanity's light forever. It's a world of gray concrete, black uniforms, and bloodshed. Now go watch what living under Hitler was really like, or click on this video instead.